Did you see that cruelty game?
I don't want to see it.
Guys, have you seen my lucky socks? I've been looking for them all stage.
What
my
lucky
lucky socks that I wear when VP win.
Did you check behind the couch?
This one?
There, yeah.
No, probably check that one. That one is probably...
This couch?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I've seen it.
No.
You've got my lucky... These are my lucky socks, guys.
Come here.
them.
Give me them. And this is why VP are not going to win.
Welcome back, everybody, to EML. It is weekday number 3, and what a lot of fun we've been having over the past 2 weeks of competition. Gentlemen, I have to say the socks.
I've got the lucky socks.
You found them
VP are going to
eventually.
win. It's great. I found them. I got them back off you, Leo, and you're a terrible man for hiding them from me. But we got them.
Well, here we are again, live from the Fortress in Copenhagen. And of course, it is Playdate number 5. I'm Milos, your host. With me are Alphama and Fresh. As you might have noticed and seen, Fresh Songs, gotta say, thank God, because he took his shoes off. But I do have a hard-hitting question, at least something to kind of kick things off in the right way for our Playdate. And this time we're going international. Jack, my question to you is, Team Liquid are... Finish the sentence.
Inconsistent,
I had the same word.
but on an incredible story, and are going to make playoffs, and a dark horse to make the major.
That's fair enough.
Did you say in one word or finish the sentence?
Finish the sentence.
Said finish the sentence.
Okay,
Okay, listen, Leo.
Yeah.
Can you finish the sentence with one word?
Oh.
Scars are?
Oh, I will not say what just came through my mind. I will say that there are in deep trouble is 2 words.
Trouble.
They're in trouble.
There you go. We got it. Let's see what your responses were for this. But first of all, let's take a look at our standings so far here in EML. After 4 play days, 2 weeks of competition, at the top is G2 and Falcons. But it's just all over the place. Nobody can predict who's taking it to playoffs.
If you take away the first 2, G2 and Falcons, that everyone expected to be in that top 2.
Yep.
And if you take away maybe Macho is not necessarily expected to be in 10th spot. I'm gonna say this, but between the 2 of them, it's actually crazy, and it's all over the place. BDS 3rd,
Yep.
Genji 5th, Wolves are in playoffs right now.
A wise man said this might be the most competitive region inside of Rainbow Six CGX.
And that wise man was me. And it's actually true.
Yeah.
We are in an era where everyone in EML can beat each other. We don't have 2 teams going 0-0-0-4 like in some other
regions.
lower tier regions. We have actually a competitive environment where everyone can beat each other.
We have someone going 0-0-4, but that's all.
They only got 7-0'd once. It gets bad if it's twice.
Okay, fair enough. Well, if anything, looking back the history of EML, EUL, all of the...
I just got it. It took me ages to think of Matchplay.
Leo is back with us on this show.
And you're back.
I'm back.
Very, very good on this. But, you know, gentlemen, even off of my history through EML, this is one of the most competitive seasons we have ever had, stages ever that we have had in this region. And I'm very happy for it because it means we're going to get things all over the place coming into who goes into the finals for the regional ones for EML come later in the winter. There's a lot of questions around it. There's one slot, one position that gets sent to the Invitational 2026. And we saw the ad. It was great. Very French, right? Get your tickets. You should absolutely be going to the Invitational, especially if you don't have the time or unable to go to Munich. Still, though, it seems like the situation is not yet solved in EML when it pertains to who can actually make it to said the playoffs. So how about we coerce someone into power rankings?
I was forced at the worst timing possible when EML is unpredictable as much as it can get. And you guys forced me to do a power ranking.
Lift those up. We're going to be judging.
All right. Let's start with the lower tier teams. Let's start with the 5 to 10th worst teams, okay? We're going to start here. Matchco is obviously in 10th, and I will say this, with their current results, it makes sense that they're dead last. Anything else between 10th and the top 2 is going to be extremely hard to predict. because it's all over the place.
Kind of your job.
Now, let me start to defend myself, okay?
You're defending yourself before I've even picked it apart here.
No,
Leo.
but I see your face. Okay, go ahead. All right, attack my power ranking.
okay. Wolves, 2 wins. VP, 0 wins.
All right.
What's going on?
Who's got a major winner? Who's got a team that was at EWC? You know, Virtus Pro, they're a team that has the potential to reach playoff, that has made it consistently, that has qualified to international events. They can bounce back. Wolves has always been inconsistent.
Leo,
You're just a Wolves hater.
Leo, Habibi, not just Wolves hater. This is Virtus Pro fan copium. I can see it.
They haven't
I
won
can
a game.
spot it. That is, oh my God, they have the potential.
I will always have trust in Pasha.
They have the, but that's why you put them at 8th
Okay.
and not higher up.
All right, let's move on. Gen G in 7th feels a little bit low. You love Necro. He's like your best friend.
They're amazing. I love them. The problem is everyone is so consistent above them. Wild, for example, needs to be ranked above Gen G because Wild is taking points off the best teams and still have weaker teams to play.
Again, I cannot believe I'm actually saying this. Wild are underrated here.
That's true.
They're on the lower half at White. What? They've been taken to the big teams.
The real thing for me is that
They beat Falcons, by the way.
Yeah, they're doing amazing, but they have a ceiling for me. And so I expect them to make playoffs, but it will be on the very, very last few spots.
Okay, let's bring it to the next 5. We'll see how deep does this rabbit hole go. Fnatic at 5th. Secret at 4. Are you serious?
Once again, you have to take into account the momentum of these teams. Yes, Secret right now, all the way bottom of the standings.
serious.
Why is that? Because they played G2, because
One
they
win.
played Falcons, because they played Fnatic, they played some of the
win.
teams that have... Yes?
They got 20 points last stage. They
Okay,
got
but
1 win.
Let's take a look at all of the
They
matches that they have to
won.
take. They are facing...
BDS in 3rd?
They have faced all the worst possible teams they could face. The best ones every single time. They still have to play against Macho. They still have to play against the weaker teams, the Wolves and such.
Leo,
So that's why they're going to make it to playoffs.
You know
in
that the old BDS now plays on Falcons. This is not the
Yep.
same. This Shaiko's not on this BDS.
Listen. Except for that one loss to Genji in the very first play day, what has BS done? How many points do they have?
About what, 9, 10?
10 points already.
Insane.
These guys are 3rd in the standings right now. They have got great momentum. Every single top team they play,
Have
they're
you not
able to
learned
take
from
them.
stage 1? Because they looked good the first 4 games of stage 1, and then they dropped off a cliff.
I have trust in them. And so when we look at this, obviously everyone can put me between 3rd and I would say 7th, 8th spot. But I will say this, it's incredibly hard to predict, and that's the beauty of our league.
Jack, how many of these top teams here were actually in Paris for the SI?
Oh yeah, that SI film a trailer that you filmed, the SI trailer
Yeah.
on that nice rooftop in Paris. It featured G2.
Yes.
Plus was there, right? Featured Falcons. I think I saw Shaiko or League Fact. Were they both there?
Brede as well.
Brede as well. Oh,
Frenchie as well.
BDS, P4.
Yeah,
Lasmo,
Oh yeah.
all there. Yeah.
and
And there were secret players there as well.
Yep.
Joom, no.
All right, maybe there is a trend.
Isn't
maybe,
that coincidental that they are top 4 of the power rankings?
Maybe it's
Leo.
all the players that I've seen recently, but still, I will say this: I have been objective, and so one thing that I want everyone to clip here: the top 6 that I've mentioned, the top 6 that will make it to playoffs. I'm ready to get cooked if those 6 teams are not making it to playoffs. I expect at least 4 to make it to playoffs in the top 6 that I've set up here. The few surprises might be secret if they make their crazy comeback, and BDS if they eventually have a good stage at the end of the stage.
I agree with him on 5 out of the 6, to be very honest. But I'll leave
Thank
that
you.
6 team to on the side. Well, it's just secret. I'm just gonna lay it out for you. Though our schedule for today. Let's get into the nitty-gritty of things. We've kind of theorized, but now, gentlemen, let's sit down and go through it because we got 5 excellent games to still decide how that middle and top of the pack really moves around. So what really stands out for you, Jack, in our schedule today?
Every single game stands out because
Hell yeah.
they're all so important. Like, there's so much going on now. Now that we're in the middle of the stage, and we'll contextualize this as it goes across, but we've got playoffs to consider, we've got the majors to consider, we've got finals to consider, and we've got relegation to consider. That means the points on offer now that we're basically halfway through the stage, are so important. Now, looking at this, there's just so many storylines, you know. Fnatic G2 for me, don't make mistakes about being a little bit of a Fnatic shill. Going up against G2, it's a real test for them. They're currently inside that top 6. Can they solidify that against a big boy?
Oh boy, there's still a lot to go through. Let's talk about then our game number 1 for today. Virtus Pro versus Falcons. We'll put it up behind us. Can we? There you go. Falcons is up first. And I don't think I need to introduce them really for anybody out there, but just in case you missed out, this is a squad that's on the up and up, recovering after the tough time they had at DWC in the groups, and now they're looking great. They're back in it. Shaiko's playing well. The world is back in order.
Yeah, just so you know, Shaiko is the one on 44 kills. He's been incredible so far in this roster. We're looking at a team that has really bounced back from that loss at EWC. They were looking at an alarm bell. They needed something to really bring the fire back in that roster. And it seems that not only that loss, but also Shaiko is doing wonders for them.
Yeah, recovery is the key word that Milos mentioned there, actually. It really is a recovery after a period where they really, really struggled. And the team plays got better, and Shaiko just fragging off the back of it.
Yeah, it feels like we're back to, as Jesus was saying, 2022. Shaiko, he's just back, Jack. He's got it.
Yeah, he is. He's absolutely insane. So this is his stage 1 stats versus his stage 2 stats. Now, what's important to know on the stage 2 stats is the first column that you're seeing, that's not first in his team. That's not even first in EML. That is first worldwide. He is first for EPS, first for KD, first for KPR. This was before the last couple of games were played in the last 2 days. And then 15th, only 15th in the world for Cost. And that's what an incredible stage he's having.
What's incredible is that he's got a better KD ratio, plus 32 right now, that he had in stage 1, despite having played way less matches. And most importantly, he's first in KD worldwide, despite having played less matches than almost everyone else in the world.
Just to tell you the level, when we say Shaiko is not playing well, which was stage 1, those are the stats. 0.84 kill per round, or almost a kill per round, is considered not a good thing for Shaiko.
His bad day is a great day for so many other entry fraggers worldwide. It really is. That's the level he operates at. And then when he breaches that level, which he's doing in stage 2, that's why you're seeing Falcons soar.
But gentlemen, on the other side, I love that. I love Falcons soar. God damn, he's so good. On the other hand, though, the Bears are hibernating, even though it is not yet deep in winter. Virtus.pro yet to properly show up in the standings where they're supposed to be.
It was unexpected to see them all the way at the bottom of the standings, and unexpected for many reasons. I want to focus on Pasha and Always there. These guys were first rated in EML, best rated in EML for Pasha, third best for Always at the end of last stage. They were going into EWC on this new CJX as a revamped team. They looked more aggressive, they looked faster than they used to be. It finally felt like this team was clicking to the modern meta. And even at EWC, I thought it was not a disappointing showing. So everything and basically every sign that we had was basically inclining in them performing in stage 2. And that just has disappeared.
But gentlemen, look, over the past, I don't want to repeat myself so often, we've been talking about it. Over the past 2 or so weeks, it's always been, well, Virtus.pro's map pool is their biggest weakness, and they're not really coming out of it. We're looking so much into the macro. But I watch their games, and they're not playing well, but I just can't put my finger on it. Is there a way to just get that done?
And that's the big thing, is they got themselves last week onto a good map. They got themselves onto Border. And this is the thing that's been kind of tickling our brains, has been, well, what's the difference between Virtus.pro in stage 1 and stage 2? Because even last week when they got themselves onto a good map, they still significantly struggled. So we're here to show you why.
So let's take an example on Border. They're attacking the Vents bomb site. Now, the first step that you need to take is clear CCTV. Then you take top floor, and then you go plant. Now, how long does it take to accomplish that first step to take CCTV usually?
I would say a minute, especially on an extended roam, maybe a minute 15 tops.
All right, so we're gonna see what they do to try and take that control. Now, they're facing 2 guys. One in break room, that's gonna be your first target. The second one is Noodle here with Legion in the square of CCTV. Now, they're already joining that first player in break room here.
Yep, and this is Creed inside the break room. Now, Virtus.pro stage 1, they would have been aggressive. They would have got in, they would have taken risks, they would have killed him. Creed gets droned. He then gets seen. He gets locked into a position. What's he do? Fakes the C4, and then he shows his back to the doorway. Does he get punished? Does he hell? Then he starts to throw a C4. Has time to pick it up. Where's the Virtus.pro stage 1 that was just walking in, that was killing him, that was punishing that?
They're all there, just burning time, just not sure of what they should do. So Creed jumps out for some reason, decides to play aggressive, and he dies there. And that's their only way into the CCTV, and no one will know what happened if Chris didn't jump out there. Would they have been stuck the entire time on the balcony? Well, let's take a look. 1 minute later, at 1:13, where are positions VP still outside the balcony? They still haven't taken CC. They've spent another 1 minute and 30 seconds there, and they're still trying to problem solve the last remaining player in CC. That's Noodle with Legion. Now, what do they set up here, Jack?
Yeah, this is where you're expecting that classic VP. You're expecting that crossfire. You're expecting Shepard to play the Yin Candelas for Always to walk in and kill Noodle. Set themselves up with an absolute freebie, Leo.
Now, Shepard is gonna send the Ying, but the problem here is the timing. As he sends the Ying, his player takes the gunfight before the flashes are happening, so his teammate is dying. But not only that, not only is the Ying missed, but look at Always. He's not even looking at the CC player, he's looking at Armory. So it's 2 things that go wrong. The Ying proper timing? Absolutely not. It's way too late. And also, his teammate is not looking at the player. So we end up here, 10 seconds left. And what's happening? VP is going for the execution.
It's classic VP. It's classic walk in late, 10 seconds left, get punished because you're executing so late. The conditions aren't set up. Tyron's just retaken up the main stairs, kills one, and he's going to get the second onto the planter. And really, for me, Leo, this is classic VP. This is the problem that they've had, and a tale as old as time.
I'm not worried about VP executing late. It's always been part of their game, but they used to be perfect at that.
Yeah.
The problem now is that not only they are slow, but they're also not perfect. They missed every single thing.
Yeah.
The timing was wrong.
Yeah.
The team play was wrong.
Yep.
The utility usage was wrong as well.
Yep.
And so we're seeing a line of problems come up with VP, and it's just so weird to see when they were so good in stage 1.
And that's the difference between stage 1 and stage 2 VP. They can get back to that stage 2, but we need to see them take more risks again because it worked out so well for them in stage 1.
Well, I'm glad that we could pinpoint that because that's border. That's not even a complicated map, really. And when it comes to any sort of strategic executions that we have, it is down to basics, timing, and position control. And even that was not possible. We'll see if today they can bring it back, though. Our question is, what map will it all be on? So far, they've had what? Bank. They've gone to, as we saw. Whoa, they're going to go to
bringing it out.
Finally!
Very different, Jen.
Yeah, so the big thing for VP is they've been accused, I suppose, of having just a very small map pool, a best of one map pool that consists of your chalets, your cafes, your clubhouses. They've recently had issues on Bank, and that's why we've seen them maybe ban that away and put that away. But now, and even with Border, they struggled on it, as we've just seen. They're now having to bring in the maps that they previously didn't play and would only be played when it was picked against them in the best of ones. The Consulates and the Lairs of this world. We saw them play Consulate last week. Now they're going to play Lair as well.
Most importantly, it's not only the best of ones. First and foremost, I think VP has played Lair only when they were stuck in the BO3.
Yeah, exactly. It was picked into them, yeah.
Yeah, so basically, to let that open into a BO1 is a new kind of gamble for them. They understand now they have to go on a map that's not usually one that they play. And I think that the last time we saw play Lair, I think they were okay. Most of the time, they actually did it twice. And I think one of them was during the playoffs where they absolutely destroyed Macho on it. It did show that they were prepping that map and they had it in their map pool.
Yeah. To use the term from hockey, they're pulling the goalie now. They're really having to go for it with their map pool to try and do something different because it's not been working for them in stage 2.
Scraping the barrel, Virtus.pro against really one of the best teams in the world, especially on their comeback on the revenge angle. 14 Falcons in this. There's a lot on the line. I think that kind of really does throw a wrench into anybody's plans when it comes to maps. Lair, that's what we get. Let's talk, though, to our casters. Let's bring them up. Hello, Pengu, Dev, Marta, gentlemen. We see each other once again. How you feeling? Has it been a long weekend of Asia Pacific?
Yeah, it has. And I think the last broadcast that you worked, Nick, what? Did I sound that depressed? I'm really glad to be on EU today because we had a blast on the EU the other day, pun intended. I was just looking at everyone's attire tonight.
We're very beige.
And I noticed that everyone went with white shirts, right? Everyone is wearing a white shirt. Nick, you actually told me you were wearing a blue shirt. What happened, Jay?
Because this is like a light blue. It kind of passes as a white if you're like semi-colorblind, but it's actually blue. So I'm like the odd one out here. Sorry, guys.
I'm sorry.
Maybe include me in the group chat next time.
Yeah, actually, that's a James thing. He's the one that didn't add you to the group chat. Sorry, I don't have admin powers. He put it together. Gents, look, there's a lot to talk about today in EML just because those standings are so jumbled all around. Nobody knows what to expect. Virtus.pro, they're going to Lair in this playday. No one would have expected that. They're scraping the barrel. What do you expect to see out of them today?
I mean, it's kind of like time to get desperate. No, they're not playing to the standard that we expect from them. They're not being explosive anymore. I feel like you guys hit it so well on the desk, the weaknesses that this team is having right now. And I think just saying, screw, plan A, let's go to plan C, get crazy with it, and try and take some risks.
Yeah, I'm super keen for it, especially because a bit of a revenge happened in stage 1 where VP won in the regular stage and then Falcons won in the playoffs. So yeah, I'm keen to see if VP can get a one-up over Falcons, especially hot off their win against G2.
Very good. Now, James, do you call yourself a risk taker?
I like to think I...
You play speed chess, so I'll say yes.
I play 1 minute chess. That's kind of badass,
Yeah,
right?
it's kind of badass.
James, you know exactly what to say. And you know what? You're going to be saying a lot of things throughout this game, and we're going to be following every second of it. Falcons versus Virtus.pro kicks off right now with Pengu and Devmarta. Take it away.
Thank you, Gassan, and the guys over in Copenhagen. And you're not too far away yourself.
Nope.
I'm dialing from down under, Nick, and we're praying that the internet is going to be working for us tonight, as will the players, of course. A big match coming up here today, Nick. Everyone already highly anticipates Team Falcons. For last year, they were the best team in all of EU. This year, new org and an early bailout of EWC coming into EU. A lot of high expectations, especially as the guys said, Shaiko, the golden boy, didn't really perform to his full standards in stage 1. Now he's firing on all cylinders. He's the best player in the world at the moment, and he's on Falcons. Can Virtus.pro stand up against one of the best that Europe has ever seen?
And just to keep kind of, getting that point home, Shaiko did not perform to his own level of expectations in stage 1. He still played really well compared to other players in the world, so his level is just above everybody else. Falcons, though, back when they're also called BDS, there's always been this big question mark around them. Are they a one-player trick pony, or is it a full team effort? Because if you look at the performance for them this stage so far, it's not bad by any means, but this is Shaiko having a nuclear performance, and they're still not like the best team, right? They're still got like G2's title out if anything, despite Falcons just barely beating it by 1 round. So I do want to see Team Falcons a little bit less Shaiko and a little bit more everybody else, just to make sure that we're all hitting our marks right now, right? But big kudos to League Effect IGLing, big kudos to Bride, starting to find play some shields. We saw him last play, they played some Blitz, played some Blackbeard, really helping Shaiko with the information game to get those kills as well.
Yeah. Remember, it is pretty early days here in EU. We've only had 4 matches so far that each of these teams have played. And while Falcons are sitting tied in 2nd place, same number of points as BDS and Fnatic, just beneath G2, VP are the ones that really need to get on their bike. They're 1-3 at the moment, and their 1 win was against Wild in overtime. They're on a 3-game losing streak to BDS, G2, and Wolves, and this is arguably tougher than most of those games coming up against Falcons. The big storyline right now being the fact that, Nick, this is the first time we're seeing VP play Lair, a map that they infamously never play, so I couldn't be more stoked.
Hey, not just this map, any new map in the pool, VP back when they're called Empire, they've been sticking to the same old core fundamentals of map design for a long time. They don't tend to stray off that path, but they have right now. And I think what I expect from them, just good basics, right? No crazy strats that we've never seen before, no trying to reinvent the wheel here and there as their first attempt, just kind of show us that they understand it, core elements that happens. For this first round, very much, focus on plant denial right now. The Chishanga, the smoke, the mirror, locking down the bomb site on top floor, and then the Falcons make the first moves and see how they're gonna be attacking, and then go for counterplay.
Reloading.
The Azami is going to be the key component of the Virtus.pro defense on that site in Matchplay. Falcons have 100,000 different ways that they can clear him on out. Of course, when push comes to shove, it's probably going to be the Ying coming in potentially from that bathroom side, while Shaiko on that Deimos below is wreaking havoc on these anchors. Pasha's also in a pretty advanced position. We don't always see this shield here. I feel like it's fallen out of favor.
And it's gone.
And yeah, that would be why.
Yeah, you got 4 frag grenades up against you, no Jaeger, oh my, and also you said that Deimos can go downstairs, right? There's no mute jammer being played in this particular round, so Shaiko again can find a lot of value if he wants to, but it depends on what League Effect is calling right now. What's gonna be the main pushing power? It's Bride on the exterior breach, you got swords up in the hallway, and they're gonna go for backstab on bathroom windows and backside as well. This might just be an explosive 3-2-1 execute for Falcons once they're all ready.
It's early days. Over a minute remains. The mirror still active. This is a really nice mirror from Joystick. You can see so far deep into the site, but of course that planned position is safe, except for the smoke and the fire from the Tachenka. Got the double up here from VP. They're going to be heavy. Plant denial and a well-timed bit of aggression from Joystick takes down Shaiko. That's the X Factor. That's the best player in the world at the moment. Eliminated from Falcons. And this is where we need to see the rest of the team step up. Leakafak is the one to start it.
Yeah, and 3 charges go down. Look at that. The backstab finds 2 kills successful. Now Brady in the main breach can try and go for a plant.
No more gas left from Always. Here comes the plant, covered by the Kiva, covered by the Blackbeard shield, and uses elsewhere. He's going to find a kill with that Reaper. 2 versus 4 on the retake now for Virtus.pro. And, well, it's going to become a 1v4 for poor Pasha. Nice shot, but Falcons are surely going to win this round. What a beautiful execute. Great redemption. Leakafak started. 2 big kills, especially taking down that Tachanka, opened the gates for Falcons.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're going to even give Pasha a fight here.
I mean, they shouldn't, right? I mean, even if they do timers on their side, they can play from outside the building. They got Blackbeard up alive. I say go for the kill right now, but look at this. Brede gets info for his team. He just sits there. Menacingly. He's a wall. Can't be dealt with. Pasha breaks on Q barricade, gets flanked from behind, and successful first round there for Falcons. Yes, they lost the opening engagement with Shaiko, sprinting past that window. Kind of a missed timing for him. And I feel like when it comes down to VP, what they can probably do in that particular round is trying to figure out, okay guys, where is the attack actually coming from, right? Because if you're all playing literally on the bump side itself, not extending anywhere, not playing below, not playing on like the new bridge, then you're not gonna know exactly what's happening around you. And they had spare reinforcements in pocket too, in fact. So this wall on the backside that Leaky Fact got 2 kills from could have literally been reinforced mid-round, then surrender the backstep, they hold the front lines, and all is good in the world. But VP maybe showing already a little bit of inexperience on that side. Falcons, they found the gap.
Yeah, they did. It all came down to Leak of Fact. 4 kills for the captain IGL of this team in the opening round.
So good.
Yeah, he is. That's the great thing about Falcons. Like every single one of these players, absolute gunner. Brede maybe doesn't enter that conversation a lot of the time, but he, for the longest time, had the mantle of the Clutch King in Europe. So everyone can step up when they're needed, whether it's on the front line or the back. For Leak of Fact, though, the critical thing about his first kill, Nick, was the fact that it was the Tachanka.
Yes.
Right? I know you're a big fan. We had both Tachanka and Smoke brought out by VP in that first round. And aside from that, it was a very much like pulled back defense. They're not getting a lot in their faces. They're playing for plant denial. And as soon as the Tachanka fell, the Smoke had already used the gas. That was essentially the round over.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much is, unless you get some crazy shots, and we know players like Pasha can really step up individually when he has to, but he was last alive, you know, backs against the wall, can't really get anything done. It's just unfair, really, the spot that he was in. Speaking to Brede, he's really changed his role, I feel like. Like you said, he was like known as the Clutch King, and he still is in a lot of ways, but it hasn't been his main job, I feel like, in Stage 2 so far. Whenever I watch him, he's playing much more like heavy support duties. Even last round playing the Blackbeard, he just has grenades that can clear, you know, utility with, and his job is to plant, walk in, never touch his right click on the mouse, never go for an ADS with Blackbeard. He just plays the intel game. He's enabling other players on his team to shine instead, much more than in the past. And I like that kind of different look for Falcons, because what they're doing right now is working on their flexibility. We're seeing League Effect, of course, always embracing playing flex operators, whether it's the Ying or hard breaching or entry, whatever the case might be, and Brede becoming a much more traditional hard support in my eyes, and it's a good look for them so far.
Reminds me of the good old meme CC I plant from Goga back in your Penta days. Feel like maybe we're in a wee I plant Brede situation.
It does feel a bit like it, because he plays the meta operators, but in a very like unconventional way, but in a good way, his own way. This time it's not up on the Blackbeard though. It's probably gonna get a bit more aggressive and try to take some gunfights. The Falcons are doing this thing where they're very slow, they're fanning out throughout the map, applying pressure kind of everywhere, and it's kind of baiting out U2 now. Both C4s gone now from the board, with 6 seconds to go. There's almost no real plant denial left, so it's just gonna come down to gunfights and intel.
This is an unusually aggressive defense from VP.
Yeah.
Most teams defending this bomb site don't get up and around in their faces on this top floor as much. They very much anchor. And now Shepard, advanced in this position, sees the Blackbeard and will fall. Solotov worth his weight in gold here for Falcons. In order to attack this bomb site, you need to clear that top floor, and that's exactly what they are doing. The Falcons are circling, and the Bears are on the back foot.
Really good last shot right there. Shaco with a second as well. Backstep is shut down, though, but look at the trade game. It's excellent for Falcons.
That it is. VP, though, 2 players left, still have some presence on the top floor. It's Pasha here, but the Blackbeard, you can't simply find a cheeky kill onto that Blackbeard, and the Paragon skin certainly won't save you. So he has to fall on back. Meanwhile, Joystick is down on the ground floor on site. He immediately gets swung by Brede. Great entry from Falcons. Now it comes down to Pasha. Can he deny the plant? Can he get into position? He drops down below, doesn't have vision on where that plant's going, and you're right, the Kiba is going to cost him, and he will fall to Shaiko. A second great attack for Falcons.
I like the pace right now. Like that round, yes, a little bit slow, but there's always something happening for Falcons. They're always making these small victories. Like Leaguefac on the Thermite, he got into a perfect flank position. Yes, he lost the gunfight. Yes, he died, but there was success elsewhere, right? You had Solotov and Shaiko working together, taking down both the Mute and getting small box control, and with that, they overwhelmed the bomb site. And what Falcons are doing really well right now, that I think they're doing better than most of the teams, is all 5 players are ready and getting some value in the round. There's never someone standing on their own, not going into gunfight, not holding a good important drone. Everyone's doing something of good value. For example, we never really saw uses in this round, but he was on the display window with, again, holding off the rotation's top floor. And that means that as long as he's playing there, there's no support stream that can happen. That's why Preshow was stuck in the hallway, because he knows there's a guy in my window, so I can't go help my teammates that way. And the other rotation is a vault hole. And the other way, well, that's where Leaguefac is. So Preshow is completely cut off from helping his team because every player of Falcons is in a good position. Really good read. VP, early days here and there, only shown 2 rounds so far. I'm curious on the round number 4, 5, and 6, because that's when they get to go back to those original bomb sites and show us what they've learned on their second time around.
We knew that VP would be picking a map that traditionally they don't play. Traditionally they don't play any of the new maps. They don't like to be the pioneers of new strategy. They like to be the perfectionists of the old strategy. And I'm not liking their interpretation of Les so far. On that top floor roam, on the middle floor bomb site, too much aggression. You need to play passively there. Falcons have a really good read on VP right now. And, oh, another ground floor bomb site pick. Oh, sorry, is this basement?
It's all the way down, baby.
Basement picks now. Yeah, all the way down. This is, I think, the most VP-esque bomb site. So hopefully, just hopefully, 3rd different bomb site is the charm.
Dancing a lot of damage early on, of course. Not ideal as playing the smoke operator, but he's still alive. That's the most important aspect. They got the Fenrir mines for taking gunfights or denying the entries in certain positions. Goyo 5 to stall things out. Mirror windows. Like, this is looking good on paper. When it comes down to problem solving again from Falcons, they got the Lion, the Capital, and the Blind that can work together to pinch a guy in the corner, clear them out, force them to move around. And there's no wall denial here from VP. Bandit can be banned out by Falcons. They're not opting to play mute because EMPs will just, clear that gadget anyways. So all those reinforceable walls will be opened up by just these few 3 Selma charges. And Falcons, same game plan. Apply pressure everywhere. 3, 2, 1 attack together. Wherever they find the kill, where that gap gets created, that's where they're just gonna keep sending more manpower and take the space for free.
You say apply pressure everywhere, but the one thing Falcons are not doing is taking above the bomb site on the ground floor for verticality. That's how most teams would attack this bomb site. So Falcons are taking a bit of a risk by leaving that up, but of course it means that they can really brute force these choke points on the bomb site, and they've got the perfect operators for that as well. The Lion has really allowed them to expedite this push. Ooh. The hard breach has been unimpeded, and the Blackbeard still stands. Here comes the fire from the Capital, and Users finds the opening kill. It's a double for Falcons, as this entry is absolutely devastating. Virtus Pro always must withstand the might of the full team. He finds 2, but is immediately traded on back. Falcons flying through Lair, 3 rounds on the trot.
It's kind of weird, because last round you said that VP were playing too aggressive, almost running into the players of Falcons, throwing C4s, fighting them on the very entry points of the map, and that was the wrong play. On this one, they're playing almost too passive, right? They weren't in the garage, they weren't playing in lockers, they weren't playing really anywhere besides the literal bomb site itself. Falcons get all the way up close in their face, and that's when we see the Gun 6 clearing utility, the Capital Fire forcing movement, the Flashbang helping the entries, and Virtus Pro are just fighting against operator gadgets more than just gunfights. Falcons are great shots, but when they're great shots, plus you're getting naded, plus you're getting Capital fired, plus you're getting flashbanged, you literally have no way of winning if you're Virtus Pro. So I think it's a well-timed tactical timeout for them. They're down 0-3, literally nothing is working, and their entire game plan has to change from this moment forward.
That's exactly why you take the tactical timeout. So what the hell are VP going to do? You've tried 3 different bomb sites, no success, and arguably those rounds have been getting worse and worse as they go by. First question is, what bomb site do we go back to, right? And what do we change? Are we changing the minutiae of the strategy, or are we completely changing our playstyle? Like when a team says, all right, let's flip from playing really aggressive to really passive. What do VP need right now?
I think go back up top floor, honestly. I think it's like the more simple bomb side. I think you can kind of know what to expect from your opponent. And I kind of want to see them play for more map control, right? Go top of bomb side, maybe play the mute by the side itself to deny the demos, have a lurker roaming downstairs, just have more things that you can make plays off of. If you're just playing by the side in each of your corners, stuff like this happens on basement, they're gonna pick you apart. You need to throw a curveball towards Falcons, and that's taking down one important player. It can be demos, like in the very first round. Now those demos trackers don't exist anymore. It can be Brede, the shield operator. Now the planting is gone. You can't give them all of their win conditions that they're playing for. You gotta have somewhere where you're getting a win yourself. So I like this. Start aggressive, bottom line the hallway, rotations by the side, great. If they come and attack you on the backside, you need to make a call on your team. Guys, are we fighting them on the backside? Or are we falling back and reinforcing the wall? And then they're gonna fight for the breach afterwards. That's a very clear call you have to make later on. And the entire team of VP needs to again buy into this same way of playing the game. We can't see Always and Dan taking aggressive gunfights while Shepard and Pasha are hiding somewhere on the map. It's really much an either or kind of line, because Falcons are not sending 1 or 2 players to fight you, they're sending the whole damn team.
All right, VP, you've had your full rotation of 3 different bomb sites. You've had your tactical timeout. You have had your chance to see what's happening and how Falcons are attacking this. This is the most pivotal round. If you lose after taking your tactical timeout, 0-4 down at the start of Lair, then there are no two ways about it. Falcons will run away with this map. It all comes down to right now.
First exterior wall opened up. Already advanced, by the way. Clash from Falcons, so one of those kind of like crutch operators you can play on defense, like slow down the pace of the game. That's removed from action. VP target execution and chaos, spanning out the Ying. I like both of these two operator bands, but that does mean Demos, Dokkaebi, and Blackbeard will shine on most of these upcoming rounds. Because you got the Blackbeard and Demos, you have 4 sets of grenades that can clear almost any sort of utility that you have at your disposal. Brede just taking new bridge control. We see a reinforcement mid-round on the bathroom wall as well. So this is VP kind of shaping up what they want to hard hold. By reinforcing off that bathroom wall, they want to hold top of rocket stairs, probably for a very long time, and try and fight their life there. The question is, can you stay there for as long as you want when there's grenades and demos trackers into the game? That's a big question.
I'm not sure it's possible to hard hold any positions on this particular bomb site when that Deimos is still alive. Especially like you said, the nades coming through. Falcons have so much util brought to the table, and that's not even to mention the Blackbeard. Hard breach getting to work. Nothing to deny it, the Bandit and the Kaid band, and again, no mute has been brought. An operator that would both hinder the hard breach and that Deimos, and yet VP continue to forego it. Instead, they're focusing up on this time delay and the area denial, plus that Azami and Warden to keep their positions fortified. Users seems like he's tempted to poise for a late round lurk of some kind. He's going to try and go bridge
last smoke
late in the round.
Yeah,
wow.
For the smoke actually, off-pace play here from Falcons perhaps.
Falcons have been waiting, biding their time, and then off-pace, like you say, they dash into the bomb site and find every single kill. A lot of HP damage to these Falcons players, but Shepard and Joystick are the last two that remain, the OG duo for this team, and Joystick will fall as well. No more Russian Cyborg. Just a Tachanka. Can the Lord stand tall in the 1v5? First kill found. Time is on his side, but the Blackbeard starting to force down the plant, and he is cut down. Falcons for 4 in a row.
It's the small things, man. The final Toxic Babe was tossed out by Dan playing on that rocket stairs, and then I was thinking to myself, they're gonna wait those like 12 seconds, then push after. That's the most logical, safe sound play that Falcons can make, but the dude off pace. The third Toxic Babe gets tossed out, they say, guys, we're still gonna go right now. So they jump in bathroom window, up the rocket stairs, push into ops room, and again, they attack from everywhere at the same time, and they got the Dokkaebi call as well, so it gives you that perfect information game on where the defenders will be playing from. That's why I want to see the mute. One thing is like, sure, you can put them on a breach, they have EMPs on Dokkaebi, the mute jammer is irrelevant. But it helps you so much against the Deimos, the Dokkaebi, it's good for anti-drone usage, it slows you down on the breaches, etc. We just haven't seen the mute being played almost at all until this very moment, but you're already down 0-4. And VP, again, they don't strike first. They don't look for a fight anywhere on the map. They're not actively playing on the roam. They're not really taking areas of ground. They're just letting Falcons get to an execute 5v5 position time and time again. And it's clearly not what you need to be doing right now because Falcons are better than you right now in the 5v5.
I'm really confused as to why VP have let us come to this map. Map that we know they don't like playing. I mean, Lair, Nighthaven, and Skyscraper are all insta-bans here for VP. So instead, they've opted to go with different bans, leave one of their insta-bans in. And I just don't understand it because they don't look ready for this map. A team that already doesn't like picking new maps is still going to commit. And I don't even think they have a good read of the playstyle. They're not even saying, you know, some teams, Pengu, will be like, all right, we're not really confident on this map, but we're just going to run around and play chaotically, play unconventionally. They're not even doing that. They're trying to do these really static setups.
Very rigid, yeah.
But they're kind of bad setups to begin with. They're not even the normal meta in a lot of ways. Like the Tachanka smoke, I don't think I've seen many teams double up with that. Haven't seen many teams play to die at the top of the stairs and use all their smokes for it. VP, it's just so questionable. I'm just so confused to what's going on. And sadly, the more rounds that Falcons find, the more questions I have about VP's decision.
It's also Falcons really heating up at the same time, right? I mean, look, we can say VP are not used to playing Lair, which is true, but this has been an excellent showcasing from Falcons in problem solving 101. No one is, you know, again, overstepping the line. There's a clear line right now on how far they can go on the map and when they need people to cross it. And because it's so clearly defined and the Falcons players are all like following the same tempo, no one's dying solo. But then the counter-argument is that no one from Virtus Pro is trying to go for any solo kills against Falcons. So Falcons have an easy time staying alive. Again, if I'm VP right now, I would want to disrupt my opponent and not give them that 5v5. And we're here right again, James. Halftime is over. Pasha's almost already in the grave. All the Falcons are getting healthy. They can just use their grenades for free, get the walls for free. And in short time here, Joystick's gonna be fighting against 3-4 different people from outside the building, trying to take him down.
Always does lash out and find the shield at Brede. That's a big pick to find. VP still have control of the top floor as well, but picks on the site are making things awkward. Leakafak, man, talk about someone who's been in form. He's 8-1 at the moment. Solotov's also going to find Pasha, who is having a very quiet game, uncharacteristically so. VP in a deficit, but still, like I said, we have a player upstairs. It's Dan, and Shepard will find his on site, finally putting Leakafak to rest. And hang on a second. How long has Dan had the diffuser on these stairs? Falcons don't have a choice but to go deep, and they do for one. Shotgun and users together pair up on site. I still think Dan might have a shot here.
Has to be good though, has to be accurate, has to win his gunfights. Here's a shotgun close range, always ready for it. Falcons have to go 3-2 on this close staircase.
Oh, Dan. Oh, Dan. He goes for two, and the third one. After his teammate falls, he trades it on back. And VP finally stem the bleeding. They finally get around on the board, but is it too late?
Not just that, but the way they won the round as well, right? It's diffuser mismanagement from Falcons losing that player early and having to walk back up a staircase into that shotgun close quarter, into Dan waiting shortly after. Had they had the case, I mean, they had the bomb site control, they had a flank lurker upstairs as well. It is a window, and that's important to note. VP need a little bit of momentum, a little bit of smiles in the face, a little bit of feeling better in the server. They actually got flanked, I guess, so they finally lashed out and went for an aggressive play, and they got rewarded. So good on them for taking action and being the first to lash out. I want to see more of that exact kind of gameplay. Also, I love the fact that we're seeing Jaeger finally be brought to the table, because they keep this tanking utility, and those Jaeger ADSs can really help you work against the utility. But again, you gotta lash out somewhere and fight back before they get to the bomb site. Extend more around the map and slow down Falcons' approach.
10 seconds left before insertion.
One last round to do it, Nick.
Yeah.
Is 2-4 enough on Lair moving into the attack half for ZP though?
Yes, it'll be
Against
enough.
Falcons?
It'll be enough. Like, Virtus Pro are gonna go absolutely nuclear on the attack inside. They're gonna play triple, quadruple shields, the whole shebang, surprise everybody, and then they're gonna take down Falcons before overtime comes around. Trust.
I never get tired of your optimism, Pengu.
Someone's gotta believe in them, and if they're not believing in themselves, I will believe in them for them.
Oh, well, finally got around on the board. Maybe that'll bolster a bit of confidence in them. Much needed at this point. I'll tell you what, Leakafak, he's finally died as well. Got 2 deaths to him, even though he is having a phenomenal game. I want to see Pasha and Joystick get their own individual confidence back, because those are 2 gunners, arguably 2 of the biggest gunners on the VP lineup. We need them active.
There's been games, like individual games, where Joystick goes back to his old form, where they do like a 4+1 strat. That means the other 4 players are playing together, and Joystick is doing his completely own thing. And he's being aggressive, he's roaming, he's running around, he loves doing that on maps like Clubhouse. As I say it, Joystick has lashed out and gotten a opening kill here onto users on the capital. That is a huge pick. Fire arrows gone, smokes are gone, users 5 and 2 also gone. Now VP have an opening kill, they have an advantage. They can either hold on to this right now, play them on 5v4, or try and lash out for one more kill and build a bigger lead, or die.
Oh, this is perfect. Joystick did overstay his welcome, and Falcons reached out for 2 kills. Great drone work. You see there was a yellow ping. The Blackbeard goes in. The Twitch confirms the kill. Shaiko previously has hacked a lot of the gadgets on site. The bulletproof camera for information. Always is going to have to destroy that bulletproof camera. Also worrying about the FNAT mines, the dreads from the Fenrir. They've been hacked, a lot of them as well. Shaiko has fallen now. 3v3. Asha is likely going to have to fall on back. How does Brede play this? That's the question. He's the guy with the shield, he's the guy with the diffuser.
Yeah. There might be a world where you just walk in and tank that first Prisma, take some damage and try and shut them down. Actually, Twitch drone coming out from Solotov. That's going to help his teammates get one in. They know one defender was in garage and one is upstairs on the verge shooting down to the floors. A plant potential is realistic here for Falcons if they can find the right plant position. But I think what they're missing right now is flank drones. So they're worried about too many things at once right now.
There's a lot to think about, not a lot of time to get it done. Brede starts a plan for a brief second. Pasha is still being a hindrance on these yellow stairs. That's the big kill from Leakafak, and the double as he hits 10 kills. Pasha now forced to 1v3. He's found the first. No util to utilize. No impacts, no C4, nothing of the sort that could help him with that Blackbeard of Brede.
Yeah.
Not to mention the Leakafak, who has found 10 kills so far in this match as he approaches that diffuser. It's a crossfire that he will not survive. Leakafak for 11 kills and a 5-1 domination for Falcons in the first half.
I love Brede on the Blackbeard. It's the most passive Blackbeard I've ever seen in my entire life, and it's such a good look. Again, he doesn't touch his right mouse button a single time in that round, by the way. He literally just will throw his drone into the Prisma, walk through, shoot the Denara gadget, and now his teammates can walk on in. He walks in, plants down the diffuser, and in that 2v1 post plant, he's just standing in the corner crouched, looking slightly down to cover his feet with his shield, and just waiting for Leakafak to get the kill. There's no crossfire, there's no 3-2-1 swing together, it's just Brede standing there, unkillable the entire round, for like all 6 rounds pretty much. It's incredible to watch. Again, finding a new playstyle of his own in this team, in this meta, and Falcons finally looking good while playing shields, something that they lacked in the past.
If they did. They're so confident with that Blackbeard now.
Man, look, he walks
we were talking about Brede.
behind this, bro.
Yeah, it's genius, right? You got yellow ping, you got the Blackbeard peeking, and then immediately afterward, the Twitch finding the swing.
Yeah.
Joystick did not stand a chance. Leakafak is just having one of those life games as well.
He's
We know he's a fragger, but this is not typical for him. I mean, he's second lowest rated player on the team. Not bad stats by any means, but you know, he's -2 overall for KD in the last 3 months, plus 17 on entry, funnily enough. So he's actually got the best entry stats in the last 3 months of any player on the team, but overall, in terms of kills, not as good.
one of the, I think, very underrated things that we saw in the replay video there from Falcons, actually, that Leakafak was hiding in the corner while Brede was planting. And instead of holding the angle on the door where Denari walks in, he waits for the sound cue right before Denari starts shooting Brede, and a white swing pre-fire kills him. There are so many people in tier 1 level play where you're covering the planter and you're holding an aggressive angle. And the thing that can happen is that if the guy covering the planter dies, the guy planting right after will be as good as dead. Because he's like 1v2, doesn't know what's happening, he's mid-plant animation. It's very good, I would argue, to quote-unquote bait the planter sometimes and have the defenders try and look for the planter, try and shoot him first, then you come in for the rescue, because now you're getting like a guaranteed win in a gunfight. Because again, if you die covering the planter is as good as dead. So, small thing from Falcons there, small thing from Leakafak, but it really shows off how good that can be when you do it correctly.
And Falcons returning to form is exactly what they need. saw a big win over G2 last week. Revenge for last stage's grand final. Falcons are potentially looking to step up to be one of the next big teams in Europe. Of course, they've always been in that conversation, but they've been overtaken by G2 last stage. They, in theory, got overtaken by even Secret at EWC. If they can once again be in contention for the crown, that's exactly where they want to be, isn't it? On the other hand, have not quite been in that conversation. Leakafak survives the nade and keeps his shield alive as well, as Pasha sets his sight on the clash with this Deimos.
Good little fake out there, pretending to put the shield down, but not actually going for it. Faking out the util. The VP last play day, we had the pleasure of casting them. They were incredibly slow. This page right now is very similar. There's 1 minute 20 seconds left of the round. No gunfight, no confrontations, no real action in the round. We're seeing util spam, Deimos trackers, but VP are not making any actions off of this. They're still downstairs, holding flanks. They're upstairs, holding peaks. They gotta be the ones to strike first now more than ever because they're on the attack inside. If that clock hits 0, Falcons will just win on time.
Notice the way that Falcons defends this bomb site compared to VP. VP put so much stake on holding onto that staircase, and as soon as they lost it, the round was over. Falcons, they're happy to retake, they're happy to get re-aggressive, they're happy to give up ground and then take it back again, and it's what sets them above VP at the moment. However, Virtus Pro stabilized for another pick, or one pick I should say, and if they find Shaiko here, could be instrumental for the attack. 30 seconds, the Grim Bees mark Shaiko's position. A C4 goes out and finds its mark, and Shaiko lands his headshot as well. All up to always, and this is a very poor man's Spark, a poor man's Deimos here with the Gridlock secondary shotgun. May as well give up at this point. Hit the gas pipe and call it a day. Falcons 6-1 over Virtus Pro.
Oh boy, it is brutal. It is a slaughter in the server right now. Yep, scratch those eyes always. Mine, they hurt as well. It's a complete disaster all the way across. I mean, VP, when they're defending top floor, they're sitting back, holding angles, and nothing happens. Falcons, they lash out. Shaiko gets 1 kill. Then the Goyo fire gets popped. He swings through the fire, catching his enemy by surprise, gets his 2nd kill. Then they get aggressive again on the Cube barriers. Like, it's so good because they're stopping Virtus Pro from achieving what they're looking to do in the round. Something that we did not see from Virtus Pro whatsoever. And this isn't a lair issue, like, necessarily. Sure, they're less familiar with this map, so it's gonna be more difficult to do it. But this is a basic fundamental that you can apply to any map, for any team. And VP are just simply lacking it. One person actually vaulted over the railing, the other person walked forward and died to the C4. So even there, a bit of a mismatch, mistiming on what they wanted to do in that round. Oh man, it hurts.
I think rubbing your eyes there for always tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
The fact that he even tapped the gas pipe did a little bit of damage to himself, the frustration. It's so palpable for VP. What a shame. This game is so done right now, Nick, let's be honest. And what a shame because it does mark 4 games in a row losses for Virtus Pro. Their first game of the stage, they took on Wild. It was a tough one. It was an 8-6. They only got their 2 points out of it. Ever since then, losing 7-4 to BDS. 7-5 to G2. Now, that's commendable. You go toe-to-toe with the top team in the region, and you almost push them to overtime. And then 7-3 to Wolves, of all teams. And now, potentially a 7-1 to Falcons. What is going on with this team?
If only Fresh had found his lucky VP socks earlier today. That could have saved this team maybe, but it was too late. So I guess the one way you can actually judge and say that Leo, Alphamar, and Milosh might be to blame because they stole his socks earlier on that beautiful intro segment. Here's always aggressive on the blitz. Again, VP not necessarily a shield team, but they have been trying to pick it up lately. Falcons just fall back on BDS there for a second. League effects on the roam, Lurky League effect as always, and look at this, they're so far behind their target, League effect is a whole floor beneath them, and they're still slowly inching past the doorways, slowly clearing those staircases. I'm missing the confidence from Virtus Pro right now. You got Dokkaebi, Deimos, Blitz, go guys, you got the perfect roam clear operators.
Yeah, always spots the Ella and immediately is just scared. He's like, well, he's got 2 impact grenades and potentially Grismot mines. And while Falcons are ready to take on the changes in the meta, you know, Ella coming into play, being a solid shield counter, VP are way behind on the meta. And so they still get scared of these picks. And like you said, not fast enough, despite having the ultimate run clearing setup, an operator combination. Uses almost falls, but even then, a missed
Small
opportunity.
things like that, yeah, exactly.
Even with the track on Hashi, can't find it.
Uh-oh. This is trouble.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, he should be dead here. Wait, well,
What?
Okay. I got really scared there for a second, James.
Yeah, that non-regged bash confused the hell out of me. That would have been very terrifying. Users could have definitely killed Always while blind. One of those shotgun blasts landing on the feet, and that's over. 50 seconds, VP have numbers, but they have barely attacked the bomb site at all.
Again, time is going to be a problem. Goyo fire, clash, timer 40 seconds. It's going to come down to Always and Pasture, and that Deimos and Blitz just go for it. They don't even have a Dokkaebi call left in pockets. They're going to be going in blind. The only info they have is the operator sees with their eyes, while they can communicate with their mouths. We see the first line of defense, the leak attack, and Solid and Shaku for each. It's falling apart again.
It's been falling apart all day for Virtus Pro. Straight to the fire for Always. The clash is there. A pick is found, and a second one somehow desperately running through the fire for Virtus Pro. But as the time ticks away, we are dead into red.
Clutch
3 days. Now Clutch 1v2 as he puts the shield away. Shepard begins to plan. Dan is spotted, but Dan gets him first. Virtus Pro keeping their hopes alive on Lair.
You know what the craziest part is? I would argue they actually won that round because they are forced to go deep on the bomb site. The Blitz sprints in, locker door, and there's a Goyo fire going off, which makes it unplayable for him. So he goes all the way deep, just in the middle of the bomb site, sprinting past 2 different defenders, and it works! But I swear to you, he would have never made that play if he wasn't forced into that direction by the Goyo fire. It wasn't the intention for Falcons, but it actually ended up favoring Virtus Pro. They find their second round, but again, it looks a little bit too slow. I hope they're learning a lot in these round-by-round situations to fix the mistakes right now to get more competitive, but also long-term for the rest of the stage. You know, we've been working APL mostly, and APAC is entering playoffs pretty much like, what, in 2 days, right? Very soon.
Yeah.
We're only halfway point of EML, more or less. There are many more games for Virtus Pro Falcons for everyone here to compete to get those points. It's a long road.
And that's the group stage. Halfway through the group stage, not even into playoffs.
Oh, yeah, sorry,
of course, APL also has the major qualifier as well, where the regions come together. EU doesn't need to play that. The playoffs really are the final straw before the major for them. But yeah, you're right. Like, this is early days. So while VP have looked rough today, there's plenty of time. You know, 4 losses in a row is not great, because that is almost half of your games in the group stage. But you only need to get top 6. You just need to get out of the bottom 5, essentially, here in Europe. And that is still possible, despite losing to BDS, G2 and Wolves, and potentially Falcons. It's still possible for VP to make playoffs.
But top 6 in playoffs doesn't mean to make the major in Munich. So it's like, yeah, they might make the playoffs, but can they realistically get far enough in playoffs to where the point that they can qualify for majors realistic? That's kind of like the long-term question mark that I have, just because it's not the most confidence-inspiring couple of games that they've had.
It's true, but if anyone is going to succeed in BO3s, I really wouldn't put it past Virtus Pro. Of course, they have the problem with their map pool, but the maps that they do play, typically they're very good at. And you're going to play likely 2 of those in any BO3. Of course, the game's not over yet. If this can become a close scoreline, even if VP lose, but it ends up 7-4, 7-5 for Falcons, that is a whole lot of extra confidence for anyone that's a fan of VP, anyone that's banking on them and making a comeback here in the stage, but not if Leakafat keeps doing that. Pasha goes down, trying to spray through that keeper barrier. Another kill for Leakafat. 12-3 is an unthinkable result in just 9 rounds.
That's gross. It's outright disgusting, and VP right now is stunned. Shepard on Monty, kind of playing passive. Dan goes down. Joystick in the basement looking for a lurk halfway through the round, by the way. And there's just no teeth right now. There's no pressure being felt by Falcons anywhere on the map, so you can just kind of hold the same door with 5 different people. It feels like Joystick has to go huge on the flank somewhere, because this frontal attack, I don't see working.
Always can't even make his way forward with Shepard. Look at how many Falcons players are watching them. He has to go deep, always does get one, but immediately traded on back. And the Monty fell, meanwhile, all up to always, and on the backstab he finds his first 1v3 for the old classic Russian Cyborg as he gets around it to try and clutch up and save the game, but nowhere near the site. And from below, it's Shaiko, as it always is for Falcons. A dominating win, 7-2 over the Russians. No prisoners taken today by Falcons.
When it's not Shaiko, then it's League Effect. When it's not League Effect, then it's Solotov. We need to just keep that circle going for all 5 players. Really, really good showcase from Falcons there. I am proud of the boys.
Very much. It's just such a confidence-inspiring win here for Falcons. They are right on, back into it, hot here in the EU. And of course, we'll break it all down after this break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another day where VP loses and Falcons wins. We'll have a chat with our victors ASAP. We want to get straight into it because we got the man himself, Monsieur Ifak, joining us on the interview. I mean, Likefak, today, yet again, you looked incredible. I don't even know what to say at this point. You guys looked like a full-on unit. What's the mood like in the team after such a big victory, collecting 3 points really comfortably?
Hello guys, yeah, the mood is really good. In the game it was chill because when you just win in the attack round again and again at 5-1, like at 4-0, we lose one round, but like okay, it's fine. Even if we lose 4-2, that's fine. We have the defense after, so was a chill game but important game, like you said. Every point is important, so we don't say, even if VP is in bad mood, we don't say, oh, it will be an easy game.
Masterclass, huh? Masterclass. it was basically a masterclass. I will say this: the attacks were amazing. It was incredible to see you guys team play. I think I have one example with. I think it's one of the end rounds. Shaiko is playing behind an Azami Kiba barrier. Maybe you'll see the clip. And as someone is picking at the door, look at the C4 flying through. It's actually insane. You've got two guys playing him, and boom, the C4 flies through at the same time as he takes the gunfight. And I just picked this one moment because I felt like it was one of the examples of the team play in the team. But that started all the way back in attack. And I think that's one of the things that people were maybe judging you for a long time, is that you've got such strong individuals. Maybe at some point you relied a lot on it and we did not really see a team. I think today we're seeing a team, and I'm wondering what's the biggest difference for you guys to look like a cohesive unit now?
I mean, this example was a bit a mix between luck and good team play, because you can't even say, oh, C4 now, I will swing now in the middle of the round. But it's mainly like on the com, oh, there is two on my side, and then from this, okay, I will rotate. Josh saying, okay, I can C4. Then Josh saying C4, and then Checo himself saying like, okay, I will swing at this moment. Yep. I think it's just with a good com, good habits, mainly this.
Nice. Leakfak, how surprised was you to see the map Lair, by the way? Because VP are not known for playing it, certainly inside best of ones.
I mean, I'm much surprised, like, why Lair when they have other map to play. Even if they lost Border, Consulate and Bank, I think they still could play like Consulate or Border. That's what we were expecting. But recently, every team is just putting random map on the V2 against us. So at the end, I'm not surprised at all.
You'd be surprised if every team ended up, like, in general, you ended up playing all maps in the pool at the end of the stage?
Yes, like G2 playing Border, Wild playing Club, now VP playing Lair, so what next? Fnatic playing Club. I'm telling you now, Fnatic playing Club, be ready.
Actually, see, this is one thing, like a chat we have pretty much every single day when we come in here is, you know, why haven't we been seeing Nighthaven Labs in the rotation? I want to pick your brains about it. Why do you think we haven't been seeing it being picked or played really in the EML at all?
I mean, I think some teams don't hate Labs. And the Labs is a map, I would say, like, it's close game. I don't see like that much team winning 7-0, 7-3. No, it's always close game, and I think like either you're better than the team, either you're not, and that's the reason why people ban Labs, I think. Do
you think the new operator ban system plays somewhat into it?
Yes, it's like Club, it's every time the same ban. So either you know how to play with it, either you don't know, and that's why it makes the map like 50-50. Because you ban our breach in attack, you ban deny wall in defense, and then at the end it's all about who knows how to play shield, execute, and that's why you make it hard.
Fair enough. Likefak, tomorrow you play against Fnatic. Anything you'd like to say to them?
See you on Club.
I knew you were gonna say that. I knew you were gonna say that.
Imagine, just imagine.
Well, Likefak,
Status, you looking at me. Be ready. I know you will play Club, so just don't go on Club, because now I know, you know.
There you go. He's playing mind games. Who knows what is in Team Falcons' mind? Thank you very much, Likefak. Congratulations on the big victory today. We'll see you tomorrow against Fnatic. Have a good night. Bye.
See you.
There you go. Always good to have Likefak on here today. Seemed like an incredible day for him and Team Falcons. They're hyping one another up. Whatever map you throw on them, they're doing well. It seems like we're back to, well, Team Falcons a year ago.
Yeah, they needed that wake-up call. They got it, and they've reacted. It's all about the reaction. It's not about how hard you get hit. It's about how hard you get back up and hit again, I guess. That's
Yeah.
not the saying.
Yeah.
I completely
Yeah,
butchered
you're
that.
right.
I have completely butchered that.
But I was trying to follow what you said. Can you make it in a simple sentence?
No, I can't. But what I can tell you is Falcons were devastatingly good today. And the man that we've just seen, Leakfack, he was so good. We have the privilege of listening to the communications of the teams, and the fact he calls so well for this team. He's in the front line, he's making the big plays, but also at the same time, he's managing the macro and he's managing the micro of some players situationally as well. He does it all. Like, he is so important to this team.
It's not only the comms, by the way. It's not only that he calls the generic strat for the team at the beginning of the round, then calls the adaptations whenever they're facing an obstacle. He also makes the decision during the execute. Most importantly, look at your screen. 12 and 6.
12 and 4 even. That's better.
Ah, sorry. My glasses are somewhere else.
I'm as
12 and
blind as
4.
you are.
He's got a 3 KD, 100% cost, 2 entry kills, an EPS of 160. I'm standing up so I can see it perfectly. Yes. This player is insane. He's calling everything and he's fragging at the same time. And for me, that's the crazy stuff. I mean, I could call like him, but not have the best ideas, but I could not frag either. It's insane for me to see someone that can do everything in his skill set.
Yeah.
The crazy
what
part
makes
of
him unique.
The crazy part of it is that this man is also like asking for feedback and opinions during the calls that are happening. Like, guys, how about we do this? Well, you're waiting on a call from somebody else from the team. There's a lot of adaptation. Being able to filter that info in one go, Jack.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It goes beyond highlights.
Like I said, we get to listen to him, and his mind works so fast. The fact of the matter is because this roster, by the way, has got Frenchmen going into English. It's got a lot of people who don't speak native English. Comms get clustered. There is a lot of communication that goes on inside this team. He takes it all in whilst being one of the most important players in the team, whilst fragging out and produces like calls and adaptations on the fly so quickly. It's genuinely so impressive.
And look at the operators here. Thermite and Clash.
Yeah.
It's the role, it's the calling, but it's also what he plays. He plays the hard reach, he plays the Clash in defense, and despite all of this, he drops double digits and triple KD. When this guy turns up, when Shaiko turns up, I mean, this is why we call them a super team, right?
Yeah.
But I will say this, the bottom line for me, we're looking at a real team. When Shaiko is saying, I have 2 guys pushing me, instant reaction from Josh. Josh comes in, sends the C4 to the doorway, Shaiko swings on that. This is the kind of calls that you cannot call.
And he was right. He gets a bit of luck. They get a bit of luck on the timing, but because they've been focusing so heavily on the team play, they're making their own luck in a lot of those scenarios.
Gentlemen, what an opener that we have had, really pushing us deeper into our play day, and quite fast, if I may add so. Now, on the screens behind us, let's change them up, and you'll see Macho playing against Wolves. This is a big game when it comes to what happens in relegations later on in the stage, and we're almost at that time. So let's take a quick break. When we get back, we'll talk about them and more. See you then. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EML. On the occasion of Macho versus Wolves, our next game, I had the privilege to have a chat with none other than Teb from Macho to ask him about what's been happening with the squad over the past couple of weeks. Let's see what he had to say. Teb, so far, how surprised are you by the Macho start the stage?
Very surprised because we have worked inside and outside the game much more respect of last stage. Last stage basically was our work was like 3 maps each day, maybe 1 hour of theory a day, and then that's it. We focus on the like do not burn out and like have fun. This stage was more like, okay, we need to make a bigger step and improve on what were our mistakes before. So we put in a ton of work, a lot of maps of Scream, a lot of theory, and I think like we found the right method. Like we got discipline, but then like inside the game, inside the official, it didn't pay off at all. It was just the chaos.
But then how's the morale on the team and how are scrims really going in general, practice outside of things?
After, not like before, literally like the game of last week against BDS, we did a big change. I'm back on the IGL, which it changed before with Raiden because like we thought of getting in him and like more a support player, like helped us increase our performance, but it was just not the case, and I think we had to go back on this step, and so I talked a lot about it, but I think if you are a leader, you need to use your leadership, you know, to go back on the right way with the team, and the morale is up, even after the 7-0 against BDS, like we just said, we did our job. It was our first attempt with me getting back on my role, and like we got 3 plant. Then the post plant was very bad, but at the end of the day, you cannot expect much, and so we focus on this new change this week, and I think we did pretty good in Scream. We had obviously a very good result and even some bad result on other maps, but we played against T1 teams, and I think we always put in a good fight. So, yeah.
Then what's your goal from now on? What's the end game for stage 2 for you and Macho?
I think our end goal now is show up in official and let ourselves see that the work always pays off. We can stay calm and just like have fun during the game. Then the result it will come like without thinking it so much, without stressing ourselves, you know. So yeah, I think just game by game, make sure we do our job correct. That's it.
There we go, locking in time, that is for Macho. Thank you very much, Teb, for joining us earlier on today, having a chat about the squad and everything that happened over these past couple of weeks, though. The Italian Stallions are in, but mostly been in the stable for the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, I was disappointed, obviously, by Raiden's arrival. I think he was really supposed to step up the team, and he was also filling in the shoes of Ghost, who struggled really hard. And you know, we've not seen really that step up, and I think Teb mentioned that in the interview. It did not work. I'm very excited to see him back on the IGLing. Attack was already not a strong suit last stage, but it cannot get worse than this stage, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he knows that they need a nudge in the right direction. In fact, they do need a nudge in the right direction because it has to improve. There's a lot on the line this stage. It does worry me for Raiden coming into IGL, then, you know, essentially a vote of no confidence mid-stage, right? In terms of, right, take the IGL back to Teb. How will he react to that as well? So, you know, there's a lot going on at Matchco, but there's a lot of improvements they can make. We've seen their stage 1. We know they've got it in them. They just need to refine that synergy.
And they're making a switch right now. We'll see if it works out. I mean, Teb was very clear about
Got to be drastic in it.
And you have to try it at some point. You can't just give up halfway through the stage. So at least there is that. However, on the other side, it is Wolves, who, might I add, once again, these two teams are in a tough spot with relegations. Two teams will get knocked out and replaced at the start of the year, and this team on here, they still have a lot of potential to give, Leo.
Yeah, I think we've seen that last week. We saw their first success. We had interviews with Kendrew. We understood where this team was coming from. We saw Creeds really step up. I think we saw many different good signs from Wolves.
He's looking happy.
And that one guy especially was the bright light for this roster.
Yeah, let's take a look at Creeds, actually, because he's been absolutely massive for this roster. I think what we've noticed subjectively has been that when Wolves have found results, when they found wins, Creeds has been at the forefront of that, and he's been doing well. And then we look at the rosters that he was previously on. Into the Breach, in terms of 2024, Stage 1 and Stage 2, and he was playing a pretty good role. He really found his feet. That was his rookie year. And then he came alive in Stage 1. When he went to Gaming Gladiators, he went all the way over to Perth in Australia, played in the team house, got that experience, but came alive in that league. And I think we're seeing that start to come to fruition now.
It's now Assassin's Creed, and he's so good. He's just so good. And is that assassin good enough to go in Italy and beat Macho? It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good match, to be honest.
I have to say, Assassin's Creed is so good. It's such a good title for it. And honestly, it fits well because they're playing the Italians. The Italians on the other side, Macho, in general, known in the past, they used to actually have something where they would sit down and make some food together every time the pasta preparation before a show. That was 3 years ago. Okay. And there's something called pasta all'assassino, which is the assassin's pasta. It's actually quite tasty. But for Creeds, he's got to be nom-nomming on all that pasta by the end of the day if he gets his way again.
I just need to see these two teams cooking. Gosh, that's it.
Let's talk about that relegation battle because it's tough.
Yeah.
Right. Two squads at the end of this stage will get knocked out and potentially replaced by Challenger Series teams at the start of the year.
We'll do a lot of talking about 6-pointers across this stage because when teams that are in similar positions play each other. But Wolves and Matchco here really is a 6-pointer because either Wolves will win and will massively extend that lead in the relegation race. We've obviously with Wild still to come, but Virtus Pro are just lost. Matchco would then lose. Or if Matchco get a clean victory, they drag themselves right back into the fight with Wolves and Virtus Pro. There is so much on the line in terms of this game purely from a relegation standpoint, not even from a playoff standpoint to go up.
Most importantly, look at how many playdays there are left. You don't have that many points left anymore in that group stage. If you don't make two playoffs, that's it. It's the end. You're playing for relegations.
In 9 days, it's done.
Yeah, exactly.
With the Super Week next week.
So if you look at this is one of the critical moments where you can finally maybe change the trajectory of your stage, but it's now or never.
Yeah. And if you don't have much time next week because you have 3 days back to back to back because it is Super Week. Wow. There's a lot of work to be done, to say the least. Speaking of which, what map will we be working with this evening, gentlemen? Ooh, we're going to get Lair again, Jack?
Yeah, back-to-back Lairs. And I will say that, actually, I like this for Wolves. I do not like this for Matchco. So Wolves, we've seen them play it quite a few times in EML. We've seen them lose it a couple of times to G2 in Secret. But apart from that, when they haven't played the top 3 teams in the league on this map, they've beaten everybody else. They've been good on it. They're clearly very, very comfortable on this map. In fact, this was the map that sparked them just a couple of weeks ago when they got their first win on the board. Creeds was running in with shotguns and all kinds of craziness was going on. For Matchco, this is where it doesn't get good. Played it twice in playoffs last stage. Lost it both of them. In fact, they only won 3 rounds out of 17 played. So it's low preference. It was, they took a gamble. They took VP to it in terms of picking VP. We can understand why. But then they saw it again. We saw it in the 6th place game against Gen G where they absolutely got battered as well. It's a map they've only got something like an 18% round win rate on. They really struggle on this map.
It feels like that Gen G game basically broke them. Ever since that, we've not seen the same match go. We've not seen the same mental and same fortitude that we saw in the late rounds with the clutches. I think now is the moment for them to bounce back.
We'll see if they can. Magical on the line. We'll see if that swap to Teb on the IGL will help them out, or will Wolves run away victors howling in the night? Or casters away. Penguin Dev Marta, take it away.
Thank you very much. Ice cold first result today, so I've got a jacket on just to prepare for any more cold matches. It's time to chill out and watch a fight between two teams that have been struggling this year, Pengu. Let's be honest, this isn't G2 and Falcons.
No.
This isn't FaZe and Furia. No, Macho, who recently promoted into this league, and a new look Wolves, brand new team this year, but full of players with history. So it's an Italian team versus a majority UK team, and it seems like the Brits have the better of the social prediction today.
It does, and the thing about Macho is that I actually quite enjoyed watching them in stage 1, and I was hyping them up, saying Dora's a really fun, kind of like innovative player, playing his own style of Siege, and they're a great team on Consulate, and all these things. And now looking at stage 2, it feels a little bit like people are just underestimating Macho, didn't know what they're gonna do, how they're gonna play the game, and other people have seen them, they're not finding that same kind of success. But I don't think it's all over, right? We saw at the interview, they've changed the IGL situation around, they got good scrims practice, they got a good thing figured out. Hopefully, they can fix their problems.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Macho, they're currently sitting dead last, not a single points. They've only won 8 rounds over their 4 games so far, leaving them at -20 round difference, Pengu. Like I said, dead last, below Virtus Pro, below Team Secret, below Wild, and the chances of Macho making it to the playoffs are, well, they would have to have an unbelievable comeback, and that would start right now. In contrast to that, Wolves have actually been pretty good. They're currently in a playoff spot. They're in top 6 with 6 points, 2 wins and 2 losses. They lost to Fnatic and BDS. They took down the French in Gen G. They took down the Russians in Virtus Pro. Can they now take down the Italians on Macho?
Alberta bans, a little bit of targeting here from Macho, banning out the Ying. Pretty common stuff with the Nurk. Saying Wolves, no lurking about. We want our cameras to be effective, for the flanks to be somewhat clear, and to trust the intel that we have. For Wolves, I mean, they actually end up banning out the Warden later on, so they might try to into some glass gameplay later on, perhaps. It was shown by Noodle for a good while, but last few seconds switches on to the Gridlock instead. But that's always going to be open in the back pocket now if they want to bring something crazy out with those smoke grenades. Of course, Live Gate Monty staying open means high likelihood of being played out. It can help stabilize the round, take map control, push forward, get that information game going. And I think for Macho, as long as you know what they're doing, you're gonna be okay, because I think Wolves can actually out-frag them 1-1 in the server.
Of course, these Wolves players, they have a lot of Tier 1 experience despite this being a new team. Macho, they grinded through the Challenger Series, of course, to get up here into the pro level, whereas Wolves, I mean, this is kind of a concoction of players who have played on all kinds of solid teams in the past. Leader of Noodle, of course, been a duo in 3 different regions now. Tyrant, Creed's obviously just come back from OS, Az has been around the block, so yeah, a lot of fragging capability here on Wolves as they get into this attack. A lot of options. Looks like verticality is going to be the name of the game. No Deimos picks, it's just the Buck, but Raiden is already ready for it. What's he done here with the tuber out?
Yeah, so they tuber out the wall, then put a mirror window down to trick the first Selma charge. Then you've just been chucking tuber out at the wall to deny things and stall things out for time. That's a great C-Fun out of nowhere from Dora. Smoke push on forward, takes the hallway control as well. Little mini play there from Macho, buys them enough map space in these hallways to kind of avoid the verticality from Asper downstairs. Feels like the box should have been a little bit active earlier, perhaps before he pushed deep into that hallway. The Vert's being watched, another great kill from Dora. 2 for 2 so far in this round.
Yeah, the Buck is not cutting it here. The vertical awareness from Macho is unmatched. Big kill there from Teb as well, deleting Tyrant all up to leader, and he gets obliterated. Another lightning quick peek there from Teb. We had an interview before the show from him. We've had a lightning fast couple of kills in the server, and Macho already looking hot.
I mean, that is one of those rounds of Rainbow Six Siege where the attackers have a plan, they want to try and go for it, and nothing works out. You know, the C4 hits, the pre-fire lands, like nothing works whatsoever. And if you're Wolves, you guys, don't worry about that round. That's the warm-up. The real game starts here in round number 2. Don't even worry about that one. Oh my.
Yeah, look, I don't know. It's an exciting round to see. You said the two-row interaction was really impressive. Aggressive Nitro, verticality was all good here from the defense as well. Just all the vertical kills coming through.
Yeah, it's just Macho being very proactive, right? Like they're two-bar tricking while holding the hallway with the C4 and the mini play, while fighting back the red. Like they're doing a lot of things at the same time. And one of the downsides I would say for Wolves maybe the previous round is that they're playing both the Blackbeard and the Monty, which is a second help stabilize the round. But once you like fall really far behind, it can be hard to get kills going when you have kind of like locked out of the bomb side, right? If Monty can yellow ping where they are, block blocks downstairs, great way to get free kills. When you can't really into the building and get to the side doors, the Monty's a little bit more useless, and because you have two shields, you just have less firepower, essentially. Now, we finally see the glass being played in the second round. That, it makes a lot more sense to me because with that Warden ban, you gotta try and utilize that as much as possible before it gets potentially banned away. So Creed, Assassin Creed, as we saw in the desk segment, has to go hunting this round and try and lead his team forward with those smoke grenades.
Macho are the worst team in the league when it comes to opening kills, Pengu. They only win 36% of their engagements. Compare that to the best team in the league at Invertus Pro. They win 57%. Macho, I'm always looking out for them at the start of these rounds. You know, Wolves aren't a lot better at 41, the third worst team. You know what's sad is that Macho not only are the worst when it comes to opening kills, they're also the worst at converting them. It just goes to show that these guys have not had a good time so far. Like we said, only won 8 rounds. They've now won 9 rounds. They're about to hit double digits if they win one more here, Pengu.
I mean, that's cause celebration right there. The small, all about the small victories, you know? We won 10 rounds in stage 2 of EML. And then people go, in how many games? And you're like, it doesn't matter, because that's the point. Oh. Well, that's a
Wolves are getting to work on the roam clear here.
The Clash is like
I saw the
running
Clash
into Nomad for a second. I thought, I was like, okay, we're flanking. Look at this.
Yeah, it's a bit of a roam going on the ground floor. A lot of players up there trying to get to work, but Noodle will take down the first one of Acqui. A strange solo play to be made when you have 3 roamers. How is Acqui taking a 1v1?
Yeah, if we wait a bit longer there and help each other, much better look. Now side a bit vulnerable, Goyo Fire popped, Fenrir Mine shut down, and these smoke grenades from Crease now can be enabled. He can walk on in and try and look for a free pick.
Here come the smokes.
Not.
He's playing pretty passively, doesn't want to over-aggress. More moves, the less you can be able to see through that smoke. This is the reason you pick the glass, to capitalize on those smokes. Lolo just waiting. Ted's found one. Raiden's also there ready. I mean, you can't do anything with the glass when that clash is coming for you, and Lolo will capitalize. Creed goes for the knife. Macho looking in control yet again, despite losing the opening pick. Tyrant's gonna get shut down. Wow, all up to Noodle. He found the opening kill at the start of the round, spots the clash down below. What the hell is he gonna do? Nomad with no utility. 1v4. Macho, I tell you what, for a team that is yet to find a point on the standings here in the EML, Pengu, they are looking hot today. 2 dominant wins, only 1 death for the team so far. And finally, this team has hit double-digit rounds for the stage thus far.
And I mean, looking really convincing doing so. I want to say praise to Macho for what they're doing well right now, making plays. The first swing on, from the Goyo to the Nomad, maybe not the most well executed, hunt roam game because they have 3 people there, only 1 guy swings, whatever. But then the roamers fall back towards the bomb side and they help each other find victory by the side itself. I do want to say for Wolves though, bit of a lack of explosiveness. When you don't bring that many smokes to the table, you ban the Warden and you're playing the glass, I want to see Creech being much more utilized. The smokes went out, he's standing still holding a passive angle, hoping they're going to swing him, but we're all going to think, they ban the Warden, they got smoke grenades, they're probably playing glass. Like, we're not going to peek the smoke, we're not stupid, right? And Creech just doesn't find any value, the smoke expires, Clash walks in, a second guy swings behind the Clash, he's dead. He finds nothing in that round, and they spent so many resources trying to enable him with that Warden ban. So guys, come on guys, more explosiveness, more confidence, get in there. I feel like I'm watching VP again, watching attacks that are not really doing anything.
Doesn't help that we're playing Lair back-to-back as well, which we've done a lot of recently. I think our last EU play day was it 3 consulates, 2 borders or something like that, and then we had a similar thing in APL. All of the games blend into one. when you're
Yeah.
watching like the same map over and over. And I feel like I've seen more Lair in the last 6 months than I have maybe any map in a condensed period of time. Maybe ever since like the 2019 Oregon days or something like that.
I do like it though. Like I like seeing when the new maps actually get played. It's not that awkward phase. Like let's say when Theme Park first came around, it was very much like maybe 3 out of 8 teams would play it in most
10 seconds
regions.
to insertion.
And you'll see it once in a while, but with both Laps and Lair, very
5 seconds
quickly
left before
teams started
insertion.
picking them in Tier 1 level competition, and we've seen them in Grand Finals, we've seen them in Best of 3s, we've seen them in Best of 5s. Like it's been a really, really nice thing to see.
And I tell you what, the big difference between those and then like Skyscraper with the rework, it is a relatively new map, is that Skyscraper is so hard to attack. That's why we don't see it picked as much, particularly in BO1s.
Yeah.
Because if you're the last one to ban, obviously, then the other team gets to pick the start side, you have to start attack, and you're not going to have a fun time.
That's not
we
fun,
see so
though.
much Lair and Nighthaven because it's pretty attackable and pretty defendable. I'd say both maps are pretty even. Like, Nighthaven even skews to the attack sometimes,
Yeah.
which is super exciting.
Exactly that.
We just see so much more. And look, I tell you what, Nick, I know we've talked a lot about like content coming to the game and the State of Rainbow Six Siege and all of that, but the idea of getting new competitive maps makes me froth at the mouth. I'm so excited at the idea of getting, whether it's a rework or a fresh, brand new map like Nighthaven or Lair. I could not wait for the next map in the comp pool. Meanwhile, Macho, unfortunately, the one stat they're not helping here is the opening death. They're the worst in the region at it. Poor Dora is the worst player in the region at the moment.
Yeah.
He's 0-7 for opening engagements coming into today, and now he's died again. Creeds is going to double down as well, so Wolves are looking hot.
Speaking of new maps in comp play, how about new bomb sides? This is the other tertiary bomb side, weapons and armory, that almost never gets seen play in Tier 1 competition, and it's not a good start for Macho. And I think strategically, it just has less things to offer. You can't play the vert as effectively, because one bomb site doesn't have vert from above, and one has from the basement. You're stuck in these long, narrow hallways, which again, you can get peeked from 2 different angles as a defender. And now, I mean, Tab and Lolo just gotta go big right now. 2v5, plenty of time to go. Wolves, they're not gonna bundle this one, no way.
Wolves have spotted the weakness. They're holding down their lines, just waiting for Matchco to cross. Tightening their grip. Another kill found. It's all up to Teb. Upstairs, he finds nothing. A flawless round of Wolves to mirror the flawless round that we saw from Matchco.
A little bit better. A little bit more explosiveness, early picks, reset the round, go nice and slow, then explode once more when the players are ready in the server. Operator bans, I'm curious if we're gonna see the glass ban come into effect. I'm thinking like glass and clash, kind of like off the rip, but also like Asami, Mira, Grim, Mew. There's like a lot of really high value operators I feel like you can opt for if you want a target ban or do more generic stuff. Gotta have the glass and the mute there. Okay, so clash will be left open. That was only a problem on that basement bomb side. The reason why I say mute ban can be such an important one is because you really start enabling stuff like the Grim, like the demos, and just generally speaking, droning is always gonna find their value, and you can't, you know, just pick the mute comfortably on every single bomb site, because that is very possible. So by removing mute from the board, you almost take away like one operator from every single side if the team, of course, wanted to play it.
Yeah, strangely, we didn't see, I think, any mute from Virtus Pro earlier today. But mute is so good on this map.
In one round, we saw mute being played, and it was on the tertiary bomb side, I believe, where it was like the least relevant. So it was like, yeah, bit like very much missing the mark there in my eyes as well.
Attackers have
A
located
lot of the
bomb.
time, like we've said, you ban the mutes because you want to play the Dokkaebi, or you want to play the Deimos, or you want to get to work with the hard breach and not
10
worry
seconds
about all
left
that.
before insertion.
Or maybe even, you know, something like a Flores or Bravo or a Twitch. It's funny because we're not really actually seeing a lot of that. Like we've seen a Dokkaebi pick, but we haven't seen Deimos
defuse a
picked yet.
bomb.
Despite Wolves going for a really vertical
Yeah.
attack onto this top floor bomb site last time, they only used the Buck, no Deimos. So I'm not seeing them lean into this mute ban. The only thing I can think of is the Grim.
You're a stats guy, right, James? Do you have operator stats on players like readily available to you right now? Because I'm curious if you do.
Yeah, a little bit. Who do
Does
you want?
Azure play any demos? Because this could just be a matter of the person that's doing the vertical play isn't comfortable playing demos in general, so he's stuck on Buck instead of demos. That's my
So I
only
can't
theory.
see every single operator he's ever picked, but I can see his 3 most picked attackers are Ace, IQ, and Gridlock. Which, none of which are Vert operators. Yeah, strangely. But of course, it's so map dependent to know if they're going to be playing Vert.
Exactly. I was thinking, like, if you need to have, leader play the Monty, he's like IGL status kind of guy, right? He's not going to play the demos downstairs. And if Astro just ends up being... Yeah?
No one on Wolves has Deimos in their top 3 operators, which is unusual because a lot of teams will have a Deimos player.
I do think Demo's interesting because it's hard to play him really well. Despite he's very simple, and like let's say the floor, like the entry to play him is quite straightforward. But the ceiling of which you can utilize the gadget and the operator at the highest level is also like infinite possibilities. This is great. This time, Bok gets downstairs first. They bait the mirror window trick because Macho did the first time around. Now they're trying to get a free kill. They don't, unfortunately. But Dora does take half his health and damage, and the wall gets opened up. The two-bro canister ineffective, and that right there is already Wolves doing a much better job this second time attacking this bomb side.
I agree with you, Pengu, but I still feel like that should have been a kill. Like, why don't Wolves have that freebie?
You're not wrong. It's a matter of, lucky with the shells or only shotgunning once and going back to the regular AR, just get the, the bullet kills. Bog is still trying to find some value downstairs, but the more vert you create, the more angles they can peek back at you from. And we see a Q barrier spare in Tip's pocket, so you can patch up that floor and retake that desk position near the round if he wants to.
Oh, low down. The tub comes out again. Yeah, this is a really cheeky position. The DMR is perfect.
Yeah.
With that open mirror window and the protection from the keeper barrier, he's going to be so favored in that one-way angle. Creeps actually falls to Dora. I don't know where that happened. Meanwhile, Akwi aggresses onto Azza down below. Again, the Buck not finding the impact that Wolves would have wanted. Time is ticking away. Matchco are still solidified in their position. Forced back now, raided. But I don't think it'll matter because Wolves still have not struck their way into the bomb site. Finally, one kill is found, but it's another dominant round, this time for Matchco. A few consolation frags, though, for Noodle, but it finds no result for the attacking side. Matchco, a third defense successful.
I have a small fear about this game in its longevity. I have this small fear that attacking side will just be a difficulty between these two teams due to the nature of their struggles right now. Because Matchco has not been the most well-performing team this stage so far. And I feel like defense, generally speaking, when you're struggling as a team, is probably going to be easier than attack. Because generally speaking, that's just how the cookie crumbles. The Wolves right now are just a little bit lackluster and missing some of those small victories. Like the Bok not getting the kill, like you said. Small detail, massive in impact or consequence based on the result. And then they don't get that mid-round punch somewhere for like a man advantage. So they hit the bomb site in negative numbers. And then it becomes even more difficult. Matchco, they're looking good right now. 3-1. Probably looking at realistically like 4-2 half right now, favoring Matchco. They both get one more round here. And I think both teams will be happy with that because Wolves can't wait to go on defense. And Matchco are a bit like, okay, did he just... No. No. Don't... No. Okay, he had a laser on the left-hand side and right-hand side of the staircase, creating one straight line. Then when you walk down the staircase, you get sapped. Then he wanted to add a second laser, but he hit the first laser with the third Prisma, so he just killed his own gadget. He just completely destroyed his own gadget by throwing it inside the laser beam. I'm reloading. It happens. It happens. It's a new operator. Don't worry, everybody. Okay. And the laser will recharge the first one after 8 seconds.
Yeah, ironic there. You were talking about attacker defense favored. I mean, let's be honest. These two teams are some of the weaker in the EML. Oh, that's cheeky. I didn't notice them. They're really low profile. Obviously, you probably won't see them if you sprint down the stairs. You'll probably just get trapped and then swung, potentially.
Boogie's ready to shred.
Nice idea. One thing that bears in my mind when we're talking about how the rounds have gone so far is that every single round has been dominant. We've had 2 flawless rounds and then 2 4v1s. Even though Noodle found a 2 consolation frags, it was still a 4v1, all intents and purposes. Now Dora's found an early pick. Yeah.
Has he gotten more kills this game in the entire stage so far combined? I think he is. He was like minus 26 before this game.
One sec. He's 8 kills overall and 7 kills in this game. So yeah, he's doubled his kills just in this match so far.
There it is.
Keep in mind, he's played 4 games before that. At least the clash has gone down for Wolves, but...
Yeah, but they got Blight Pit down, they got Ram down, and right here, the timing, the pre-fire doesn't work out. No, Noodle pushes the button too early and gives Akui the information that he's right around the corner. And that's what SMG11 shines in close quarter combat. But look at this, Wolves are on the bomb side. 2v3.
Oh, here we go, leader. This is what we need him to see, to lead the way onto that bomb site. Tyrant supporting the two of them together, but no, Dora again. 8 kills, topping the stage so far of what he's been able to achieve. Tyrant, 1v3, he's got that diffuser. Ooh. Does find Akui as well. Plenty of time on the board, Nick. There is a world where this is possible.
That's true. He can bait out the plan a few times. It's important that Matchco try and push together.
Ooh. It's the first bait. He's got info on 1. He needs to isolate the ones. Take down some of the lasers. Oh, he's so vulnerable here. Should be a freebie for Dora. If he can continue his form of today, spots the player, almost whiffs it, but gets it, and that is a very well-warranted scream from Dora. More kills today, Nick, than his entire stage thus far.
He's popping off. I mean, he's ego challenging everybody in the server. He's just picking a good gun, walking about, and just picking up the kills. And all of that, you know, going back to the start of that round in the prep phase, he was kind of trolling with the gadget, destroying his own, you know, Prisma right here. So he will lose.
He goes back and looks at
Oh no. So he will lose the one Prisma. You have an uneven number, so you have 7, and you need them to connect together. So not like any like major mess up, but the fact that you can laugh it off and then just pick up about 3 or 4 kills in the round shortly after with so much confidence is such a good thing for Thor, because he has had a really bad stage. Great stuff, man. Great stuff.
Attackers have
And they picked
located
the
a bomb.
nearest bad tertiary bomb site, dude. They're on a streak right now. I love this.
Yeah, well, just continue what we were saying before. You know, almost all these rounds have been really dominant. That's the closest one we've seen so far. 1v2, a realistic 1v2. But the only round Matchco has lost was when they picked the objectively worst bomb site on this map and just got absolutely obliterated without Wolves really having to do much. They kind of just got presence in the map and then cut off a few kills and then forced Matchco into re-aggression to retake. And not a lot to be said for Wolves and a lot to cheer about just winning on such an easy bomb site to attack. Now they've got a tougher slog, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is a 5-1. And yes, it may be a defensive comeback for Wolves in the second half, but a 5-1 is certainly not a good way to kick off the series.
And it gives Matchco the confidence that they need to make their explosive attacks work, right? Because they've had their issues, they changed IGLs back to tap, and in their first game since doing so, they're already looking way better. And you can say, oh, it's because Thor's popping off, they're getting lucky, Wolves are bad, whatever excuse you want to make on their behalf, right? But if you're a Matchco player, right now everything's just working. So when they go into the attack inside, they have all this confidence, whereas Wolves, look at their player cameras when they lose in these rounds, especially Noodle, size, bit of frustration, bit of, what are we doing, you know? They're gonna go on defense thinking, yeah, it's the better side to be on, but we're down 1-5, like what's the point? So Matchco definitely in a better mental game currently. And Wolves gonna really show us some life in this final attack round to give some more, you know, better expectations on the side swap.
Guys like Noodle, he's played on M80 in North America, he's played on Bleed and Team Joel in APAC, he's played at 6 Invitationals and Majors, and now to be on a middling team in EML, certainly not a confidence booster. He knows that he's capable of so much more, as is the team, as is this whole roster. But if Matchco go 5-1 here, that could spell death for Wolves. Could mean the first victory, and even the first points for Matchco off the stage. As Wolves set their sights on the breach here, plenty of EMPs to get the job done, and Raiden is not able to juggle it.
It's gonna be a hard spot for Raiden to be in. Either if he gets 1 kill and dies, that's worth it, or just stay alive for as long as possible, try and use that C4 before he gets found out. Because when these drones go into the bomb site and they find his positioning right here, they're all gonna come hunting for him because it's an easy target to take down first.
He's so exposed with the breaches on both sides of him.
C4.
A Nitro Cell, that's not gonna work, and Tyrant is gonna catch him. Raiden needed to burn time or find a kill, and he failed at both.
They can actually smoke and plant right now. The only saving grace is Solus can figure out where the plant is going down. But if that one guy backstabbing top at the same time, you just need 7 seconds of freedom to get that bomb down successfully. Teb, you gotta find this plant spot and call to your team.
It's all about the vertical play, all about the plan. He's got info. Here it comes, the scan. Surely the shot. Tyrant goes down. And the Solus comes up clutch for Matchko. 4v5. Another one, surely. Leader takes a lot of damage. The shotgun comes out. He's down on the ground. Diffuser collected by Creeds. He looks for a plant again. But he's not going to be able to get it. Dora once again to the rescue. A 5-1 half for Matchko.
And again, Wolves, they lose the round off the basic principles of how to play Lair on the attacking side. The Warden's banned. That's going to be one of the hard counters of this attack, right? He can see through the smoke, but not the sense wall. The other one can be a Maestro. That's where you play the Brava for the counterplay. The third big counter is going to be the Solus. They can see exactly where you are planting. And yes, you're in a smoke, but they got that confirmed ping on your exact whereabouts. It does not work out. Matchko in full control. 5-1. They're looking good. They're playing good. And on this side swap, one team is laughing and celebrating, and the other one, they want to get out of here, James. They want this game to be over because this absolutely sucks.
Yeah, it does. Matchko. Oh. I mean, that is such a good way to switch into the second half. You said it, right? Going 5-1, it's not just about winning as many rounds as you can, but Matchko now move onto their attacks, which is by far and away more challenging for teams of this level with extra confidence, and it means they're going to have the guts to go for things like rushes, for ego challenges, the things that are going to get them across the line. You're not going to win this game if you're Matchko now by converting your 5-1 lead, by playing your slow and steadies.
No.
Now, we need to get aggressive. We need to get up in Wolves' face.
There's this saying that you and I used to discuss a fair bit when we first started casting together, and it was playing to win or playing to lose. And it's a little bit tricky to explain, but I guess how I would try and describe it is, when you're playing to win, you're taking the round into your control. You know, you're making the play, you're doing something, you're not waiting around. If you're just passively holding angles and waiting for something to happen from the enemy team, you're playing to lose, so to speak, because you're not making any actionable moments happen in the server. And you're right, that's what you're saying as well. Matchko needs to now just ride out the rounds and play nice and slow and steady. They gotta take control over these rounds on the attacking side. Be explosive, be confident, be decisive. That's how they're gonna win. Don't be scared now because you got a 5-1 lead. Be relentless, be furious, be aggressive in the server because you got so many rounds you can afford to lose.
Yeah, I really love the phrase playing not to lose, because you see it sometimes when teams get a lead and they're like, well, if we just be careful, we won't lose the advantage we've gained. No, you need to send it. You need to still have the guts to make plays, even when you're in the advantage. I don't know where Lolo took a lot of damage earlier through the vert, likely.
Sure.
Not a success, though, for Teb on this vertical game with the buck. As a wise man once said, these holes work both ways, and that hasn't changed in the 10 years that Rainbow Six Siege has happened. Having a player below itself is not enough, Pengu. You need a crossfire. You need people pushing horizontally at the same time as this vertical pressure comes through. Otherwise, it's just a 1v1 gunfight.
That's exactly what you need. Matchko also banning out the mute, not playing demos. We've seen this before, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but it's not the end of all. C4 eclipses the beam above. Unfortunately, doesn't go out of the window because there's 4 players here, and they're gonna jump in that window and try and take a fight. Play to win.
Straight in the bathroom for 2. Oh, Lolo's surely gonna die to that smoke. Well placed. He's punished for taking damage earlier on. It's gonna slow down Raiden now. His spot's a little bit, and Akui is gonna team kill Dora. Top fragger for Matchko, dead in the water. Wolves 5v3, and I mean, all they have to do is sit back and chill out. As it's taking a hell of a lot of damage, Akui finds this time an enemy player. Raiden is absolutely abused here by the smoke and the impacts, and he will fall. It's still winnable if Teb and Akui can get into it, but no. Akui's the last one left, and he's going to have to ace up this round. Technically, it'll need to be a 6K if you count the team kill onto Dora. I think the round is done. Wolves, at the switch of the half, thankfully, finally find a way to victory.
A series of unfortunate events there for Matchko, though. The team kill, the Toxic Babe hitting the player with 1 HP left. Not getting enough pressure, I think, around the building. There's 4 guys by display window and bathroom window. That's just not enough. No internal pressure. Barbed wire not been punched out yet as well, so Wolves know exactly what's clear and what isn't. And you're right about my point earlier. I completely butchered the saying. It's playing to win or playing not to lose, not playing to lose.
I didn't want to throw you under the bus when you were talking about it.
I was thinking, I was like, this doesn't sound right, but I guess that's what it is. And you say not to lose, I say, that's the one. That's it. No celebration. Come on, Noodle. You just won the round. Come on. You look so sad that you won the round. Man, look. No
I
vibes.
think that's because he's down 5-2, so he's still pretty mad about it.
Yeah, but comeback starts right here, right? That's your first round in the last 4 that you're actually winning. Or 3 technically, but still, it's again the small things, guys.
Yeah, I do think you need to fire up even when you're losing. It's an important round, right? And you look at how it panned out. And Macho surely going to be a bit of a bicker after that. You know, team kill, a silly mistake.
Yeah, small things is okay.
Yeah, a lot of little things going wrong for Macho. And hopefully that gives Wolves the confidence to be like, guys, we knew it was going to be like this. Attacking on this map's hard for both of us. We'll be able to come back. This could technically still be a 3-point win for Wolves. They could win 6 defenses in a row.
Completely possible. It is... We've seen harder games being won before. Macho, of course, again, if they keep a good mental, they can laugh that previous round away because, like, oh, guys, we're up 5-2. It's like that round doesn't matter. We can afford to lose it because we built this big lead and just keep on trying. And look at this lineup. It's a bit more flexible. It's a bit more aggressive. Demos finally been brought up by Tep. You got some grenades, 2 sets with the Sledge and the Demos as well. In fact, you have a 6 grenade on Striker. It's very explosive. To try and fish for some of those kills with the utility. The question for me is, how hard will Wolves commit to the roam game? Because when you play this basement defense, you can either stick around, try and go for a flank later on, try and hold map control, or you just kind of dance around the top floor, kill a drone, play first floor, kill a drone, fall back towards the basement bomb side. That's the question. Where's the line for Wolves? And is Macho gonna hit this side directly? Because Dora is exploring it right now. Or will it try and contest the roam up above? I mean, this is so free.
I've been waiting for the...
What?
I've been waiting for the opportunity to say Dora is exploring, and you've just stolen it. I don't even know if you knew what you were doing, but I love it.
Loading new mag.
He is tempted here on the blitz to make something happen.
Yeah, they're gonna go for it.
I think you're on the money here. There's a gap, and it's been spotted, and Wolves need to make sure to close it. They find the blitz, but do fall. It's Tyrant. Surely the flank here has been spotted, but the timing is off for Lolo. Creeds comes around the corner, wins that fight. And Macho, the wind sucked from their sails. Wolves just need to restabilize here as Ted goes deep, finds his pick, traded back again by Creeds, who has saved this round for Wolves.
It's again the small things that Macho are actually messing up right now. For example, when Blitz jumps in that window, he was gonna go away from the bomb side and up the staircase, get shot from behind. He's worried about the door to his left and the rotor to his hard left. If he smoked off the staircase instead and pushed into the bomb side, a guy outside on the window can hold his flank. But when you push away from your teammates, you will die alone. Then it becomes a trade 1-for-1 instead. It's again these very small things. And then of course, they toss out the grenade, they get flanked after, another small mistiming, loses Macho, another player. Now the round isn't over, there's 60 seconds, there's 2 attackers still alive for Macho, but they have limited tools. They can still do a little bit of hurt, they got the hatch control, they now know that all the defenders are downstairs on the bomb site itself. If they can find one free pick here from above, down to a 2-on-2 right there, could have been a moment. That will open up the round completely for them, but as long as it's down a player, it looks almost impossible.
Yeah. That's right, gotta go fishing here. Red and Akwi both, and the sledgehammer certainly will help. The Denari proves to be a bit of an obstacle for Raiden. These 2 players are gonna go in separate directions. I don't mind this, but it does really rely on them individually having a moment. Akwi's now having trouble with the Denari. Really injured. Not gonna have info on where these players are. Raiden, he's far too early. He didn't time it well. His teammate wasn't in position, and Creeds finds the final kill. Big round from Creeds. Back from his stint down under. He's looking a lot better here in EU. He's helping Wolves out. 3 rounds now on their side, and the gap between these 2 teams is closing.
Tactical timeout as well for Macho. I think this is actually a great time to go for it. You still got a 2-round lead. You can make some adaptations, see if they work, and worst case, now you're 5-5, even round. You just played like it's 0-0, right? If you wait a bit longer with this tactical timeout, you've already probably lost your lead at that point. So I really like the timing of this. Now the question is, can they convert it into a victory? I think what they're going to be discussing right now is what pace they're going to be going for. For example, they saw an opportunity for a bomb site rush. And of course, you see it, you feel it, you call it. That's how you play the game. But it could be a case of, guys, I know we're looking for gaps, but we gotta follow the paper, go back to fundamentals, and just play out the rounds. If we go for those rushes, small things can go wrong, we lose the rounds. If we just do like our default stuff, top down, roam clear, vertical into a plant, we know what's gonna be happening, and we can control the problems a lot easier. That could be a very likely discussion they're having, just in Italian, not English most likely. And I want to see if their pacing will change as a result of this tactical timeout.
No, I want to see just a massive, drastic flip.
Yeah.
And the problem for me, Pengu, is I think that this next round is probably not the one to do it, because the tertiary bomb site, it's hard to throw a curveball on.
That's true.
It's funny, often tertiary bomb sites are the most rushable. I feel like traditionally that tends to be the case, because there's a reason they're tertiary, and it's probably because there's something like, you know, a wall where you can just go for a rush plant on, or something like that. But no, this tertiary bomb site is complicated to defend and even more complicated to attack. And I don't know, I have a feeling this is not going to be a Matchco round. If they're going to do an explosive attack that's going to steal the thunder of Wolves, I think it's going to happen on that top floor or on the basement. They tried it last round, Pengu, like you identified. They spotted a gap on the site, they sent the blitz in, but it didn't work. And a big problem we're seeing with Matchco, it's not necessarily that their reads are off, they're going too deep, they're going too separated, they're not trading these players who are dying solo when they go a little bit too deep. That's what happened last round on that entry with the blitz. No one was there to trade it. Yeah. And then they just lost all the trade games from then on. So this round, to me, sadly, I don't have a lot of confidence here for Matchco.
I like this first look, though. We got Maverick making Swiss cheese on the wall exterior. They can be there now, they can go there later. That's the great thing about Maverick. It's a small hole that the defenders cannot really utilize by running out, for example. They got Monty for upstairs roam control and to just take some of the map space. Then they got Deimos for hunting for a kill, Nova for flank watch, and Sense for bombs to execute. They have so many tools at their disposal. And one important thing they have, which Wolves were missing on their attack, was a way to safely plant down that diffuser. Matchco played the Sense, or sorry, they played the Solace rather, where they see where the bomb is going down. Wolves are playing the Warden that can see through the smoke. Sure, but Raiden is playing Monty. That shield can protect you so well, even in a smoke behind the Sense wall, and can kind of counter the verticality a bit. So I feel like if Matchco can get the perfect read on where the Warden is and where the C4s are as well, they can go for a cheese plant. The only concern I have, there are 3 C4s to keep track of, and that is going to be difficult because there's so much happening in this round once the round really begins.
Yeah. And one of those C4s is on site, and 2 of them are upstairs, which I also think is a good split.
Yeah.
You also mentioned the Warden. There's also Akwi. You know, the Sens gate obviously can't be peered through by the Warden. A great nade. The second one might actually finish off Crease down to 1 HP. The third nade! That is one way to clear an anchor. A slew of nades from Matchco finds its mark. Plenty of smokes to utilize, but that Warden is still at large. I think we might be on for a door plant here. Instead of going deep, they could literally plant behind this Monty on the main door to site.
Monty can go deep as well, go into that small locker room, and then use his shield to cover the angles, but a swing on the verticality doesn't go the right way, and the C4 almost takes down Raiden. They're gonna see his plant, but it's not gonna work, but wait, he's toast.
He's dead. There's no way! There's no way! He's 1 HP! Eventually the plant does not go down because Tyrant will finally find that angle. That could have been the round if Matchco had landed the plant, but no, Wolves have denied it. And with that, I think the Italians may be right out of luck. They're desperately, the last 3 will go to the top floor. They know they can't retrieve that diffuser. They have to try and refrag these players upstairs. Azza, obliterated by Teb with the AK, but Lolo's the last one standing. In that 1v3, he cannot find a damn thing. Wolves are running it back. The gap is closing.
I like what you're saying there, actually. I think planting in the door behind the Monty, that could have been a great way to solve that round as well. The other one, just send one attacker upstairs for a bit of a backstab, because right now there is 4 people alive in the server once the Sens died. They're all watching the Monty, praying that the diffuser gets planted. The Sens wall died to the C4 that almost killed the Monty. There was no smoke being tossed for a follow-up, so you're just kind of planting in the middle of nothing essentially, hoping it works out and hoping it's not going to get you the distance every single time. And in that round, I think it down to a 0-point-something second situation. It was so close to both of these two teams. Monty 1 health, but so close to planting. If the bomb goes down, surely Match could win. And if it doesn't, surely Wolves, they do confirm that kill. Look at this. The timer? Yeah, that's a 0.7 or something along those lines. It was so close.
Yeah, wild. I cannot believe that he committed to the bit on planting that when he was taken so low from that first C4. Like, he went down to 40 HP off that first C4. There was another Nitro cell, by the way, in the pocket. They could have tossed that down, and that would have killed him, even if it wasn't close. So, yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
That was a mistake. That was a bad call. Even the Sens, obviously, there was a gap in the doorway, which is why he was spotted on the vert. That's another mistake. It's funny, like, Siege is such a punishing game. If you ever talk to people who don't play a lot of Siege about what it's like to jump in this game, they're like, oh yeah, I died to some little nerd on the other side of the map, like prone with his little punch hole, with some gadget activated, and then and it's like, it's all about the little details in Siege, right? If you slightly miss your Sens wall, if you go for the plant a second too early, if 1 millimeter of your knee is showing while you're planting, that's going to cost you a whole round.
I haven't seen that many high-level FPS players give Siege a proper go, but there was a time way in the past where Shroud was like grinding the game actively, back when he got his charm in Siege as well. And he would like get plant, I think, just smoking people in gunfights, but he would die to the most obscure angles he had no idea existed. And that was like, that's the Siege experience, right? You will be one of the greatest FPS players in the consecrated space of Shroud pretty often, from like the craziest angles, pre-line up C4s, the strategies, but if you give him a fair 50-50 gunfight, you will never beat him. And that's what I love about Siege. There's so many different ways to express yourself creatively, with skill. You don't just have to take good gunfights. There's so much you can do in the game. Every single map, every round.
You can be pretty garbage on the gunfights and still play Siege pretty well, and I mean, you're living proof of that.
Lowest headshot % maybe in the Siege Pro League history, by the way. Also played smoke and shotgun and stuff, but still,
you have
like,
the lowest headshot percentage in Siege history.
Yeah, like I haven't checked the last 2 or 3 years, but if you look at the rounds that I've played, like the amount and the headshot ratio, I am by far the worst, bar a few players. Boonsy was second lowest in Europe, which was the same role as me, like Blackbeard, smoke main, playing in the same positions, etc. So it's definitely a playstyle thing that affects my headshot ratio. But even in ranked and casual matches, I rarely surpass 50%.
Initiating hack.
Dora lands his body shots as well, taking after you. He's also going to hack the cams. Creed's the big one to take down too as well. He's been really solid, but of course Dora has done even better. 11 kills.
Oh,
nice
it's a
juggle.
bandit trick. If only we had a bug downstairs, guys. If only we had a flourish drone on the roof, guys. It's not that simple, but I mean, Tip is actually just marching up the rocket stairs instead, so not
Why
gonna
are
go
you
for the
playing
bird.
Buck if you're not going to go there?
He's got a good gun. I mean, no Tyrant is stuck in this corner now, so know where he is.
Why didn't they try and take him out on the...
They got better
I
guns.
guess we can
They
just
got
win a
better guns.
gunfight onto one.
FPS
Tyrant is going to
gamers.
peek. Sometimes Siege is a game of details, and sometimes it's an FPS. And that round for Matchco, it was all about the gunfights. It was all about just going for it, taking the chance that was presented to them.
Yep.
And guess what, Pengu? That's match point for the Italians.
Yeah, they just need one more round to go their way. And I mean, it's such a puzzling one because you point out so well, what about the vert? What about the gadgets? What about playing strategically? What about peeling back the layers? What about breaching? No. Just walk in, win your gunfights, simplify the round, and don't overcomplicate it. I like the fact that Macho, despite losing 3 rounds in a row and looking a little bit dire, they still keep up with this explosiveness. It hasn't worked at all until that very moment, but they kept trying. They're guaranteed at least overtime. They're guaranteed at least 1 point now on the board, and they're looking a lot better than previous play days. Dora has gone a little bit quiet since going onto the attacking side, but he got the opening kill in that previous round. He hacked the cameras and got more value for his team and helped them find that victory.
And the critical thing about Macho going crazy and just sending it, playing the FPS game, forgetting about util, is that they did it together. This wasn't one player being, oh, like Teb, for example, the Bark. We were spectating him, like, thinking, why isn't he going downstairs? Macho as a team decided, guys, we're just going to send it. We're going to chuck an Ace Summer onto a wall that we know is going to get Bandit juggled because that occupies the Bandit. Meanwhile, we're just going to send it and push into the site with all of our remaining players, and it worked. And now Macho finally, after 4.5 games, have 1 point on the standings. They're off that donut, and they're gunning for 3. If they get it, Nick, they'll go all the way up and jump above Virtus Pro, and potentially, next playday, they could also jump above Team Secret, who are the EWC champions. So, it's a huge gift for them. And if they can get this over walls right now, get the full 3 points, that's a confidence booster for them.
That would be a big glow up, that's for damn sure. Sometimes making some small changes like an IGL or some fundamental changes in operators or match prep can take you a great distance. Right now we're baiting, if you're Lolo, holding the drone hole for the run back on the staircase. He has a DMR, so each bullet will do a fair bit of damage, but you see the blood on the ground. He was shot himself on this angle earlier, so they should know that he might be creeping about. And because he's holding this angle, it does mean only 4 players are actively working the map while he's doing that himself. So a little bit of a slower pace right now for Macho. Do some self-destruction top floor, hard destruction first floor, try and peel back the roamers. We saw something crossing over, like dropping down that hatch towards the bomb site. Goyo cannons just popped. They just will say, okay, we bought as much time as possibly could. Just pop the Goyos, fall back. They're gonna be stalled to about 1 minute and 10 seconds before they get vertical access. Timer might be a problem here for Macho.
And Wolves continue burning back that time. Creed pops a Vulcan, falls back. So much util for burn time. Even those Denari tripwires on the staircases will burn a few seconds. Not to mention schemas and castles to clear. The smoke and the Vulcans. So much time delay here for Wolves. Macho have to be quick about it, but they found the opening pick. It's Noodle who goes down. One of the most experienced players on Wolves. He's eliminated already. Macho might be able to get it done here.
They are. Hold your breath, Macho. Right now is no time for mistakes. No way to lose in 0 seconds, right? You gotta go before it's too late. The question is, do you push all at once? Do you push together? Go for default plant or plant deep?
Lolo's deep, cutting off the cross. Flag going down from Raiden. There's info on it for Wolves, but there's nothing to do except for Kreese to explosively push in from behind the castle barricade. Where's the trade? Teb completely clueless. Kreese finds another one. He may have just saved Wolves today. Another plan looking to go down. Dora, he's denied. It's Akwi against 2 here. And Macho, they're not going to finish it, not just yet. Tyrant won't even give him the satisfaction of a pick. Wolves continue pushing deep. Don't let that music fool you. This is not done yet.
Honestly, I'm looking back at that round thinking, okay, what could be going differently? What could be done better there for the side of Macho? I think it just boils down to the plant position. One, they had not dealt with the bulletproof camera that was spotting 3 different attackers. One by the hatch, one who dropped the hatch, and the one planting default low early in that round. If they plant in the default location on the right-hand side of that castle barricade, they can't just punch the castle once and shoot the planter. You'd have to punch the castle barricade, push out the door, swing to his right, and then shoot. And that means the guy on the vert can hold the door with confidence, guaranteed win that gunfight, I would argue, and the plan should be going down. But look at this, he prepped the castle, red ping is there, it's all too easy. There's no way that they weren't prepared for that. And if they were prepared for that, then they would say, guys, don't worry, I'll shoot him when he punches the castle barricade, I'll win that gunfight. But you're shooting toes, and he's shooting the head. He's gonna win the gunfight, not you. And even if you trade 1 for 1, the planter is dead. you're in a bad spot now all of a sudden. Macho could not afford to make a mistake, and yet they did. Now, it's their final chance before going into overtime.
Keep it deployed.
Macho had a pretty damn good stage 1. They won 5 of their matches, 5 of their BO1s, even taking down teams as good as BDS. Stage 2, it's been an utter disaster, and their most recent result was getting 7-0'd by that same very team of BDS. And now they're looking to find their first win of the stage. Their first win, Pengu, in 77 days.
Oh.
It's been a long drought here for the Italians, but they only have one last chance to get all the 3 points out of this game, to get it done in regulation, and that's to win this round right here.
And they're playing Nuke as well. It's a wild card of an operator. It hasn't been shown so far in this matchup. It was actually banned out by Matchco when they're defending. And now, for all the marbles in regulation, Temp is gonna pick up the operator. It's a risky play because this is a solo play-oriented kind of operator. You're gonna walk in alone. Actually, hold up. They're going very fast right now. Monty breaking down the barricades, looking to call out as well. It's a very fast, effective roam clear. But the thing is, most of Wolves are actually holding below. They're not really contesting much top floor. Interesting. I thought they'd have more people here.
Yeah, this is a strange setup from Wolves. There seems to be a weakness on that top floor, and we know how important that is to hold when defending this bomb site. Monty spotting the player on the top floor.
Changing lanes.
Who's going to help Noodle and Tyrant? I mean, Noodle's actually continuing to fall back, is he? Leader is there to support. This is a very strange setup here from Wolves.
I like
What is
it.
the play here?
They just boxed themselves in, reinforcing all the walls essentially. So now it's a kill box on top floor. No rotates.
Ted coming in from around the corner. He needs to win this fight. He does. Noodle's down. Tyrant though steps up massively. Traded. Another one with the Deagle. Tab 14 kills. He might get Matchco across the line. Creeds wants to try and duel him. Creeds wants to play. The nade scares him off for now. 2v3 as Wolves desperately look to hold on.
Gonna reset the round right now. Hack those camps at Dokkaebi, get the flying drones established. But the thing is, again, 40 seconds. That a slow start to this round. An explosive end to that roam clear upstairs. With Ted being only 1 HP as well, he has to go baiting first. Oh, they have the yellow ping information. You have to win this gunfight. You have to win this one.
Oh, Raiden, this is your chance. And it all comes down to Creeds. The newest addition to Wolves. He's well earned his place, but now he must prove that it was the worthwhile pickup. Raiden and Teb try and find him, and he finds the first one. 1v1, but there is no escape from up above. Teb will fall. Creeds has put him down and put Wolves into OT.
The fear was correct. The attacking side is just a bit of a struggle right now for both these two teams, but in such different ways. Wolves, when they're attacking, they're struggling at opening up the round. They don't really get a foothold. They don't really enter the building. They don't see the bomb side. Matchco, they keep getting to the site. They keep getting into a 2v1, a 2v2, a 3v2 in arguably really strong positions, but then they bottle it. They lose a round that shouldn't really be losable. This one was definitely a bit riskier. Not as stable for them, but it's a 2 versus 1. They don't beat together. It was a 3v2. They don't beat together. Tep went massive in that round, and still they lose it out from this spot. 28 seconds, 2v1. Spare grenade in pocket, no flashbangs, but again, Tep 1 HP on the vert. Raiden alone security. You see right there, frustration. Guys, how did that happen? How did we lose that round again?
Raiden really didn't need to peek that. I mean, I hate to point fingers. I hate to focus on minutia, but Raiden really did not need to peek that. Teb was above on the vert.
Yeah.
They clearly had decided that it was going to be 1 on the vert and 1 pushing from site. Raiden was full HP near enough. Teb was 1 shot, and you don't want to be 1 shot when you're playing a vertical gunfight because a stray bullet and you're dead. And they didn't peek Creeds together. So Creeds gets the 1v2. I thought it was a 1v3 perhaps. And Wolves pushed us into overtime.
It was like a 3v2 into a 2v1 like the same second. So if that's a 1v3, 1v2 clutch, I can't tell you actually.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Heartbreaking.
It's been a long time
rounds.
between drinks here for Matchco, and the fact that this has gone to overtime is certainly going to live in their head rent-free, especially if this slips away from them. They took down Wolves in stage 1. It was a pretty solid game. It was 7-4, I believe, off the top of my head. Wolves are the ones that struggled in stage 1. Matchco far exceeded expectations. Way back at the start of this year, Nick, we were really impressed by Matchco. They came out of the Challenger Series with a lot of respect. People were saying, look, everyone's calling these guys a tier 2 team. They're not. They are tier 1. They got 5 wins in stage 1, which is more than half of their games.
Yeah.
In the regular stage, and yet, of course, petered out early in playoffs and haven't found a win since those best of ones in stage 1. Wolves, on the flip side, stage 2 has been their game. They found some big wins of their own. They're in the playoffs at the moment.
10 seconds to go.
And this comeback has got them further. Standings,
5 seconds left
helping them
before
out.
insertion.
Another point with one more up for grabs if they can win here in overtime.
Attackers
And guess
must
what,
locate
Pengu?
and
It's
defuse a
Wolves
bomb.
starting on the defense here in OT.
Yeah, not just that, but opting for the tertiary bomb set as well, if I saw correctly. I mean, that's a bit of a bold statement, but I quite like it. We saw the struggles of Matchco last time around, just trying to hold down F on their keyboard, praying for a plant going down, and they've actually tripled down on plant denial. They have Warden, and Solus, and Smoke. They're saying if Matchco don't have the problem-solving skills to attack the top floor, we will win off the verticality. So Matchco right now have no choice but to go for a roam clear, which they haven't been that effective at. They've been kind of slow, and often most just fall back, they run away, and time becomes their best friend. And Matchco is starting off this round again on the roof, droning, taking it very slow despite having the Munty. Now they're finally in the building. That's almost a third of the round already gone on the clock. So they gotta speed up, so they're sprinting down this hallway.
And the Monty is the perfect ingredient for it. We saw Matchco take control of the top floor last round, but they lost too many bodies to Tyrant doing so. Can they be quicker this time around? Reinforce off, refortifying the position here. And promptly to follow Selma as a reply. Leader is there. He spots out that Monty and decides to fall on back. So a quick reposition here from Wolves.
No backstepping really either from Matchco, so their fallback is completely free. Toxic Babe's actually going to be used upstairs now to stall for time further. This door will not be interpol until 1 minute flat. That means again, time is going to be running very low. Last summer charge being spent just now to open up a small line of sight. Aster will die eventually, but the longer he can stay alive for, or even get a kill, will be insane value for his team.
And he still has one more gas in pocket. Matchco essentially just have to wait for it to subside.
Yeah.
Found another breach on the wall though, further exposing his positions, but look at Wolves. These two players on that top floor are not giving anything up. Meanwhile,
They're going
Akwi,
below.
he's actually completely pivoted. Almost nobody plants on this side of the bomb site. And now he's already in. He could potentially go for a plant pretty soon. Sees the Solus, looks to try and take the knife, gets his knockback. Creeds finds one before he's traded. Matchco now, they have a gap inside of the site and they look for a plant. They completely ignored the defenders up above. And they might actually make it work. Dora forces the plant down, dropping down below. It's a big kill for Azza. But the retake is not done yet. Leader comes around to support. Lola trying to hold on. Azza will take him down. 2v2. Still in the post plant. No match point for either team. Just yet. This is not the end of the game. But who will find it? Is Matchco really gonna find another round of the attack? Not if the retake happens. Raiden's gonna clutch up 1v2. Azza and Leader. Nerves of steel as Leader looks to cover, but he needs to kill Azza first. Can he clutch up? Raiden's got it. Matchco finally get the attack win they need, but it's 1 round too late.
Oh, it's another barn burner of a round. Strategically, probably the best round I think we've seen from both teams in a single moment, because it was a counter after counter after counter. It was beautiful to watch. Wolves, they start on an extended roam top floor. They fall back relatively early, but they have reinforcements in pocket to just fortify the wall and server. Then they're just gonna leave one guy upstairs on smoke, wasting more time and just kind of sacrifice that position. Matchco recognized this and they just hit the bomb site from the back instead. instead, which, as you said, no one really does this. Yes, Monty goes in, it's a bit messy, but they get the job done. And then in the retake, when Wolves have to go absolutely crazy in the server, they do, and they're maybe 1 or 2 seconds away from actually winning the round on time, because the counter defuse almost went through. Look at this.
We're gonna have to watch this replay. I genuinely thought the defense might have won that.
So close. So close. And it just goes to show
Think about it.
Oh, you go.
Kind of like this, Nick. I mean, Matchco had so many they had 2 match points.
He did.
And that's when they finally win their attack round, only after it hits overtime?
Banger. That's all I can say. Banger. I mean,
Oh my gosh.
it's gonna go all the way to 15, and we're gonna get one more barn burn of a round. We're gonna get one more clutch, one more insane play. Has to. I mean, we've gone almost the entire way. Just take us all the way there. Wolves, I'm with you right now, boys. Take us to 7-7. Made a better team win. Again, both teams on the attacking side opting for explosiveness and operator lineup. It's not gonna be, you know, a slow sail into the sunset. It's gonna be, guys, 3, 2, 1, team power. Let's just go. Believe in it. Get it done. Matchco, they've been so good at using utility, like the C4s especially been like hitting their marks. They got 2 in pocket this round. This duo of Dora on the Mira and Raiden on the Bandit has been working out so well for them on this top 4 defense. One more time for them to find that success, that will get them the overtime victory.
And I want to back in Matchco here because Wolves, the only round of attack that they've won, Pengu, was on that armory weapon maintenance bomb site, which was clearly a mistake from Matchco. Loading new man. As on this Deimos, deadly operator, but Matchco is fighting him on the vert, and he's not found much headway yet. He's the only one to have taken damage. Meanwhile, the rest of Wolves just getting to work on what is a pretty default attack.
Yeah. But need I remind you, Matchco got to the bomb site, they were looking good, and then they lost the rounds. Wolves struggled to even see the bomb site on their entire attack in half, and this round is looking similar. They're barely in ops room. They're barely into the building. This is the only player, Tyrant, inside the building right now, and there's only 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Time will be problematic, and when you start getting low on time, you speed up, you go a little bit too fast sometimes, and you overswing.
Oh, the timing.
The grenade caught in timing. Not like this, Wolves, not again.
To push overtime and then to fall over. That could be the fate of Wolves. 2 players in deficit. They need this pick. Raiden exposes himself for a brief moment. No one has fallen. Raiden gets the kill. Creed has been the shining light for Wolves, but he is now a lone wolf against 5 hungry Italians. Matchco just need to sit back and relax. This round is theirs. This game is theirs. It might not be the full points, but it is a win nonetheless. It's been a hell of a long time between drinks, but now they can take a deep, thirsty gulp after the long drought of losses that Matchco have faced. A win in overtime is a win nonetheless for the Italians.
And Dora as an individual really showed his skill level today, getting more, like doubling his kills today, playing well, getting stuff done, being flexible, and Wolves, they could not buy an attack around. Oh my days.
They pushed OT though, and that itself, Pengu, is commendable. We'll break it all down after this break.
Now Shepard with a quadra kill. And now it's all up to Preshow. Preshow slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened. And Philippe will see. CDS steal that round for Furio.
Are you ready for this? Bangu, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below. And it's just in the face. Penta are going to the grand final.
This could be difficult. If the swing...
Mason a second, Mason a third!
Ryder! Oh my god! Wow! Pre-day holding up for the plot. It's a 1v5.
Attackers.
They had everything going! 1v5!
For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to pop the last available second. Was hoping he baited them out. Soliton's down! Pre-day's up! He's also down!
Ladies and gentlemen, what an evening! Macho pull it over the line with 2 points. The first one's very much needed here, taking down Wolves on a lair. It's a very fitting map in this. However, I have an interview lined up. Let's have a chat with Raiden joining us, the brand new player on Macho. Raiden, thank you so much for being with us here this evening. You won! It's great! How do you feel? What's the motion? Because you got changes, everything. How's the morale on the team after this big win? We had a talk with Teb earlier today, and it was like, you know, we're gonna do it, we're gonna try, but still, there's a lot of heavy emotion behind it.
I mean, first of all, pleasure to meet you. And then, like, regardless of like the games we had like before, so like all the losses, we still think like the team is really good, and like we're still gonna set the bar high, and like let's see where we land. That's all I can say. But the team morale is good, and hopefully we get more wins.
Very good, gents.
Raiden, I want to ask you a question about this morale. If we take a look at the standings together right now, you guys obviously were lacking a few wins, and you're now sitting on 2 more points. And I'm wondering, is it for you a question of trying to gain as much points as possible to avoid the relegation discussion? Or are you really aiming still for the playoffs here?
We're definitely still aiming for the playoffs. Like, that's the objective, like, that we aimed at the beginning, where like we made the team, and like we're still aiming for it. If we don't land over there, it is what it is.
Okay, nice. When we spoke to Teb earlier, he mentioned that you guys have made an IGL change mid-stage. Do you want to elaborate on that? Because I suppose it led to the first win today, right?
Yeah. So like now it was me. I was the IGL for the first 3 games, I think. This one was the 5th, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
So like first 3 games, and then like we decided to change to Tab because like he's just like a bit more decisive in the mid round, and like definitely experience have been going well. And for us, it was all from the beginning to just translate the scrim work into the competitive game, and today we showed it. Definitely a bit of mistakes, but good game.
I think I don't know what you think, but from an outside POV, I felt like you played really well today, especially compared to the last few matches. Do you think it gave you more space to you personally to focus on your game?
I mean, if you mean me personally, like, I mean, I don't know. I definitely played a good game, but like, I think just like the energy that Tab brings is just like what we need at the moment, so that the morale stays up. Like we don't choke. Let's put it that way.
I mean, it worked out well. It was a win, the first one, 2 points that you get to put on the board. And regarding that conversation of what happens next, you know, obviously there's relegation and all of that. Tomorrow you get to play against Virtus.pro, who have just as many points as you do. What is your aim in that match specifically? And how do you want to tackle a team like Virtus.pro that can achieve a lot, but has been very much wounded this stage?
I think like our objective for the whole stage is like win every single game, regardless who we have in front of us. And just like we obviously know how Virtus.pro play, but we're just gonna focus on our gameplay. We do what we wanna do, see how they react. Hopefully we can read them properly. I mean, shouldn't be too hard on Virtus.pro. They should always do the same. But yeah, just definitely focus on our playstyle, and that's it.
Very, very, very good. Thank you very much, Raiden, for joining us. It's been a pleasure meeting you on here and having our first conversation. Hopefully the start of many to come in the future. I wish you a good night. Go get rested. Tomorrow you open up the play day against Virtus.pro. Very excited to see you perform there.
See you. Thanks for your time.
Have a good night. There you go, gentlemen. We get to hear he's locked in.
He's locked in.
He's focused, and honestly, it feels like finally, yes, halfway through the stage, but Macho are alive.
Yeah, it's good to see. I think we questioned the map bans. It's worth going to that. You know, they hadn't won Lair previously, but they started themselves on the defense, and I thought they set themselves up for success really well. If you look at the operator bans, first and foremost, they banned away the Nook from Creeds. I know, they're so late round, but they banned away the Nook from Creeds. Why did they do that? They wanted to stop the cheesy stuff from happening. They wanted to stop basically Wolves' win condition, hem them into a place where they had to execute late and read them, and that's exactly what Macho did. Then they didn't quite get it over the line on their own attacks. Nobody could attack this lair, but why was that? That was basically because Creed was making it. He made 3 wonder plays that won Wolves 3 rounds. That's literally the only reason this game ended up in overtime.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see both teams having an extremely defender-sided map, whether, you know, I don't really care about the map itself. I can see all of the flows of each team in attacks. They're extremely predictable. They change their plans mid-round. You see them rotate, you see them slow. Whenever they give up on one side of the map, they need to redo everything with half of the time in that round on the other side of the map. And it's just easy to read.
Yeah.
It's not explosive. We don't see the right utility usage. We don't see any rush. I'm waiting to see, Jack, some change of pace from both teams, and it just does not happen yet.
It's ultimately 2 teams and it's clear to see in the level of the siege compared to what we've previously seen from Falcons as an attacking masterclass on this map. This is definitely two teams that are threatened by relegation, that are at the lower end of the standings inside of EML. It's not to say they can't grow, but the quality certainly did dip inside that game, and it came down ultimately to who held their nerve. It was that round 13 in overtime who held their nerve, and it was Macho in that round that got over the line.
And it was really who held their nerves in the late round every single round, defense being the biggest winner of it. But regardless, it still went very deep in every round.
Yeah, multiple examples. Let's take one with the side of Macho. Whenever they play Solis here, they're above the plant. They deny the plant with the Solis because there's no problem solving from Wolves. It was a 5v4 from Wolves. They had the man advantage. They could have sent someone in that solo window behind that Solis. He's visible from the outside window, by the way, here. He could get killed.
Or walk someone in green side.
Just send someone up green, send someone upstairs. And they lose here because they missed that critical win condition of denying the vert up top and not seeing that there was a Solis there. On the other hand, this was strategy. Let's take a look at the other win condition for Wolves. Creed is the win condition. He kills the diffuser here. He's multiple times the savior of this team. On the final 12th round, by the way, any day of the week, Matchco should win that. And it's Creeds once again that saves them in that 1v2. So on one hand, we had Matchco that played their utility and their strat towards that late round and won of that. And on the other hand, it's the Creeds show that basically saved Wolves multiple times, despite Wolves not playing to the level here.
Yeah, in both of those clips, you can have a look at that as kind of defensive dominance, playing to that late round, forcing the attack to do that. But also there was attacking mistakes made. On the Wolves side, they could have walked somebody up the top floor because either you commit the defenders to looking down at the plant or they look up at the guy pushing them. They could only do one of the two, right? Whereas, Wolves didn't do that. The same with when Matchco are attacking and allowing Creeds to make that big play. It's those things that the top teams don't allow to happen, and that's why it was such a scrappy game.
Well, gentlemen, it's time for us to talk about those top teams. So let's flip them up on the backboard, please. And yes, as you see it, Fnatic versus G2 is coming up after the break. However, it's time for episode 3 of the IGL Summit. Let's take a look at it together.
Back home, Valorant ideas.
I've been telling Twister, don't worry too much about doing this.
Let's just copy.
No, let's play G2. After we can scream them, and then we copy everything.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start off game number 3 between Fnatic and G2, we promised you a featurette. It is time for episode 3 of the IGL Summit. Some of the top brains in EML got together in Copenhagen. Let's see what they all had to say and talk about.
So the Nair guys, what do we think of this operator?
I mean, I think a lot of teams will play because they removed all the shotguns from Fenrir and Legion. So just for the setups, like I mean, we practice a little bit, and people are running a lot of the new up because you can do the rotates and the traps are like.
But it's terrible.
But you can't do the other ups for the rotates.
Yeah, you can do two rotates maximum.
Yeah, but like it still is enough for.
I guess you say it's more than Fenrir or Legion.
Yeah. So like you just start playing Legion or Fenrir, you can just play the new up, you know, and then do your own.
The kit is very good because the traps are very
the traps are broken.
You have the shield and you have the shotgun for the rotate, and the gun is good.
And like, I thought before I came to practice that when you go to the laser will just burn and don't get activated again. It gets activated again, so it's completely broken.
Like 2 seconds, it's very powerful. But I think at the start of the league, we will see like default traps like Capcan or for the stairs or like default setup with the new up. But I think if you
in a couple of months, it's gonna be like so
when
much.
some teams try like cheesy thing with it, because I think you can do a lot of things with this up. For me, it's a nerd operator.
Yeah,
you need to go in custom check.
It's an angry operator.
Some setup,
cameraman. Bro, since we came back to practice, cameraman he literally stays on the custom the whole day. just seeing new things with the new up, bro. It's completely broken, bro. Completely broken.
No, I think this is what you need to do, because like you said, you have shield, shotgun, traps. You can make like impossible setup. Yeah. But you need to find the right setup.
I think you just need to think about setup, because you can do a lot of things. Like you said, you can replace your traps like Capcan traps, or sometimes you can replace some Denari. They are not activated, and just you throw one Denari in a right moment and all activated.
Yeah.
On the push and stuff like that. You can do a lot of things.
I think it's pretty good, but you can also like deny it pretty easily, you know, because like one nade, and if there are more traps next to each other, it goes away. And even Twitch on Brava, there are a lot of stuff. Then you can shoot it like from below.
Since you guys are the experts with the Denari, what's one tip for someone using it for the first time? There's the staircase one that I think everyone saw on Twitter, you know, like on the staircase going down. Where you basically can see it.
If you need to put it on a door, you need to put it below, like maximum level below on the floor, because like then like you cannot go in, you need to shoot it. If you put it like one on bottom left, one top right, you can go crouch if you put it.
I think on the window as well, when you need to rappel, like you can use, like they have to use utility to destroy it, even if they want to drone, that's annoying. And especially when you have to rappel in, then you get stunned and you can't push. So.
Yeah, I think it's so good for the window. Like, for example, for the connector window in Bank CO.
Yeah.
You just put full your traps, then just deny, but if you don't destroy the traps,
you can't do anything.
Or Cafe like Denari, Aruni, Jaeger.
Yeah, exactly. you have to do this.
Savage is gonna go back home, but I don't have any ideas.
No, I've been telling Twisted, don't worry too much about doing this.
Let's copy.
No, let's play G2. After we can scream them, and then we copy everything.
We're gonna play Denari against
no point in no point in the too much, using your brain too much. Just
we screamed wolves, they ban Denari.
No way.
No way.
We screamed wolves, they ban Denari.
They did that against you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's terrible.
They counterban those like on screams. I don't know.
Yeah, but like first scream, ban Denari. Like we said, why did you ban Denari? We don't want to play against it. But bro, we need to test it. TTS on purpose.
We play against them and we play full Denari. Maybe that's why.
They got cooked.
Macho also plays full Denari. I screamed them, but you guys are trying, which is good.
That's
actually
no,
good.
you have to try.
Because like otherwise, like if you don't even know what it works or whatever.
I mean, at the start when he goes, you have to play it and see if it fits your playstyle or not.
I think it's good. Sometimes you just have to balance. Like, okay, it's good, but like, is it better than like a clash here, for example?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, even on labs, for example, like on the labs of floor, you can you really fit it in the comp? For example, like for other ops, I don't know.
It's always good to have the IGLs getting together, and of course, this is before the stage, so it was all in preparation for stage 2, and everybody talking about their experiences in scrims, their ideas about the Nari. It's always good to see all these brilliant minds cooking together in one room.
Yeah, I don't know if it made you miss it, Leo, but that made me miss it. You know, talking about other teams in scrims and counter banning and trying new operators and stuff. Yeah.
And the new operator being released, and you go in a custom game, and you go and you know that whatever you find, someone maybe it's the first time ever someone finds this, and you're going to use that as an advantage.
And they predicted it as well. They predicted that everyone would copy what G2 did with Denari.
Yep.
G2
exactly
did that consulate setup on the first time that we saw it, and now every team is using it.
Well, gentlemen, we'll see what our next 2 teams have in store for us. Fnatic take on G2 Esports. Let's start off with Fnatic and what they have to offer, because last stage, if you said Fnatic G2, wow, this is going to be a rollover, Fnatic are not going to stand a chance. And yet, I think by the power vested in Fresh himself, he was able to breathe life into Fnatic in stage 2.
I don't know. I gave up on them, and then now they're flying.
The fear of disappointing you, Jack.
Let's be honest with all the viewers. Fresh has nothing to do with it. Croc and Wizard on the other hand. I think the 3 rookies on the right side, I think the 3 young players, I think Sox, Wizard here, definitely help. But the last piece, Croc, again, just like Creeds for Wolves, by the way, coming back from APL, all 3 players really brought life to this team. We're speaking about young gunners that are hungry for victories, that come back in Tier 1 in EML, and have been helping this team look like a unit.
Okay, hyping them up, but this is their first big test against G2. They've had kind of peanuts on the side until today.
Yeah, I want to be the voice of reason here. Like, I love Fnatic, and I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, Leo. I agree, but look at the teams they've played. You know, Wolves, we've just seen struggle. Macho, we've just seen struggle.
And I would put them green right now in terms of strength.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a debate about what color we were going to put them on with production, to be fair. Secret, who had been struggling up until that point, and then Wild, and arguably Fnatic should have won that game. But what I'm saying here is they have done well. They absolutely have done well to get 9 points out of a maximum of 12 from the last 2 weeks. There's a huge test coming up. There really, really is a huge test. G2 and Falcons in the same week, back to back. This week, we will really see what Fnatic are made of, what metal they're made of.
Honestly, when we look at this roster, I think it's the proving ground right now. You need to see them step up to the occasions. They're wearing the name of a huge organization, an organization that does not shy away from playing against G2. They need to step up.
What was Biggie screaming at there?
Biggie D is hyping
up the team, you know what?
He's ready to go. It's a good thing to see. This is the squad that needs to step up. It's a big hope for EML to not just be, hey, it's those top 2-3 teams at the top. However, we have to talk about the top. It's G2 on the other side, and G2 Esports #1 currently in the standings. A fire has been lit. And, well, Gondor has definitely called for aid. If they're calling these guys, oh, they're taking the ring all the way to Mordor.
All the way following the trajectory of that EWC run, of that incredible run and that EU crown that they got last stage. The team that does not stop. I will say this. It's mostly on the back of some of individuals, but also we do see the evolution from this roster. We do see that the style of calling from Aleo seems to work well with that unit.
Yeah, and if we can focus on one individual, it would have to be Blast for me. Now,
absolutely.
When Blast was picked up by this roster, Reddit in particular, but also socials, there was not great sentiment about Blast joining this roster. In fact, we did a word cloud. I took all of the comments from Reddit across 2 threads about Blast being picked up by G2. And this is what Reddit said. This is what the sentiment was about Blast joining G2. Questionable, baiting, terrible, disappointed. It wasn't a G2 pickup as and when he did it, but Blast has really, really grown into being a G2 player, but also a great player in his own right, Leo.
Yeah, many people were doubting his pickup, but if you look at his stats from his stage, he stepped up massively. In fact, he's maybe the unsung hero from that roster, because he has stepped up with 45 kills and 28 deaths, despite playing flex support, despite playing the hard breachers in attack, playing the Tachenkas and such in defense. In key roles where his passive playstyle is being used the right way. If you look at what really makes Blaz a great player, I think it's very important to basically highlight his role in the team. He's got incredible mechanical skill. He's got an immense individual game sense. His passive playstyle is perfect for a flex support role, and he's got a clear and concise communications. If you put all of this into aspect, Blaz used to be an entry fragger, but he was mostly used as a lurker in NA, for example, in his crazy season. Now as a flex support for G2. All of these special skills he has are all in the right spot.
And apply that with context to the role that he's playing inside of this team. It's a match that's made in heaven, and that's why he's thriving so well.
So all I'm hearing is yet another French player that goes from playing in Europe to North America and then goes back to Europe, but this time actually succeeds.
I never went back to Europe. Milosh, it doesn't count. I never went back to Europe. I went to die in APL. That's what I did.
And you did a lot, actually.
Well,
I covered that region.
Yeah, true. Yeah. And actually, I came back to Europe, but on the desk. So at least I make it every event.
You know what they say, those who cannot play?
They talk about people who play.
Exactly.
I just came up with that one.
We're not exactly teaching
not the best one.
Anyway, see, there's still a lot of things to work on. At the end of the round, you still let us down, Leo. I've seen that so many times in the past. Anyways, our map bans for this series have brought us to Nighthaven Labs. Yes! That's our designer.
Finally, G2 starts defense on that map. G2 on Nighthaven Labs, just one thing, by the way. They were on a 3-win streak before they played this in EWC finals against Team Secret. A crazy game, by the way, where they lost 7-8. The same single map. The last time we saw G2 play there, we saw the best clutch we had seen in a long time with Stompin in a 1v2
Oh, it was crazy.
against 2 shotguns. Honestly, super excited to see G2 back there.
I will say, when we spoke to Leakfack earlier, when you asked him about Nighthaven Labs, he was almost setting up that Nighthaven Labs now is a great leveler because it's much more 50-50. The bans affect it, how you ban the hard breachers, the hard breach deniers. So therefore for Fnatic, who are facing, on paper, a better opponent, to go to a map that is somewhat 50-50, I actually don't mind it for them. We don't know necessarily how they'll play because we've only ever seen them on it once, last stage when Grubby was IGLing. So this might be a whole new Fnatic with a whole new strat book on this map.
I'm leaning in just because I'm so excited. Not just hearing about all of this, not just because we're going to Nighthaven Labs, but because it's Fnatic versus G2. This is G2 trying to hold on to their top spot. Fnatic trying to prove their mettle. All of it being tested this week in EML. Our casters are ready. Our teams are as well. Let's send it to Penguin Dev Marta. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, guys, over on the couches. It is an iconic esports matchup, no matter what esport you're playing. Here in Rainbow Six, though, G2 and Fnatic means something a little bit different to our neighboring esports in Europe, because this rivalry, it goes deeply in one direction. G2 and Fnatic have played each other 7 times throughout history, and only once ever have Fnatic won. Do you happen to remember when that was, Pengu?
Is that the stat you're saving for me?
That is the stat I've been saving to tell you on broadcast. The only time Fnatic has ever beaten history in history was you guys losing to the Aussies at Six Invitational 2020, and of course getting knocked out of the tournament.
Nah.
And that was the start of the end of that G2. The only time ever.
That's hard to believe.
It's crazy. I will give some credit to this European Fnatic roster. At SI25 qualifiers in EU, they did win a map off of G2. But in stage 1, G2 won a pretty convincing 7-3 win over Fnatic. However, what everyone is talking about is this is a new look Fnatic, the team that has kind of been the laughingstock of Europe for such a long time, the big organization with the little result. Now they've got Croxon, he's firing up. There's something about having an Australian or a former, someone who's been in Australia on G2, on Fnatic, that just gives it a little bit of extra spice. He's back on the team. Fnatic is looking incredible, and if they win, they will jump above G2 into the very top, just below Falcons on the standings here in Europe.
To be fair, and you said about the Australian and G2, and you corrected yourself, there was that whole Virtue situation as well, so it does work for both rosters, to be fair.
Technically, yeah, it's true.
That's
very true.
It's always a good one.
I'm gonna forget about the fact that there was Jigsaw, an Australian, playing on Fnatic for a little while, and that did not pan out. So, yeah, the good old Australian. I think Virtue is the common denominator here. It's not about having an Australian on a team; it's about having Virtue on a team.
It's Virtue diff, to be honest.
Success.
5 seconds to insertion.
Anyhow, we're into it, and look, memes aside, I'm actually really excited for this week because it does feel like perhaps the first time in 5 years that Fnatic actually might potentially have a shot against G2.
That's exactly what it feels like. The last couple of stages, last couple of years, when you see Fnatic on a game day, you think, oh, how hard are they gonna throw this one? You know, are they gonna mess it up again? But this stage has been a very different look for them, and I'm quite excited for it. They're playing more decisively. friendly, confident, much more explosive, and it feels like they actually have a play style where all the players kind of agree that this is how they should play the game. Whereas before, I felt like there was 2 or 3 different ways the team wanted to play, perhaps. It looked like that from the outside, at least. And by G2, I mean, they got Stompin', that's exciting. They got the other G2 players, whoever they are, also kind of exciting, you know? And G2 is starting on defense. They're gonna play a nice, passive util round. I actually really like this kind of... I was gonna say vanilla lineup, but it's really not because you got 2 DLC operators in there. But like Jaeger, Smoke, Mute, very stable, works for everything. Then some Clash in there, that's super annoying. And Asami to help fortify some of those strong player positions.
Blaz on the Clash, we talked about him in the pre-show.
So good.
He's a player that I think flies under the radar a lot of the time for G2. You know, he doesn't have the character that Doki or Alamau has that gets him a lot of attention. He doesn't have the stone cold fragging, you know, Brazilian flair that Loira has. He's not Stompin', who needs nearly no introduction, the American super rookie. But this Frenchman, Blaz, he is incredible and so in form right now.
He's grown into his own role in this team. It can be hard to find your spot amongst the stars, but Blaz is making a good name for himself in recent time, and here we see Fnatic's first push. EMP's below, fire goes through to force the catwalk position to fall on back. It's very reinforcing the pocket of G2, but they're not going to opt to use it actually on that catwalk wall. Instead, they're going to leave that pathway open for the attackers of Fnatic. But in a 5v5, what Fnatic need right now is explosiveness all around the building, right? They're mostly just catwalk and IT breach. I want to see some aqua attack. I want to see some meeting attack, because if they're all going to go through that same rotate, that same door, that's where Blast's Clash will just stop them instantaneously.
I got to admit, it was a very clean Rafters take, though. However, like you said, they haven't actually gotten a kill out of it, and they have to deal with Blaz. They no longer have the EMPs from Jegs because they used it on the ADSs. So I think G2 played into it well. They respected Fnatic on that clear, and they've peeled back into sight.
D-Big gets the first kill, though. Stompin' goes down, and here's the spread pressure. Bottom aqua stairs, top rafters as well, but they shut it down. A good smoke and a good swing from G2.
Oi! And Blaz still alive on the Clash. He swings for another one. My God, he is so in peak form right now. Wizard and Jegs now for Fnatic, and still the Clash's shield is up in position. Doki finds a pick, and Jegs has 4 players to find. Not going to find any of them. A very dominating round there by G2. Despite a pacey start from Fnatic and nice signs, they just could not crack into the site. G2 had too much of a fortress for them to crack into.
Yeah, I think both teams played that round quite smart, actually. I think the 2 biggest things for G2 that they did so well was the use of the Toxic Babes. First, they smoked off the exterior aqua door, and they held the staircase. And then instead of just smoking the same thing over and over again, they actually opted to smoke the staircase and swing the guy on the door, because it's an easier gunfight to take. Walking up the staircase is a lot more difficult than walking in that door. It's a lot slower, right? So they switched that play, get a kill. Really well done. Then, of course, they have Blast on the Clash. That's going to be fun to see throughout this game. And he was just really getting all the information in the middle of the bomb site, puts down the shield, sees the catwalk rotate, sees IT breach, and he killed the player that was backstepping from meeting. So that just means with those 2 kills on Aqua and the kill on the backside of meeting, the only attack is not from the front of catwalk. That's where the Sami barriers are, the Clash shield is watching, and there's literally no realistic way for Fnatic to make a play off of that. So G2 off the rip showed really good recognition of what's important and what's not.
Swapping mags! Credit to Fnatic, they did find the opening pick even, but they couldn't convert it. G2 looking good at the start of this game. And Blaz, I've said his name so many times, second highest rated player in the league, only behind Shaiko, who's the #1 player in the world right now across any of the Blastar 6 leagues. So it tells you a lot about how good Blaz is doing, that he's the runner-up here from Europe. Now Croxon, he's the new addition to Fnatic, and he's been so good as well. He dominated Down Under when he was playing in the Oast League for Gaming Gladiators. Now he's here on Fnatic, and he's found the opening kill onto Doki. No more regenerating Kiva barriers. Loira is surely a dead man here.
So dead.
Spotted. And Sarks finishes him off as Jegs rolls on forward with the blitz. It's a 2-player advantage here for Fnatic at the start of this second round.
And just look at the pace. That was an out to phone call. That only just went out. They're in the building. They're quick to the punches and playing well together. They're going to keep trying to isolate. They got red pings from 2 different defending players. A swing comes through. Stompin' is so good. Wins his first. And shut down right after by Sarks caught in the rotation.
Yeah, this is what we need from Fnatic to just lock out those trades. Blaz, he's good, but he's not good enough for a 1v4. Sarks, a 3K on the round. And Fnatic reply very swiftly with a dominant round of their own after G2 start off strong. It all happened on that roam game, Pengu. Not a single fight happened on the site. And Fnatic, they were so quick and so decisive at clearing up those G2 roamers.
That's exactly it. Yes, they're in the building quickly, they're pushing back the roamers, and they're finding them out with the blitz information and the box of destruction. But while they're doing the active roam clearing, the other two attackers are actually cutting off the rotations around the map. Whether it's from forklift window downstairs or holding Baramakra from kitchen hallway, they're doing so many things at the same time. This is what this new Fnatic is doing so well. They're just not wasting these seconds doing nothing. They're always moving forward, pushing, doing something in the server. And the reason why I've been looking forward to this matchup of Fnatic versus G2 is because they're both very explosive teams, and it's going to give us some crazy rounds, sometimes down to the 1v1 crazy clutches, and sometimes in those really early aggressive roam clears, where whoever wins the gunfight, whoever plays better, they're going to win the round pretty early on. And that just hasn't been the story for Fnatic before. They've been more passive, more laid back, more let's try and play for plant or plant denial. G2, of course, they've scripted before, I'm sure, in the off-season and whatnot. They're going to be a little bit more familiar with this new Fnatic than we are as spectators, because they know them better, right? They play them all the time, probably. But with that being said, I think Fnatic are going to be a team long-term that will continue to evolve and innovate their own playstyle and not just be a one-trick aggression pony team, because they do still have Deepak, that OG rogue/Fnatic player, the only really core person left that's not a support staff member who can reel them back in and play more support-oriented if they need to.
That's exactly right. It's coming on the roster at Fnatic. No doubt, having mediocre results for the last couple of years, realistically since the Berlin Major in 2022. That's 3 years of mediocrity for Fnatic. They haven't really been able to attract top-tier talent to their team. Meanwhile, teams like G2 are picking up players like Loira and Stompin, even teams like BDS. They reform, they reshuffle, and they get big players like Virtue, world champions. And Fnatic, on the flip side, they pick up, Sarks, Jegs, Wizard, who really haven't had a lot of massive achievements. Deepak's the only one on this team that has a big achievement to his name. Croxon recently hot property because of how good he was down under. And so Fnatic are in the point where these players individually are proving themselves. And with this new 5 roster, they might just do that. Sarks has had a great start here. And he takes down Stompin. Doki also injured. G2 are falling apart, and Fnatic forcing down the plant. Alamau, a Nitro Cell might deny it, but how long will that last? He might get a second. For some reason, Jegs is going to allow himself to be shot through the floor. I don't really know what's going on for Fnatic. They had such an advantage, and they're just tunnel visioning with so much time left on this plant.
Plant the default, gets shut down by the diffuser. Second guy starts planting below the holes the C4 created. That means it's just a bit of a blunder. When it's thought it was clear. Oh my god, he wins the conflict. Wow. Gets the clash shield. Croxon, alright. Fast ADS speed with that iron sight will speed things up. But in the 2v2, it's still tricky. Yes, there are no C4s from G2, but they have yellow ping information. And Blackbeard is pretty low in HP. A plant and a cover is possible though if G2 don't swing together.
Crox has got to nail this. Blackbeard, the one to plant, low HP, no Nitro Cells available. Alamau has to sneak up, he's being watched, Wizard gets him. Where's the last player from G2? That's what Fnatic are wondering now. Loira loiters from one side and into the other, looking for his retake. He may be able to bait this. One tick, a second tick. Is Croxon going to get up in time? He's not going to be able to deny it! No way! Loira with the ninja defuse in the 1v2! G2 have just stolen that round from Fnatic.
How? Blightbeard jumps out the window. Okay, fair game. Realizes, hey, I didn't plan for the window. This isn't gonna work. Nomad was in garage by the breach really early on. Doesn't go back inside. I see what the long-term vision was. Blightbeard run upstairs, have the verticality. But then you need to have Nomad step up and make sure that Ninja Defuse doesn't come through. I mean, the round is such a flip back and forth, right? Fnatic get opening kill, and they do that in a really beautiful way. Sarks use the smoke grenades top floor to bait out Stomp and playing the Warden to use the gadget and try to say, hey, I can see through the smoke, I can make a play. He gets completely red and countered. That opens round right here for Fnatic. Great opening. They get in. Candelas are flying. Deepak is planning default. C4 takes him down. And then Jax, big blunder, starts planting on the holes the C4 created. But then Croxon hit that nasty shot on the Clash upstairs, and it's a 2v2. The bomb goes down. That's the round. And Blast, equally surprised as we are. How did that work? It shouldn't have.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah. I just think that round was already hilarious enough, and then we cut to the G2 player cams, and they do not give a shite. They're just like, you couldn't tell that they'd won the round. Barely reacting. Moira's just chuckling, you know, chewing his gum, whatever.
Immediately, dude. The second they won, I started typing. They just pressed that keyboard and started talking smack. He knew.
What did he say? I didn't see.
Well, that's the thing. We didn't see the in-game chat, but we saw his full-screen player cam, and he hopped on the keyboard the second the defuse came through.
I love it. I love how much smack we're seeing players talk in the old chat these days. Obviously, you got to keep it sportsmanlike. I think most players are doing that. But yeah, well, I see it in every region globally at the moment. And Fnatic have got to bounce back from that because this should be 2-1 up for them.
I was told in my ear that he typed, you have Blightbeard, dude, what are you doing? Which, to be fair, true and real. You also have Nomad, you have Vert, you had a drone, they had everything going for them. Croxon tries to mate the window barricade and almost suffers. All of his health is being completely gone from that simple action. That's gonna be a Deimos that can't quite go for intro kills any longer, and Fnatic starting on the back foot once more.
You really don't want to be fighting through the floor when you're low HP, and that's what Deimos is meant for. So what are Fnatic gonna do on this top floor attack? They looked pretty disappointing the first time they attacked it, but now they've got an early pick on Loira, aggressively peeking, I guess.
The timing,
surely not. Yeah, from Wizard, almost. The timing just off, but so close. I like the Nomad pick. I think that air jab, I think it's still alive, actually. You can see Fnatic are really reading into trying to suppress G2, right? Grim, Nomad, these operators that just restrict G2's movement and aggression.
Yeah, Airjab is still alive as well, so they're locking down this catwalk rotation, no aggressive swings, and I like what you pointed out. They're trying to weaken G2 in the 50-50 gunfights, making it not a 50-50, but more like a 70 in favor of Fnatic. They got opening pick. I would love to see Deimos maybe downstairs getting some vertical action. He is on the first floor of Lounge right now, so he could do it. There he is, here comes Croucher walking up. A flying drone aqua stairs as well. Because when you have that catwalk open up, that Fnatic just breached. There's almost no safe haven on the bomb site, and Croxon does have that shotgun primary as well for the construction.
What is this play here from Fnatic? You mentioned before how Alamau likes to hold on to the top of blue stairs and that exterior door with the smoke. Doki falls. Now Blaz still on the Clash, is holding the line here. Stompin will fall. Beautiful work from Croxon down below, and the fire from Jegs together. Alamau, meanwhile, has to abandon the top of the blue stairs and get back this side. SMG-11 in hand, he will fall. Blaz, the last one standing on the Clash, but no shield to hide behind, and a flawless round for Fnatic to tie the score.
This is the exact kind of round I was referencing earlier when I was saying how they're not a one-dimensional team for Fnatic. They can still play, execute when they need to. I don't have access to the voice comms, but I feel like that's a D-pick round right there, where he's playing the Thermite, he has the oversight, and he says, guys, I'm gonna breach the catwalk wall, we're gonna use counter fire on the drone hole on catwalk rafters, and get Croxon down below. They triple man up on the, I think it was Doki playing Asami on the PC screens, and they just make sure that he is gonna go down. It was that I was stumped, I'm not entirely sure. Besides the point. That is Fnatic saying, hey, we don't need to take any actual gunfights this round. We can just use our gadgets, good information, and do 2v1, 3v1, and easily win this round. That is the new Fnatic. They can be explosive in the roam clear, they can execute correctly and not make those big mistakes, and they're actually quite good so far in this game at creating space by getting those opening picks.
And to think this would be 3-1 if Fnatic hadn't bundled that 2 versus 1 post plan.
Yep.
That's classic G2 though. Like G2 are gonna win those silly rounds, those clutch rounds.
Armor,
that's
dude.
the nature of them. It's plot armor.
It's plot armor. If there's
That
a
is
team,
so true.
Yo, if there's any team that has the most plot armor in the history of Siege, it's gotta be G2 as an org.
It is. I mean, yeah, for sure. And the continuation of that roster. I mean, even you guys with the Penta EG, like that was plot armor through and through.
Pity invite, plot armor. Ooh, SI 2020. Fnatic's only victory.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, you're so right. I mean, even SI23, where G2 won the final SI in Montreal, after having like a really pitiful previous stage, you know, with Benja's first debut, that was also plot armor again.
Yep.
G2 sent to win those rounds. I mean, it failed them in EWC. They lost that grand final.
But they won the
Ironically,
one clutch. So they got the plot armor for that one round. There's a one-round plot armor, another one tournament plot armor.
Content team right here. Well, what can FNC do about the content here? Yeah, no, it's going to be denied. Jegs is going to take a hell of a lot of damage there. And Wizard realistically needs to find some capitalization on this. Starks, thankfully, will. Stockman's 1-5, by the way. Ooh. Not what we expect from him. Wizard will eventually refrag onto Loira. Blaz re-peeks into the Glaz, though, and trades him on back. Jegs will fall. Plant down. Doki! Oh, Doki, go big! Croxon 1v3 finds the first. He's going to have to match Doki's own triple kill now. He's got plenty of time to do it. No diffuser to speak of, and this crossfire from Doki and Blaz looks impenetrable.
Has 2 flashbangs though. Can actually flash one, push the other. Has a call, but no time to use it. Oh, Doki swings out. This man is feeling it. You can say he's a short man, but a big player in the server. He completely saves T2 by swinging out and winning his ones. And all I was gonna say there, last Toxic Babe was spent just moments earlier. That could have been a blitz going for a default plan and almost no way to go for a counter. Doki saves T2.
4 kills on the round for him as well. I don't think either team is happy with how this game has gone so far. I mean, G2, holistically, G2 have looked like the worst team. You know, they won the 2v1 because Loira injured. That's not necessarily a good sign. And they won that round because Doki was an absolute hero right here playing at the tank. But Fnatic overall, they've had more convincing wins. They've looked a little more thorough. They've looked like they've had a better game plan. Like you said, I feel like G2's hinging on a little bit of cheese. You know, Blaz on the top floor in that first round on the Clash. In that round, it was Doki's Heroics, Loira's Ninja. Whereas Fnatic looked like the more well-rounded team.
Ready for company.
I love me some cheese though. IRL and in game, it's one of those. One of the things that keeps on giving. You know. It's not a cheese round, you could say. They're playing kitchen, James. And
yeah, that's wild, man.
Need I remind you? No, they play later actually. But you know, remind you what happened last time a team went to the Fork bomb site. It was the only attack and round victory that Wolves got against Mexico earlier on Lair. So the Fork bomb site doesn't tend to work out. Weapons and Aoi.
No, yeah, you're right. That was not a pretty sight on Lair. Now, very few teams in the world like going to Kitchen on Nighthaven Labs. One team that I know that has just like loved it is that Thai team that Onigiri used to play for, Sapper's team. They're called Soul's Heart Esports at the moment.
Yep.
They, for some reason, love this bomb site, and they actually are really good at it. But very few other teams will dare take it here. Doki is lucky to be alive after dancing around that breach. And this is why it's so hard to defend this bomb site, Nick, because you just realistically cannot hold this area above the bomb site. You have to give it up. But I like the interpretation from G2. It's all about the pulse for information and the castle to try and change the architecture of that top floor.
It feels a lot like playing Archives, Tillers, and Bank, where like holding CEO top floor with it not being the bomb site also feels impossible. I mean, you lose the top floor, you lose the bomb site control shortly after. Blast goes down early, Doki's down as well, and this round is strategically, mechanically kind of just falling apart. It's one of those rounds where Fnatic now can just like wait it out. They got Ocean Shield, Cabins of Fire, they still got the majority of their tools in their pockets, and G2 are forced to swing, one man left standing, LMR with pulls on the bomb site. And he's dead too.
He'll find one, but yeah, quickly taken out, and that is why you do not play the quaternary bomb site on any of these maps.
Oh boy.
I just googled that, by the way. Quaternary. I was like, what does... So we have primary, secondary, tertiary. What comes after that? Turns out it's quaternary. And we saw it not work on Lair for Macho, and it certainly didn't work out for G2.
I do love me a 3-3-1/2 though, because it just tells the story that this is gonna be a banger game one way or another, and they're really going toe to toe. It's literally bouncing back and forth. G2 wins the first round, Fnatic the second, G2 the third round, Fnatic the fourth, back and forth all the way. Operator bans coming out. Blitz and the Kaid. The Kaid, I think, is the must ban here on Labs because if Kaid is open and 2-brow, you can't breach those walls. It's super annoying. Okay, you called it Blackbeard. You're wrong. It's Ace, actually. And
I was right about the Bandit.
Yeah. I love the Kai Bandit here specifically because now you can just guaranteed get every single wall opened up that you need to and not struggle on the first step of the round. There can be tricky maps like Clubhouse and Night Haven Labs where hard destruction is a vital part of the attacking rounds. The Ace ban is one of those. I don't hate it, but I also quite never love it. And in Ranked specifically, it has like a 80-something% ban rate on console and 70% something ban rate on PC, I think. You can almost not play Ace these days. So if you're an Ace main, you're actually crying in the club. We gotta fix that.
Because Ace is the hard breach that has the best gun. To a lot of people.
Best gun, easy gadget. So I think the fluidity and ease of use of Ace is so good. Where you play Bana, weapon swap, aim, shoot, reload, activate the button, then they start fizzling, and 20 seconds later, then the hatcher wall gets opened up. Ace is like, chalk that, boom, 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 great gun.
Could you imagine, what if Hibana's gadget was semi-automatic, so you didn't actually have to do that reload animation anymore? It just goes bang, 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 like you can shoot it as many times as you want, as quickly as you want. I feel like that would be a nice quality of life buff to Hibana, just to make her a little bit more in line with Ace.
It's small things like that I think, instead of like full-on operator reworks, there are a lot of operators that just benefit from a small quality of life up there. Like, think about Sledge, right? Imagine you can equip the hammer like Sophia's gadget and go bonk, 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 instead of going animation, weapon swap, hammer, boom, weapon swap again, hammer, boom.
You have to put it back on your back after every swing.
Yeah. If you can just equip the weapon and go bonk, 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 it doesn't make Sledge a better, stronger operator per se, just more fluid, faster, and feels way better to play. That's Ace versus Hibana to me. Hibana's a great operator, but feels awful in comparison to Ace.
Yeah, we're gonna see it here in a second as well. After he shoots it, you have to go for that animation before you can even detonate it. Wow. Here's some geometrics from the Denaria Wizard, looking quite the magician at the moment. But the question is, I don't know, trapezoid?
Okay, I was thinking trapezoid, but I'm not good at no maths, so I wasn't gonna say it.
I don't know. Basically seen some kind of... hello. Speaking about angles and shapes, that was a nasty one from Alamau. Croxton has not had quite the impact that I was hoping to see out of him today.
Not exactly, no. Laura swings and misses completely back to in 4v4. Meanwhile, G2 to take Cat will control, get some hard destruction done. But if you look at the utility, right? 2 Excaros left, only 2 flashbangs, only 1 kills of fire. When Fnatic wasn't, we just jump in the window, alright, no kills of fire at all.
Doki. Okay, very, very strange. I don't know why G2 thought that was clear, but now they're going to go deep. Stompin is in the objective and worried about a player down below. When can Alamau get inside and plant? That's the question. Sarks has the clash. He can reposition the shield. As Alamau is still outside, not in position to look for a plant yet, despite Stompin still being in that objective. Oh, Stompin's hunting for it. The nade and the spray together is perfect. Nitro Cell is far too late from Deepek. Jegs is also out of his. So now that's a retake scenario for Fnatic as Alamau is finally inside and finally looking for that plan. Out comes the Deagle, Blaz is better. And Stompin to find the final pick for G2.
It's a gap angle. They saw a gap on the bomb side saying, guys, only one guy is holding the entirety of meeting, connector, and pillar. everyone else either below or towards the aqua portion of the map. So Doki playing the Capitao, it looks like a really silly play at first because you're jumping the window, you're dying for nothing, but then you see what happens shortly after, right? Everyone's pushing in together, and it doesn't matter who dies that one gunfight because you're gonna get traded most likely, and then you get full bomb site control. A little bit awkward that Alamau had diffuser so far away, but they wait, they reset the round, so to speak, and just need to get Alamau over there for a plant attempt. It's successful, it's good. They had the read on C4 downstairs as well. G2 don't make any mistakes, and Doki was not trolling that round. He was being told what to do, followed through, and just did what he had to do to get that victory.
Yeah, classic G2. Individual players will find gaps and the team pounces. So Fnatic changing up bomb site. Basement is what's up. Seeing this Valkyrie pick again. When we were talking about operator bans earlier, Nick, you know, a lot of people on defense or with their defense bans when they're on the attack are really just going for the hard breach counter, the electricity. You know, Kaid Bandit is such a common one. And
Electro Bros, that's the term.
Electro Bros, I like
Electro Bros.
And the thing about that is it gives you so much flexibility in your lineups. You don't have to worry about Thatcher, Maverick, or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it does feel sad to me because it means that we don't get to ban things like the Valkyrie, Kira, the Azami. You don't even get to go for any more cheeky pocket bans like a Mute, for example. It leaves so many options open to Fnatic.
It is one of those cases where a lot of other strong things are left open. Same if you ban like double Heart Breacher on the defender side, you get all like the shields, the glass, the Ying, the Grim, the Deimos, right? And it's a bit of a cat and mouse game of how flexible are you as a team and how many different quote-unquote cheese operators or power operators can you bring out onto the table, really? And I would say for both of these two rosters, they're pretty darn flexible, right? They can play fast, they can play slow. We just saw a bomb set rush with Util in pocket. Now we're gonna see a Monty masterclass, hopefully from Alamau. Just gonna go nice and steady here in this one. Look for the roam clear, get the drone set up, and progress the map step by step. Whereas Fnatic, they played the blitz. They are fast in the building. They're going for kills. It's the same kind of roam clear, but one is fast and one is slow. But they want to achieve the same thing. Uh-oh.
Mal's about to find a kill, likely. Oh, hello, Sarks. Stompin should be able to cut this off. He tries, and Stompin finds both of the players on the stairs.
Okay.
That is perfect work from G2. The comms from Alamau, and the follow-up from the young gun. That's the Monty masterclass you were talking about.
I mean, that's excellent. That right there is actually a round-winning play. If things play out the way they're supposed to, Doki walks up for stairs, gets swung by Jax, still very winnable. No air taps to the flank necessarily, but still it's fine. Monty can keep taking space. If they do a little bit of work here on the Asami pillar position, then exit will be clear, and they can keep walking for a default plant attempt, or just pick up all the kills.
It's on Loira, isn't it, to get to work on the third? No, Alamau, that's not how you play the Monty. It's a big risk to take. Stompin, though, thankfully, he's going to have a life round. 3 big kills. Wizard, the last one standing. He's got the diffuser. 1v2. But Loira and Doki, it's just so easy there for G2. Pushing incessantly. Stompin always happy to take a gunfight. Alamau always keen to feed him info. Finally, G2 steals ahead 2 rounds in the lead. Fnatic struggling to find any comfort on defense.
It's one of those rounds where strategically it was lost for Fnatic the second that Stomping got that 2-piece early on. They had to go for kills. I know people are gonna say, why are they just fighting a pillar like this and brawling it out? Because they had to. If they don't, what I was gonna say is gonna happen, right? Monty's gonna clear the pillar position. They're gonna use the last ram bookie drone to clear pillar. Then Monty can walk in default and they can just plant. Hold the verticality. It's such a hard combat to win. Fnatic are better off taking those 50-50 gunfights and brute forcing it on pillar and win or lose the round in that moment. G2, they say, will happily take that fight because they had numbers advantage, but that's where Fnatic can bait them into a bad decision. Had Fnatic, of course, won more of the gunfights, but they didn't. So, valiant effort, I think the right play for Fnatic, given what happened, but G2 right now, definitely in full charge, in full control.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's about here where G2 starts to run away from it. We were really hoping for this to be the first time in 5 years that Fnatic could hold a candle to G2, even if not, we're talking about the same caliber teams, just, you know, get an upset win. It would be an upset for Fnatic to win this, but a plausible upset. We see a lot of upsets globally in these best of ones. Fnatic historically has really struggled to even find that against the top teams. But with how good their stage has been so far, we thought maybe it was possible. They do need to get back into it now. Don't secede. Match point here to G2.
Doorway secured.
Their own game is well and truly alive for these defenders as they peel back. They're going to have to face Alamau on that Monty as the shield marches towards them.
I'm curious here. I mean, should it's a fallback angle the second that this peel up? No, he's just dead. Stomping and Alamau right now are just in sync. It's like a hive mind. Alamau sees that here's a player, stumble a wallbang and go for the kill. It's beautiful again. And Fnatic, they're trying to min-max, right? Star's gonna stick around for as long as humanly possible, and because the door was barricaded, the wall was reinforced, he had no reason to feel like he was under threat, under fire. But that's where G2 are one step ahead. They know where he is, go for the wallbang. It works out perfectly, and again Fnatic slowly being pushed into acts of desperation as their round is kind of falling apart. They have 4 C4s in pocket. That's their current way to get back into this one. Get 1 or 2 C4 kills, and the round will be wide open once more.
That's why Wizard and Jegs are downstairs in the basement. Nitrocel's on Vert. Question is, where's the info? Starks is flicking them. There's a Valkyrie camera in storage, 1 in warehouse and 1 in control room. That should give them info on pretty much any plant spot, but we've also got Doki. He's gonna have to get to work with his scanner, find those Valk cams, strip away the info. And Fnatic, using that info, might be able to compete for a kill. Deepek needs to stay alive for as long as possible. He's being hunted.
Oh wow.
By Stompin. Deepek does find 1. And most critically, that's the IQ. So it's gonna be really challenging for G2 to find the rest of these Valkyrie cameras now.
It's a really big kill. I mean, going 1-for-1 there with a Deimos tracker and Monty looking at you and the third guy in the hallway is absolutely massive, and timer is ticking down, 35 seconds, but they still got those triple C4 threat from beneath. That can once again be the sole way to win here for Fnatic. The Monty is such a menace, but he's somewhat alone actually in that cargo hallway. No guy really behind him. G2, time is ticking.
Oh, big kill though. For Croxon to take one with him to the grave, that's what Fnatic needed. But G2 still have the numbers advantage. 1 C4 remains, it's for Jegs. As Stompin looks to track Wizard, he doesn't have info on Jegs. He's gonna have to take the fight, and he does! Plan's going down, Jegs is not in position to deny it. And the plan will be confirmed. 1v2 now, but that Monty is still alive. Blaz, he's gonna find the kill as well. G2 firing on all cylinders tonight. And Blaz is so happy with it, leaning back in his chair. It's match point for G2.
Nice and easy. I'm not entirely sure if I heard correctly in the middle of the round there. I think the C4 might have been shot mid-air by Blaz. Where Alamau was planting, the C4 has to go up through the beams and, you know, curve in the air and then land and take down the planter. And I heard like a little sibbly sap sound in the 1 versus 3, and we saw Mirror with the C4 was indeed playing from below. So odds are Blaz actually saved the round there completely single-handedly. Really, again, good look from D2. I really think the opening kills right now and building that early lead is single-handedly what is winning these rounds, because it makes the entire rest of the round that much easier. If that Tubero falls back, it's 5v5, they don't get a lead with that roam clear, it's going to be an entirely different situation for Fnatic, because they're going to have a different way of playing out that round because it's even numbers. So when G2 finds these picks, they're a dangerous team to look at. If Fnatic can play a bit more passive, fall back a little bit earlier, or swing first, that could truly change the story that's happening right now, because we've been bouncing back and forth in the first half, but ever since D2 went onto the attacking side, it's been a landslide for them.
Yeah, not a single defense won by Fnatic. And look, to their credit, they did lash out in that mid-round, Pengu. We saw quite a few 1-for-1 trades that Fnatic instigated. But the problem was they lost the opening pick, which means that 1-for-1s is always going to leave G2 ahead. And especially with that Monty, it means that it's so hard to lose that numbers advantage without trading a kill back. And that's what G2 are really using that Monty for to perfection. So tactical timeout called for Fnatic. It's going to be 3 rounds needed to push overtime. The G2 are looking really, really locked in. Stompin on the attacking side has been an entry menace.
It's funny because I think Stompin started this game like 1-3 and being kind of
1-5.
Okay, sorry, 1-5. My bad. Even worse than I thought. And he's completely switched up since then. And yeah, sorry.
10 for 8 now.
Oh, 10 for 8. And I think it's all
so he's found nine kills till his last 3 deaths.
And it's all off, like not all off, but like it's really Alamau helping him get there. And it's doing like, okay, Stumpman's a great player, we all know that. But right now he can't find his footing. I am with the Monty, I can make him work around me and just activate him individually. And now that Stumpman's really warmed up, finally the Monty gets banned, right? But now Stumpman can still play the game as he has been, just getting intro kills, getting aggressive, and Alamau can start flexing other operators, or take the role of Loira and make Loira be the lurker. Because now Loira finds himself onto the Nook, which makes a lot of sense because in the past we saw the Valkyrie come out quite frequently, and Nurk is a great counter for that. So G2 again showing flexibility in operator selection and who can play what roles on the roster, and this is also a large thanks due to Doki. Once being, let's say, a Deimos finger entry kind of guy, has been playing more supportive roles this game. He's still aggressive, he'll still get kills, and he'll still die, but he's been on capital duty the majority of these rounds.
Yeah, and this is feeling a lot more 4+1 for G2. You've got the triad of the Grim, Nomad, and Capital, which are all just such good displacement operators, such good locking, controlling the flow of where defenders can and can't go. And then, of course, the Thermite for Hard Breach, and then Loira here, lurking down below. The X factor for G2. He's not a vertical player. No, he's not playing Deimos. He's not playing Buck. He's looking to try and backstab where they're not expecting him sneak behind any cameras. Fnatic, though, they're leveraging this clash, and they, for the first time in this defensive half, don't have to deal with that Monty.
So who's gonna strike first with G2 now if Elmar can't walk in? Because that's the only awkward part about the Monty getting banned. It's a different gear you gotta shift into now. You can't just walk in like you own the place, because now people will be more vulnerable. You don't all have a massive shield in front of your face like Clash or Monty. A flashbang copper white disc is gonna give away the fact that Elmar's on the window, and he can't really use that Nomad air jab on the door like he wants to necessarily. 1 minute and 15 seconds left. G2, they're just waiting for the perfect opportunity, the perfect timing. Or perhaps for them to make a mistake and lash first, or they're holding those angles. Oh, Loira. That's the rat play that we're talking about.
G2 are patient. It allows Loira to rat his way into the rafters and find the opening kill. That's it. Croxon down.
Frag is out.
And now the rest of G2 can reset, consolidate their advantages, and make their way forward. This is where the dangerous triad comes into play. Doki brings out the fire, but Wamai catches it. He doesn't realize, actually a player off to the left as well. He needs Alamau's support.
Triple ADS.
Not sure Alamau has any util to protect him, and you're right, that ADS, it's the Wamai Jaeger combo that we so rarely see in 2025. Fnatic are bringing it out, and it might just be the recipe to success, but not if Loira comes in for the lurk. Out comes the Deagle. Is he gonna win this fight? Stompin's gone big. Deepak's gonna fall. G2 are back, baby! And this is a fight to be remembered. We thought Fnatic could stand a chance, but there is no fury like the might of G2.
Oh, that is ridiculous. A classic G2 way to start the game. It felt like a classic way to end it as well. The question was, how consistently can they play here in stage 2? I think we gotta answer. They are looking pretty darn good, James.
And a bounce back for G2 after their heart-wrenching loss to Falcons. They're back on top of EML. We'll break it all down after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. G2 Esports victorious. Fnatic, in some ways, at least score-wise, failing the first test of 2 on this plate. And before we kind of break things down altogether, have our interview with our victors. Doki joining us on the call. Hey, what's up,
What's
Doki?
good?
Doki,
I'm good.
I mean, congrats on the win. Honestly, looked comfortable, but I have to say, it seemed like Stompin was putting a lot of his little fingers all over this game. What was going on today?
His little fingers?
He's winning it all. I mean, you probably measured them at this point. I don't know.
There are better analogies, but that works. Yeah. I mean, I think he started pretty quiet. I was making fun of him mid-game. But yeah, he popped
with
off
friends
as
like
always,
that.
So yeah.
Were you surprised at the map being what we got in this case? You know, like
no.
variety, Nighthaven Labs finally.
Had to be Labs, 100%. No other way.
Why? Because we were talking to Likefak earlier today and asking him specifically about the map. Do you think it is very much that equalizer between teams that you need to go on?
No, they just permabanned Clubhouse, so I mean, we kind of knew
Fair.
it was gonna be Labs, and they're not gonna play us on any other map because they think Labs is probably what they can beat us on. So, yeah.
Very good, gents.
I'm actually wondering if you see, Jack, if you see a ceiling to Stompin, because I cannot see it yet. I feel
He's pretty tall.
He is pretty tall to be
compared to you, yeah.
I mean, that's not hard, to be honest.
But you can mock my analogies. I'm French, so my English is always terrible. But no, I just don't see him stop. I feel like he's still growing, which is scary because he was consistent in stage 1, but not to the level that we see today. He was consistent in that EWC Con final, unlike some people on your team. And then no, I'm just messing with you. And then in stage 2, he just stepped up massively again, and he just went in and had 3 triple kills in 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, he's actually been pretty sick. Like, he's been pretty sick like this week. So I was actually a bit worried about him going into the game because he was a little bit under the weather. And I think he had a really slow start. But he's just that guy. He starts like 1-6 and then ends the game like with 12 kills. Fair enough. So even when he's having a bad day, I'd say today was a bad day from him. Even when he's having a bad day, he plays crazy.
But most importantly for me, it's like, obviously there's the fragging department, but you see him develop, I don't know, in comms, in leadership, in...
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, in game vision, because I feel like that's what he's bringing now to the team as well.
Yeah, like, I think just like the rest of us, he's giving ideas, he's giving suggestions. He's calling things like the very last round, we were about to do a garage aqua attack, and Stompin just goes like, no, stop, they reinforced off pillar, let's split the bomb site. So it's like, okay, GG, thanks.
Nice. Hello, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
How you doing? You good?
Good, mate, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. One of the words that you use on social media a lot is putrid.
Yeah.
So coming back to your performance last week against Falcons, what do you think went wrong in that game?
I was putrid.
No, not you. It was just a segue into it. We're all swinging at you today.
No, I was actually putrid last week in general. I don't know. Like, to be honest, we took last week's result as a W. To be honest, we played Border against a strong Border team. You know that we are not very good at Border. So it's the league. Yeah. It's the online league. Like, it doesn't really matter if you beat Falcons. Like, we know they're going to be at the top with us. So, like, what matters will be more the best of 3 against them in the playoffs. So we were fine to try something against them. Like, I think the important games for us to pick up are today, and maybe Gen G tomorrow. So yeah.
And is that all it was? Is that why you went to Border? Was just get on a map that maybe neither of you are particularly comfortable on. Just get through that best of 1 and kind of just play it as is, like on an even battleground, I guess.
Yeah, probably. And also, Romalio genuinely said to us like he wants us to practice Border in an official game. So I'm not joking, but that's literally what he wants. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
Fair.
What Romalio wants, Romalio gets. He's the boss. He's the daddy.
Fist Bash Boss, here we are. Anything you'd like to say for Gen G tomorrow before you get into that game?
No, they know what's coming. See you tomorrow, Gen G.
Fair enough. Doki, a man of many words, and today we got them all. Thank you very much, Doki. Have a good night. We'll let you go rest up and get ready for your game.
Time to watch Wild, my favorite time of the day. Love this. Love this shit.
There we go. Doki is excited for the next game, and so are we. Thank you very much. We'll let you go. Chill out, and we'll see you tomorrow.
He's going to be waiting a while because it's BDS Secret next, but
yeah.
I mean, anyway.
It's going to be a banger match either way.
Hey, man, just means he's going to be here all night long.
Yeah.
Honestly, looking at this matchup, I will say this, Fnatic had a good start. Despite the 7-3 score, I will say this, Fnatic again surprised me with the tactics. The strategy is on point, the team aspect is on point, they're just getting destroyed in individual power. I mean, G2 is just one step above them in almost every single department. Look at this from Doki, by the way.
Yeah.
How insane is that 4K with Legion?
Yeah.
I mean, when you're facing someone like him, and I can say this, I faced him a couple of times, it's just annoying, because you can take all of the steps the right way. He will find a way.
You do all the right things and lose the round.
And you lose the round because in terms of individual gun skill on this roster, they're almost unparalleled in Europe. The only team that can maybe match that is Falcons, and it's the only reason why they won Border last week. But if you look at this roster, honestly, in EML, they could struggle to play as a team and they would still get away with most of the stuff.
Yeah, it's autumn, it's getting cold, but you can't let G2 warm up. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Fnatic did that. And ultimately, once they got to the half, realistically, G2 were only ever going to kick on. Now, how they kicked on was very, very impressive. Flawless in their attacks on Nighthaven, which, not a lot of teams will do. So it was impressive for me after what I thought was a very, and we've got to give Fnatic their flowers, it was a very well-controlled Fnatic half. There's another world where they were 5-1 up going into that split. It ended up being 3-3.
They started this attack half by winning the opening kill every single attack.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's the right setup, it's the right beginning of the rounds, just not the right execute mid-round or late round.
Yeah.
And that's when you'll get most threatened by really big individuals on the defense.
Trying to convert that opening round kill into an actual victory. What was kind of going on in that middle part, Jeff?
Yeah, well, we're going to show the Fnatic rounds and the 2 rounds where it could have been a 5-1 and it ended up being a 3-3. So the first one is round 3, and this is actually a recovered round. It was a 2 versus 4. The Deepek and Wizard got into a 2 versus 1 post-plant, and then I don't really know what's happened here.
So he plays for outside, basically. They're trying to play it safe. Both of them go outside. Problem is, one is in Narnia, and Wizard, because he tries to go back up, and Wizard just left. He misunderstood that call.
Yeah, for what it's worth, the Blackbeard going back upstairs, getting on the vet is a good call, but yeah, they needed to get him off the plant. And then here, this is another round where actually Fnatic did well. They got the right shot call to go for the plant, use the blitz, and push in and go deep. And then Doki happens. And it's just simply like, those are the rounds where it's like, there is nothing you can do, GG. Because you've controlled the round well, you've done all the right things, and Doki's just popped up with a massive 4K for his team.
As a reminder for everyone here, that execute is a 5v3 on site.
Yeah.
Doki is alone around that lab, and the thing is, he's being pushed by a blitz. Is there someone that has a long angle, and someone is coming from Animus?
Yeah.
He's in a triple crossfire, and a shield is there. But it's Doki. He gets away with it. Insane triple kill.
Yeah.
And once again, that's the hard part with playing G2. They're just so hard to beat.
How many times would you play that round out? Say you played that 100 times. How many times does Doki win that?
Honestly, I don't know. Like,
That one time. Fine.
that one time just...
But like, you would
enough.
expect like 90.
The real question, Jack, is how many times anyone else wins that?
Yeah.
0. Like,
Almost, yeah.
I don't know about you, but if you put me on Legion there, I win it 100%. It's not Doki, it's Legion,
okay.
is all I'm saying.
Yeah, you can. The copium is just there, by the way. You can go and sniff some.
Maybe in the newcomers playlist, Milosh.
I'll take that. I'll take every win that I can get, just like Fnatic could, and Chaos. Let's just remember that.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Anyways, I always have to... Hey, you're the one consoling him. He should be consoling you too, buddy. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let's swap out our game in the back. BDS taking on Team Secret. Still an incredibly important match for the two of them. However, before we kick off with that, I finally get my own segment. It is time for Fashion with Milosh, trying to put together the tier list for all of the new R6 share skins, and maybe everybody can roast me about my decisions. We'll see about that after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EML. I guess in the honor of the New York Fashion Week, where I guess Geniero was there at some point as well. Hi, it is time for the EML Fashion Day. Of course, starring the new R6 Esports Share skins. Now, they look... Wait a second. I never said I was good at this. Like this. And this is kind of a reminder for all of us. Reminder also for Leo, because I got to actually choose and pick in a tier list, which I find the coolest. You may roast me here. You may roast me also in chat.
I will be your assistant.
My beautiful,
fashionable
French, just because he's French.
Yeah, exactly.
I knew it was going to be mentioned.
Twink, and Jack, who's over there.
I'm just here to heckle you guys.
That's great. You do great. I mean, English people being hecklers is a very good thing to add to the show. Now, we're going to start off, and I'm going to let you, Leo, to kind of see what's in front of you.
All right, we're going to start with the brightest. Let's go with FaZe Clan, with the incredible lion skin, with the red eyes that I love so much. Surely this is a good one.
It's, in my mind, this is an A-tier skin.
A-tier skin for you, okay.
A-tier on the FaZe Clan lion skin. I'm just going to set this aside here for a second, just because it definitely gives me this, like, Division/Watch Dogs vibe. I'm a big fan of both games, so them being added all together, plus as I play other games, Vespers host, there's some inspiration. Those who know will know. I know Topi's watching out there. You'll know exactly what I mean. It fits all together. The FaZe Clan lion skin is beautiful, very well done. Definitely an A-tier skin.
If that is an A, I'm wondering what is an S, because this for me is one of the best one that we have in the game. I don't know what you think, Jack.
I
think that
the
CJX features makes it that we have some incredible skins now.
Well, you're gonna see.
All right, let's move on with W7M.
I think the W7M, which in this case, just to give you the context,
the pink ash, right?
It is the pink ash.
Yes.
I would put that a solid B.
Yeah, I can get behind it.
It's going to be higher.
You could, but there's a lot of really good skins. That's what I'm saying. It's not an easy thing to put together.
Can you imagine floating into sight in a pink ash skin and just killing everybody?
That would be great.
I was classic.
See, that's what I mean. There's more skins that we get to later where there is an argument to be made around how frustrating it would be to die being killed by someone who has that skin equipped, which is its own bonus.
Okay, but there are some incredible ash skins, so B is good for me. It could have been lower.
Solid.
In my opinion, but okay, why not?
I will say I was gifted some of these skins for free by some of the organizations.
Okay, so there is some. Okay, there is some.
No, actually, no. W7M, I'll say thank you, but I put you in B. So just so you know, I am an unbiased.
He's admitting to lobbying, but that's fine. We're moving on to Elevate. That Monty shield that is absolutely insane. The cover of the entire mountain shield by Elevate. What do we think here?
I'm seeing Milos looking nervous at this one.
Oh, I'm going down.
Okay, it is high C.
High C? All right.
Yes. And high C, I know. And I saw Anne's tweet, right? And very good point, right? Being killed by someone rocking that Monty shield with just uwu right into you. Honestly, incredible. However, other than that, there is not much that the skin is standing on. There is that annoyance factor and also being killed by the Ash with the pink skin on. Great. Would I put it any higher? Probably not. That's why I put it at a high C, close to a B, but there's a lot of competition between all 10 skins, so I'll leave it at that. Potentially could pull up to a B.
He would have been a great politician or lawyer.
Yeah.
Or either of them. He could sell me anything.
Making a lot of points without making any points at all, Milos.
You know, I'm buying into this story.
Hold on. There we go. All
right.
Next up.
Secret.
Oh. Team Secret, I would put... I'm sorry, at a D.
Explain this one to me.
Again, just to show you the Team Secret skin, it is the, what do you call it? The Legion one, right?
With the tattoos and stuff?
Yeah.
And the poison and stuff? No?
Here's what I'm
not
saying.
buying it.
Here's what I'm saying. Okay, listen.
Like, I would buy it, but I'm not buying it.
Very good. Now, I love the toxicity thing that's being built around.
Clip that chat, please. Great one.
I love the toxic vibe. I love the
clip that one as well.
The bisexual colors that the skin overall has here in Legion. Fair enough. However, I feel like there is the Legion Halloween skin that does the fluorescent better, because that is more, it's more lime than fluorescent. Yep. Not a big fan. And the colors, maybe it could have been a bit better. Sorry, Kubi. I think it's Kubi that made it.
Yep.
I think it's okay, but I think it could have been better. In general, hit me up for feedback.
I think this is a harsh judgment, and I would have placed it higher. Don't know what you think, Jack. No, you were buying into this story.
It would have been COD for me, to be honest. More because I like a lot of the other skins more than I dislike
So
Secret one.
now you'll see where things start to diverge.
Okay.
What's up next?
Wildcard.
So Wildcard has a Rook skin, an operator that I think you said you
I
hate.
wanted to delete.
Yes, very good. I put it at S tier.
What?
Yes.
What?
All right.
And now you'll discover a few things about myself.
This makes zero sense.
You will see. Within my context, it will make sense. Now, you may not know, but back in my teenage years, around 500 years ago, I used to spend a lot of time around goths and emos. Just so happens that I married a goth at the end of it. What do they have? Hot Topic Black. Hot Topic with the font that they have in the back also.
I see.
There you go. Can you model it? The actual font that they use, the pauldrons, as I'm a big cosplay fan. Are you telling me a Rook fan, a cosplayer also will look at the Wildcard skin, not think, God damn, I need to cosplay that? No limit. I know you're watching. You know exactly what I mean. I love the way that they pulled out the pauldrons. I love that that it also has the embossing on it. I love the face mask that they added to Rook. And frankly, Rook, and I'll echo your point, is such a boring operator.
They've made it cool. I understand.
They've managed to make Rook cool and goth. And that, I think they could have gone even further. What if they painted Rook Snails black?
All right. I need to ask the referee, is it a good take or a bad take?
It's a Milosh take.
All right, thank you for
Horrendous.
this very, very good take. We're now moving on to Falcons, this beautiful A skin with gold and green.
See, I'm Arab, which means anything with gold, black, usually goes very high up. That goes into A tier.
All right.
I would actually put it as a A+, heading up to an S, as you see with the where we're going with the weather. I think the Falcon skin is great. I love the fact that there's also the embossing, as we see with the Wildcard skin. I love the fact that they pulled the trim with the gold on the side. I love the green. I love the white, the way that it's not pure white. It is a cream white that they have. Every pick of it is great. However, it's just the operator pick and the headgear, I think, could have been done better. That's where it lacked a bit more innovation, but that's how I would put it at a high A, and that is very good praise if you ask me.
I think the work on the weapon, the metal that we see in the rendering is insane. So I'll up S tier.
But I would say the headgear could have been better.
All right. Okay, that one, I think unanimously, Liquid's Valkyrie has got to go in S tier. No?
No.
It's
I think
an
Liquid
insane
goes
one.
with Elevate in C.
What?
What?
Yes.
Okay, no, we're cooking him. That makes zero sense.
So-
Makes zero
No
sense,
justification is possible for this.
I'm
It is
sorry.
S tier.
I'm sorry, but the Valkyrie, I guess the face, so the headgear minus the hair, great. Everything else, bland.
What?
Boring. Could have been way better.
You're bland.
I have high standards, and I will also thank Team Liquid for having gifted me a skin, but I will tell you again,
All right.
I still put them in C, just to tell you how unbiased I am, because the headgear minus the hair, beautiful. Everything else, not as imaginative as I wanted it to be. There's no embossing like we see with Team Falcons. There's no play with 3D motion, any sort of more three-dimensional spaces in it.
Milosh,
It's the face paint.
You have lost all credibility
I
from
will
the
redeem
French
myself.
fashion team.
I will redeem. I don't take fashion stuff from French. Anyway.
All right, Dark Zero, the Azami skin.
This has to be S.
That is an insane one.
So what did I put it
If
at?
this is anything but S, I swear.
I would place it lower than S.
It's a B.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
Yeah.
I think it's a cool one.
It's cool.
But not as crazy as some others.
No, it's nice. It's so nice. I always love the Asami skins because of the mask, but also the fact that they, partnered up. They've got Bolo on it. Like, it's so nice. The links there.
I will give you the lore. However, I think the mask could have looked way better. Not as imaginative as an operator with a mask could be. You could go way harder than the few bits of coloring that they did here and there. Overall, good skin. Solid choice. But for me, a B is like, it was good. Very much worth it. But way more imagine. Could have been way more than that. I love the Bolo touches. I think it saves it a bit. But otherwise, there's a lot of great Valkyrie skins that you have to contend with out there. That's not an easy pick.
Especially the new Elite one, that's crazy good. All right, the Paragon skin. But moving on, we have Scars, an incredible Wamai skin. Incredible Wamai.
There is only one place for this.
There is only one place for this.
It is high S. It is the number one skin.
It is the best skin. It is the best skin of that release.
I'm sorry, it is absolutely the number one. They have cooked so hard, not only with the face paint, the headgear, the diamond, and there's a specific word for it that I completely forgot in Japanese that is a reference to that sort of face paint. It's beautiful, but not only that, the way that there are scales that are built around the clothing, everything that goes outside of that, the color fades, the glitter, everything that it has is just I mean, it kind of fits with the other side of this jacket that you'll see tomorrow. But regardless, S tier, Scars. If only you made it to playoffs.
Okay. Let's stay in APL. And I think I see where this is going because that rank is empty.
Shoot.
Let's speak about FearX.
Send him home!
Yeah, okay.
On to the graveyard. Right. FearX, in this case, which skin would they have been running?
It was IQ,
they
right?
are running the IQ skin. I'm sorry.
I kind of agree with that one.
No.
I think it's tough because a couple of years ago this would have been a good skin, but the other teams and the overall level of our skins has just risen up so high that it is tough to contend with the rest.
Yeah. When you sink too deep into the anime skin hole, sometimes the anime skin hole tends to, well, stare back at you. And unfortunately, in this case, victims of their own success. FearX. This is my list. I will argue you could put Dark Zero on a B+, maybe, but you could put Dark Zero and W7M on B+, Team Liquid a bit more with Elevate C+. That's why it's more of a, I guess, a moving or, in the work tier list for me. However, I think I provided decent enough arguments for most of the teams as to why I decided to put them where they are in the tier list. Regardless, you should buy all of them and support all of our teams, and hopefully we'll get to do this the next time more our share kind of drops happen. There it is. That's our section. I'm gonna pick up my phone.
Let's focus on the best
put
match
this on the side.
of the day for me.
We got BDS coming in. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go on a walk. We got BDS playing right here, right now, and I'm very excited to see what is currently not just the Freak Show. It's a freak show for BDS.
Yeah, they've been really, really cooking, haven't they? Started the play day in third position, and I think we've spoken to them, and I think that's been really, really good insight, particularly provided by Freck as well, about how the whole team's playing. He said that Robbie's got the potential, that Lasmu's got the potential, and he's been trying to realize this in the teammates, as has the whole team. They've been working hard, and they're finally realizing that, Leo.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see the power of BDS. Obviously, in my power ranking, I mentioned that I placed them top 3. I know
your friends.
I know I will get cooked for that a little bit, but I have a lot of trust in this roster. I think we're seeing the vision from Liloon in this initial roster
We've always
build.
said it's such a high potential roster, right?
Exactly. It was built the right way, but it was always a matter of sticking together and making it work in the long run. They're starting to prove that they are making it work. The main thing for me is it needs to continue today against a Team Secret that has been struggling, but is still now, after last week, in an upwards trajectory.
Leo is such a sweet talker because if I remember correctly, he said something about Virtue a week ago. Let's pull that up. What was he doing? What was he saying?
Them, no, Leo.
Well, I will be honest, I'm going to cook myself here. I did say that Virtue was struggling and that he went 5-16. And the very same day that
what did he do?
He just went, I think, 17-1.
Yeah, he was absolutely incredible in that game. It started with, I'll be honest, a very, very clunky clutch this. Very clunky clutch, but he got it over the line up against Macho. Of course, this was a clean 7-0 victory as well. And he was playing a lot of it on SMG11. Going back to some of his G2 days, I remember Fabian saying to me back in the day, Virtue has the best aim of anybody in my team. And the thing is Virtue is a guy that will sacrifice himself for the team. But when needed, he does still have it, and he showed us that last game.
The crazy thing is that he is somehow even better when he gets on cams just because of the way that he plays around and gets all the info for the team. We've seen it over years with this player that was so good that G2 had to buy him off of Fnatic to bring him over. But that's in the day. Let's pull up Team Secret on the other side because, hey, there was a victory. There were points that Team Secret were able to gather last week. It's not all over.
No, the stage started the wrong way, but also because they faced the strongest teams. Last week was the moment where we were waiting to see this team step up, starting to put points on the table. And I think that happened. I think there was an overtime loss, there was a victory. There's a team that here is turning the tide in their stage. And it begins by Mowgli and Noah performing again. I know Noah's EPS score is not crazy right now, but when you see how far down he was, this is a massive step up. And we're seeing the rest of the team step up alongside them. Is it the beginning, Jack, of a comeback story for Secret?
Speaking about points on the table, they've not got a lot at the minute, but the trajectory that Secret are on, it can be interpreted a few different ways. Now, stay with me on this graph. So, based on their current amount of points, you can see where they're at. And now we've done a lot of different lines based on where you could envisage that Team Secret would be. If they win every game from here, they'll end up just under that 20-point threshold, which was the threshold for top 2 last stage.
So whatever happens, they will be worse than they did last stage?
We expect them to be worse, yes. Obviously, it can change based on other results. Before the stage, so this is their results against their opponents in stage 1, if they got exactly the same results, they would end up comfortably in the playoffs. If the current odds, which is our experts, analysts, we've got 100 of them locked away in a closet, they predicted it, and they say they think that Secret will just make the cutoff at about 12 points, 13 points for the playoffs. However, if they do continue on that current trajectory they're on, that's the blue line where they will completely miss playoffs. So it's still in their hands, but, you know, it's still looking a little bit uncertain because of that start for Secret.
Looking at that graphic, look at the bottom, you saw Wolves, you saw Macho, you saw Wild, you saw teams that are sometimes a little bit inconsistent, that should be targets for a team like Secret that won EWC to gain points. Now is the moment to prove that last week was not a fluke, but start it again. That machine is running.
All I can imagine seeing that graph is a meme edit of Fresh as the frontman of Nickelback saying, "Look at this graph," and it would have been so perfect. Somebody get on that. Thank you very much. Anyways, our map for the series. Let's see where we will go. We've had a lot of variety today, and of course, we have to claw it back to reality on Clubhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. Bangkok Clubhouse. Now, obviously, both very, very strong maps in my mind for Team Secret, actually. I know BDS like to do a bit of a counterplay. They like to be very well prepared and well thought out, very thorough in their match preparation and analysis, so it won't have caught them off by surprise. I will say Secret on this map, Clubhouse, they're incredible at it. And I'll go back to, was it the EWC final? Mowgli walking down blue, getting that crazy play. So yeah, Clubhouse is a map that they absolutely love and they'll play against anybody.
That looks, again, like a classic BDS group stage game where they go exactly on the map that they want. They end up on the side that they want, here defense, and they come up with a counter strat. It was either Bank, either Clubhouse. If I remember well, they were incredible on Bank in that game against VP, and now they're gonna do so again against Secret on Clubhouse. They had 2 choices again.
Yep.
I'm very excited because it's 2 teams that I really want to see perform. They're facing each other. The ideal scenario for me is to see an overtime, but none of them will like it.
It would not be good to either one of them if they went to overtime, just because on the up and up for both. BDS close to locking things in. We're just gonna have to see. We've been yapping for 10 minutes. We are ready to go. Thank you very much, gentlemen. More yapping to come in our game as we send it to our casters. Pengo de Marta, take it away.
Thanks very much, Kassan. Yeah, we're going to have to get rid of your YAP license. I'm going to take that and we're going to start talking. Nick, this game is everything for Secret. After they won EWC, they have fallen so far. They lost their first 3 games in a row. To G2, they got 7-2'd. At Falcons, they got 7-1. They even lost to Fnatic. They finally got a win against Gen G, but can they do it against BDS, who are on a hot streak? 7-4 VP, 7-1 Wolves, 7-0 Matchco. Can Team Secret finally get themselves a 3-point win and get themselves back into playoffs contention?
Actually a bit surprised that Secret won the social vote 56 to 44%, just in the fact that like they haven't been looking all that hot, you know, but it is Clubhouse, anything is possible, and I love this map, so please just give us some good Rainbow Six Siege between these 2 rosters. I want to see it all. I want to see chaos, executes, close rounds, landslides, a good mixed bag. Secret, I was in Paris, that photo shoot that Milo should also at Alphama, and I spoke a fair bit to both Noah and Ju about the stage, what's happened since like winning EWC, what the issues are, and honestly, as they've been seeing interviews, as to me, it's just a mental thing, right? And I don't really know what's going wrong right now for Team Secret, but they gotta figure it out and just, you know, keep grinding every single day because the results they've been getting so far has not been on the money.
Yeah. Well, it's the exact same 5 players that took to the stage in Saudi Arabia and did not drop a single map the entire way through. They kicked it off by knocking out Falcons, who were the reigning champions. They finished it off by 3-0ing G2. And of course, Team Secret also in stage 1 did get the head-to-head win over BDS. BDS were a bit of a slow team to warm up ever since forming, of course, this new BDS roster, which was an interesting combination of the old French Wolves team and players like Virtue and Freck and Robbie who had their big show on other teams. BDS got formed. A lot of people I know, especially you, Nick, you said, look, BDS, high potential, but I think they're going to take a while to reach their form. We're now seeing that. They just won 3 games in a row. 2 of them were a 7-0 and a 7-1. This is the peak BDS that we've been looking for.
He's sliding up the Scopo shield. Is Savage trying to bait the Scopos of Robbie into taking the TP?
I think he is.
He actually is. But the thing is, his shield is gone. And, okay. Wait. Doom just got a kill to Robbie.
Yeah, Robbie died elsewhere. I think he might have been aggressive. I didn't see exactly where. Perhaps
I don't know either.
Kitchen or something. But yeah, weird start to the round.
And Valkyrie's. Oh, yeah, okay.
What are you guys doing? Like, literally, I was just praising BDS.
You picked the wrong team, buddy. It's my boy Doom, dude. Fired up onto a third, 3. Oh, no, mind. Oh, Sura said no. We're not gonna. There's no kill happening. They know the future. But a great start. I mean, this should be one of those guaranteed round victories for Secret, right? Right? This is the thing. They've been a little bit slippery at times. And there's still a Roman bar. He's still not from Adrian. P4 strikes right from Mowgli. 2v4. 4v1. Never mind. This round is crazy.
Yeah, it really is. Mowgli dying to his former teammates, a bit of a sad one for him. I remember the big 4K that he found at EWC on this exact map. Mowgli felt like he had his best tournament ever. P4. The first of 4 needed. P4 more like P1 V4, never mind. Savage obliterates him with the blitz, and that's Secret to find the first round. A bit of a strange one, Pengu. This BDS kind of threw at the start of it.
I mean, it's one of those things where if Secret, if BDS had gotten the kills, then it would have been a complete lockout for them, but it did seem extremely risky. One thing that BDS have been doing quite well in their 3-game streak right now is they go into a match with a very specific and clear game plan, and they follow it to the T. They went in saying, guys, Secret have been sloppy. We're gonna catch them by surprise in the opening round rather, and then with that, mental boom them, get an easy round victory, and just be laughing. But then Doom literally hit the second shot, at least, very disgusting. The first shot was off camera, but the fact that he got both of those kills around the kitchen pole shit just goes to show he just outperformed individually the players of BDS.
When we saw what map we were going to be casting, Pengu, you got a bit excited. Clubhouse.
Always.
It's kind of like the iconic Rainbow Six map right now.
Yeah.
It's arguably the most... I don't know, it's just the most iconic. It's got everything. It's got hard breach, it's got roaming, it's got anchor setups, it's good for shields, it's good for, you know, your Ying, your spice operators, it's good for fragging, it's good for everything. The best teams look amazing on Clubhouse.
Yes.
What the hell did BDS just do? Because that was not normal Clubhouse. You got people running out in kitchen, you got a Scopus pick. Are they just trying to get a bit freaky with it? What the hell's going on?
I think it's a vibe check, right? Because if that works, you know what the tone is going to be on Team Secret's side. And if it doesn't, you just go back to default, so to speak. Because that's the beauty of Clubhouse. Every team, realistically, should be able to pick this map comfortably in a best of 1 or best of 3 and have a good match. And yes, there will be teams that are excellent on this map and teams that are less excellent on this map. But everyone can play it. It's kind of like Old Oregon, right? But the best teams in this map, they can play all the different styles, the wall deny, the side rushes, the roam clears, etc. And that's what makes me excited to watch it, because you never know what kind of game you're gonna get on Clubhouse. Whereas when you look at Border, for example, Border is kind of Border, no matter who's playing it in my mind. Yes, fast Border and slow Border, but it's the same Border.
I'm reloading! Get a couple of different operator bands on Clubhouse map, turns out completely differently. Clash is in, that's a big one here. Frex being cheeky with it. He picks up his shield just in time, takes a lot of damage to that frag, but doesn't die, doesn't lose his life. As the Flores pick here from Mowgli is nice. It's actually cleared so much util, a lot of barbed wire, a lot of the banshees from the Lucy. Remember, this isn't the bomb site. It's easy to get baited in. Think it's the CCTV. Wow, big Nitro cell. A lot of damage on the Savage on the shield. This time the Monty, last time the Blitz. As he marches forward, this roam game from BDS is still stalwart inside of Cash, but it's about to meet a bunch of contention as Mowgli makes his way straight up the stairs, gets flashed but survives, doesn't realize there's a player still pocketed inside of Cash. It's Virtue, the Aussie, as he gets out of dodge. BDS bloodied. Maybe can't afford the fallback just yet. Maybe they need one more pick before they sacrifice this control, and Virtue has found it and got away with his life.
Interesting. The fact that Virtue gets away like that is actually criminal from Secret. No one's on card window of the cutoff, no one's single wall either. Doom, good lockdown on the flank. Watch actually take it down P4. And because of the chaos earlier, all the Valcams are alive, the intel game is there. So now Team Secret take 10 seconds, get the Valcam set up, get the Monty. They're just gonna keep pushing forward. They're speeding up. Hello? What? You got Monty.
Yeah, that is so weird, so unusual. BDS just swung everything. Now it's off to Savage. The Portuguese man steps up with the shield in hand, and Virtue's just going to take the 1v1. What a weird round from both teams. BDS continued by poking that aggression. Virtue didn't stop fighting, but nor did Secret stop giving him any chances.
I would love to praise the team that wins of being the better team in the server, but I think that's just a blunder from Secret, to be honest. I mean, so Doom killed the Valkyrie going for a flank downstairs, picks out the IQ scanner, sees the Valkyrie camera in cash room, and then sprints past it, pushes side and dies. You see bottom left, Frank is watching the 2-floor cash room Valcam. They had full information of how many people coming from connector and how many people jumped outside the windows. Not only that, but you have 45 seconds in a Monty. You can take the Monty into connector, take office for free, or take Master for free, and just start working the intel game. Instead, Monty goes outside on the windows where he's completely useless, and people are just taking gunfights, and they just lose. Like, that was his Secret being kind of odd in their decision making. I don't know why they're in a hurry, but they shouldn't have been.
10 seconds left.
It's funny, what has made this new look Secret look so good? After, keep in mind, they got first round at 6 Invitational. They dropped Virtue very controversially.
Yeah.
And we see this new look Team Secret. It took them a little bit of time, but my God, stage 1 was impressive. They ended up 3rd place after the playoffs. Going into EWC, they were by no means the favorites. They were a huge dark horse, and they dominated every single game, didn't even lose a map, right? And what was special about Team Secret at EWC? They had no fear.
Yeah,
this team just kept pushing, gunning and gunning and gunning. Absolutely no fear, all confidence. Maybe that was a little bit too much. I mean, that last round, sometimes you do just need to slow it down. Going fast is nice, but you can't always do that. You have to play your advantages.
Yeah. You know, Agent's gonna pray that no one saw that, but we all saw it. He ran a trick for its first attempt, by the way. Should be working out by my eye test. I think he placed him pretty well on the wall there. It should make the wall soft, like the Maverick trick, and then you can open up the wall afterwards with a Flourish Drone. Here it is, Flourish Drone. Boom, beautiful. That is the new way to play Ibana. Given that Ace and Thermite were both banned away, and playing Maverick is one of those. You can do it, but you ban Kite and ban it yourself, so is it worth to play Maverick? Probably not. Good first step there for Secret. They got the Monty once more. Can they problem solve correctly and slowly around it?
Oh. Wow, the support there from Virtue was massive though. Likely saved Freck's life. Adrian went for the swing and probably would have killed the Dutchman if Virtue hadn't supported him and lit up Adrian himself. Look at this positioning though from Savage. The fire is making Lasmo all kinds of uncomfortable, but he might just win the knife fight against the Monty. Out comes the pistol. It's an awkward battle. But Mowgli comes to support, takes down his old teammate, and hungry for more, he pushes up with that shield in tow.
And now Monty can walk in and start baiting out those toxic babes from P4 because they have a full 60 seconds on the clock. So there's 2 options here for Secret. Either stall out the utility, then go for a plant with 20 seconds left, or actually speed up their aggression now and use the numbers advantage in the 5 versus 4 to try and go for kills. Those are the 2 current options.
But I think they bite off a little bit more than they can chew with Virtue finding that pick. He is traded, however. Awkward spot now for Savage, and the clash is really going to change things. Is anyone able to capitalize on this clash? No, everyone falls. A big Nitro cell from Robbie, but he's in a 1v3. Secret have locked down the site. Big kill from Noah, and Secret, well, 2-1 up on the attacking side. They're looking to finally have a little bit more fire than they have so far in this stage.
And the reason why that push is so much better than the previous round of the gym attack is because it makes sense. Monty is in the building, gets the information, Smoke sees the Monty, starts tossing out the toxic babes. That means Smoke is occupied, not holding any active angles to the gunfight, and then they push bottom red, in the red hallway, and in through catwalk rafters. They're all attacking together, and because Clash has the shield up, that's not a gun. Because Smoke is tossing out the gadget, then he doesn't have an active gun the entire time either. And that means you have a significant gunfight advantage. And again, there's no right or wrong play there. You can play slow, go for plant, play fast and go for kills. It comes down to what playstyle your team favors the most and what the call is in the server. And as long as you all commit to the same plan, that's the most important factor. Well done for Secret. BDS, just losing too many bodies early on, couldn't really fight back.
And like we talked about just a few minutes ago, we all know if Secret has a choice between playing fast or playing slow, what are they going to do? They're going to play fast. That's the way that these guys like to play. And they're so good at it, right? Like, you've got absolute gunners on this team, right? Mowgli has always been a gunner, a bit hot and cold, but always a gunner. Jim, I know your mate, he's an insane gunner. Adrian, young talent, and Noah, a guy who's been around the block for forever, and finally looking like a real gunner. Savage, the ultimate support, IGL for the team. Like, these guys are going to leverage the fact that they play unpredictably, they play quickly.
I'm a little bit curious to see that it's a triple Heartbreach ban actually from BDS. I feel like diminishing return is something that we don't talk a lot about in Siege. Like, you know, when you do something and the more you do it, the less value that it becomes all of a sudden. Like, banning the first Heartbreacher, pretty good. Banning a second Heartbreacher, in most situations, it's still okay, but not as good as the first one. Banning the third just feels kind of like, what's the point, you know? Because they can play, look at this lineup. They have Capitão, Striker, and Grim. They have 6 can openers. That's more hatch destruction than Hibana would bring, and can get 2 really strong primary gadgets and a full support strike operator. So it feels like to me that Hibana ban almost gives them the same, if not more, flexibility, because that secondary can opener is as good, if not better. So
the only thing I will say about banning both Hibana and Ace is that's all the ranged hard breach. So it does force the team can openers to be close up, which potentially opens up an avenue for Virtue or P4 to C4 anyone going on the kitchen hatch. Not so relevant on the other hatches, but yeah, it's just a little bit more vulnerable in kitchen. But I mean, if Doom is allowed to put breaching charges down without getting C4, then I think that BDS probably aren't going to find a C4 unless someone's putting a hard breach down.
That's what I like so much, like playing the IQ on top of this, because you recognize that there's no ranged hard destruction. That counters the Valcams, the intergame, any pre-play C4s. Again, very stable. And this might actually come down to a 5v5 bombs that execute. And that is one of my favorite rounds to watch and cast in Tier 1 Clubhouse, because this comes about the micro details. How do you clear specific positions like AKs or Dirt Tunnel? Are you gonna go for a blue hatch drop, church moto? Are you gonna go for kitchen hatch? There are so many possibilities and small things you can do on the attack, and oh boy.
Let's hear that, boo-boo. Awkward.
So many things you can do in a round of Rainbow Six Siege Clubhouse, and injuring a teammate is also one of them if you have a bad timing, and it can happen sometimes. The kitchen hatch not being opened up just yet, bit of a concern for sure, seeing as there's no real hatch denial. Church triple has been reinforced middle of the round. Again, Secret can breach open all these walls if they want to, as there is no real denial but the jammers, but they got EMPs to spare.
Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Adrian supporting himself with his own EMPs to then bring out the can opener. Every operator from Secret does multiple things, whether it's IQ doing bird and the scanning, whether it's Adrian EMPing and breaching. Now Savage going in. He's already played the Vert game. Now he's playing the entry on the Blitz. Secret don't want to plant just yet. No, they want to go for kills. They want to get a man advantage, and they do. Savage taking a lot of damage to Robbie there. Virtue not able to survive, support his teammate at P4. And he doesn't have that Nitro cell than either plant, but he might be able to take down Savage with the shot anyway. Forced into a plant now. Adrian relies on Noah to cover, who holds down the line with the 5-5-2, and he will only find one. The trade directly. Virtue needs to clutch up, but Noah and Adrian together, they put 2 and 2 up for Secret. Another round on the board, 3-1 in the lead over BDS.
That's a big one right there. And again, they have so much utility to spare. The Cannovers, the EMPs, the Blitz walking in and getting everything done for his team. I did get a little bit worried though if that plant was going to be going down because they're just kind of stalling out the round. BDS, I think they're recognizing, hey, they aren't actually planting. We can still take some fights here and there, but ultimately that plant spot ends up working in favor of the attackers. The minibar, the black box gives them enough cover, and with that also the round clutch. Really, really clutch play as well though from Secret. The way they play every single thing down to perfection there in the small details of the round. BDS will call it tactical timeout. I see a very nodding Virtue in agreement. Okay, I agree, yeah, let's do it. He's played really great so far, but it feels to me like BDS, they always lose a man relatively early in the round and playing from the back foot. I'm not sure if it was P4 last one on the smoke in that round, but he died, not really even looking in the right direction, just getting shoved back by Blitz.
He's dead right, every single round. Oh yeah, well, aside from that little exchange there, with Mowgli getting down for the breach charge, every single round, Team Secret have found the opening kill, often pretty early on. That was a 5v5 with 30 seconds to go. But you know what I think is so interesting, Pengu, and I know you're going to like this. We talked so much about the operator lineup from Secret there. In the old meta of Siege, we would really have... Each operator would kind of do one thing, one role, right? You bring your Thatcher, and their job is to disable any bandit batteries or Kaid. You had your Thermite, their job was to breach the wall.
Yeah.
Right, you had your Ying, their job was to execute. You look at that lineup, that round from Secret, you mentioned it, all three, aside from Maverick, dedicated hard breaches, banned on out. Every remaining operator from Secret has at least 2 jobs, right, with their utility. Doom is finding and destroying electricity like the Valkyrie cameras, but he's also a Vert operator. He's also got breaching charges. Blitz is an execute rush operator, but he's also got breaching charges for Vert. Striker is the EMPs and the hard breach. Capitao is the area denial, the smokes, and the hard breach. Grim is the area denial and the hard breach. Everyone has multiple roles. It's incredible.
That's exactly what I mean, right? If they had brought Hibana, if it wasn't banned, Hibana is usually just a hard breacher. I guess you can play the flashbangs or soft breaching as well, but I feel like you're opening up the game so much more if you're buying into these flexible operators. So I love seeing Secret be able to problem solve on the fly right now, recognizing that these hard breaching bans aren't going to affect us whatsoever. And now they got all these other operators open up, like Muncie hasn't been banned away, Blitz hasn't been banned away, instead they're spamming that every single round. To great success, mind you. So BDS, they gotta ride out the rest of this first half. They're down 1-3. Operator ban-wise, not getting the most value, and it's looking a little bit rough. But I do believe that Secret's ability to find those early engagement kills has been the biggest win condition for them so far. So BDS gotta stay alive for a bit longer or trade back in even numbers.
Kiba deployed, surface secured.
Secret continue to show us that every operator ban is an opportunity to do something better. The start of these rounds have been where they flourish, as you said. Robbie on the Azami.
Come on.
Continuing to fortify his position. Freck will find a nice shot for the very first time BDS have an opening kill.
Now that's very big because the Midas Asami shortly after a good flashbang was Savage. There we go. Finally, ADS is a simple problem solving to a very simple way to solve a big problem rather, but they get the job done. One flash, one Monty, catwalk control. Freck follows down shortly after. Now they get so much map control for free because the other players of BDS are on the bomb side. They're playing Gym Master Bedroom. Cash is gone. Connector is gone. They can take office with the Monty. There's 2 C4s in pocket, but no one downstairs to use them. And even if they were, look at this. Doom holds the C4s himself from below and finds the Valkyries up above with the IQ scanner.
It's the best Team Secret we've seen so far. It's stage 2. They finally got a win on the board after 4 games. Could they find a second here? They're already leading, gunning for a 4th attack round. But why is Savage on the Monty here on the balcony? It's not a good place for a shield. He's going to be exposed when he vaults on inside.
I don't hate this one because I got numbers advantage. You can try and get it planned down instead of Gym, but as I said, 2 C4s can be problematic to deal with.
The plant's being forced down. Lasmo finds Mowgli, but traded back by Adrian. P4 and Virtue together. Their C4s don't go in. They don't look to deny the plant. No Virtue. He's left all alone. And Team Secret, quite a rejuvenation. After what has been a tumultuous start to the stage, they are looking in peak form. Is this the Saudi Secret that we missed for the last month. I think it might be Virtue can't do anything against it. 4 rounds now for Secret to 1 measly defense of BDS.
The only really like one word I can think of for BDS right now is foresight ? I feel like right now they are reacting to things that are happening the second they're happening, right? So for example, in that final round, they lose the roam control. Okay, they had 30 seconds of breathing room because Secret instant took server cache, then they popped the Goyo Fire. That means you have 20 seconds plus the roam clear, 10 seconds or so of breathing room. When that happens to BDS, I want to see them organize how they're going to deal with 3 different things. What do we do as a counter if they go for an office take? What do we do as a counter if they plant mattress? And what do we do as a counter if they go for a gym plant? And I would like to see BDS then have a solution when Secret show their cards.
Bomb located
but
by
they
attackers.
didn't. Secret goes for a gym plant, and their response is, hey guys, no C4 below. Let's not even swing together. Let's just kind of let them plant and not even use the C4s. We just die in the gunfight. And I know that they couldn't walk down the main stairs because June was there on the outside platform holding it. But June wasn't always there. Earlier he was in bar. There wasn't a guy in the gym window earlier, they were in cache. So you could have dropped the gym hatch and you could have been pool table. You could have walked down the main stairs earlier and been down in bar. But they don't have the foresight to figure that out until they need it. And that's been BDS's biggest problem in the late round for me.
Yeah. Can't always play reactively, you got to be 1 step ahead. Team Secret really have been. One last chance now for BDS to redeem themselves. But even a 2-4 split is going to be a very challenging second half on the attacking side. Not impossible though. I wouldn't put it past BDS to come back on the attack. Not if they keep playing like they have these last couple of rounds.
It certainly is a possibility, but it's not the BDS we saw against Macho. You know, the 7-0 consulate, the decisiveness, the clear vision. It's been a little bit shrouded. Joom just sprints in the building, takes down 1 down the main staircase. He's gonna keep going. He's not gonna stop James.
No, and there's no Denari on the stairs like there was previously. He runs straight past the dread mine. He's looking for more. Big kill for him. BDS being ripped to shreds by Secret. Robbie being abused inside of blue. He will fall. All up to Virtue, making his way back to site. Far too late. And barely a minute has subsided and we're in a 4v1. The round is done. The half is over. And I think this game might not have much more legs to it either. Team Secret have been back in form. It took them a hell of a long time to get there, but this could be the team to once again contest for some of the best in Europe. It's a domination in the first half from Team Secret.
That's a Doom live round right there. He runs down main after getting the opening kill. 1-tap headshots P4 through the bar, saving his teammate, walks into blue, kills the 3rd guy, and even finds the 4th in that 1 versus 4 situation. That is Secret, where they are just running all their opponents like an EWC with so much confidence. But BDS is not the team that I thought this would work against. They've been really good themselves. Like they're on that 3-game win streak, looking good. They're aggressive. They're good shots. They're looking in really good form themselves. Maybe this is just a case of clubhouse defense and nothing working out. I'm curious if that's going to be the case or if BDS will continue to falter on the attacking side. Umbrella Bands, double Electro Bros again, Kite Bandit, but then Monty and the Capitao. So we're seeing Secret on the side swap take away some of those power operators that can simplify some of the rounds, make it easier to attack, rather than opting for those triple heart respawns, which honestly has been completely useless by the looks of it.
Get this, BDS have now lost more rounds, or as many rounds, in this game today as they have in their last 3 matches. 3 matches, BDS went 7-0, 7-1, 7-4 their last 3 games. Now they've already lost 5. Team Secret on the flip side, I mean, their first 2 games they only won 3 rounds between them. Then they lost 7-8 to Fnatic. And then they only beat Gen G, who are not in peak form right now, in overtime. Team Secret not only are about to find their first regulation win, but are about to absolutely dominate a team that has been dominating.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Well, how the turntables, as we say.
You really can't predict Europe. I tell you what, even the teams like Fnatic or Gen G or Wild, even Matchco, like, out of nowhere they could have a big result. Out of nowhere, BDS could stumble, G2 or Falcons could lose.
Could they though?
VP are
Could
all
G2
over the
lose?
place.
Okay. You're a G2 hater.
I mean, they lost EWC. How many maps did they win against Secret in that grand final?
I remember that game. It was not a great watch if you're a G2 fan.
Very quick.
Very quick grand final. We're out of there for like 6 p.m. starting at 4 p.m. It was ridiculous. Like, it's the big question though is the pace right now. Is it going to be Secret dictating how fast BDS can go, or can BDS play at their own pacing? We know Mowgli, when he's feeling confident, he can just be such a demon in the server, and he's roaming inside of German right now with attackers all around him on the windows, on the jacuzzi wall, etc. Cadena going out for a roam clear, and he just jumps out.
There you go.
He just jumps out.
Straight out. You can't be asleep at the wheel when Mowgli's in the server because he will fight you.
Ridiculous.
Freck goes down, that's the Ying already. It is ridiculous. It's what we expect out of him. The crazy Frenchman that cannot stop holding Shift W. Cannot stop holding right click, left click. Doom finds one, and Secret are again dominating BDS here. One Lion of Robbie, 1v4. It's not happening, I tell you that right now. Team Secret, I don't know what they had for breakfast this morning, but I'd love to know the recipe because they, in just 7 rounds, have match point.
I don't know what else to say then. Secret are absolutely owning BDS right now. And it's individual decision making and like the lack of hesitation that's really making them work in these rounds. Like Mowgli instant jumps out the second he hears a Candela with no fear for his own life when it happens in that round. And that's a solo play, you think, but actually a second player peeked his CCTV window at the same time. So Mowgli knows that's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, worst case scenario, and best case, I will jump back in and we both live. So again, it's a mini play that works together. He jumps out, CC swing from nowhere at the exact same moment, and then they have 2 people working together on master bedroom, with Adrian covering main staircase as well. So the only way in for the attackers is gonna be jacuzzi, walk-in breach, and that's it. So they're forced into a bulldozer of a hallway, and guess what? No one's office hatch. They had a guy, Lion, on the connector single wall holding office, and we could tell that he knew a player on defense was inside of office. And yet no one goes on the hatch to try and 2v1 that guy. They don't try and take away the easy players. No, they try and force the clash in the middle of master with no help from each other. So again, BDS, it feels like there's a voice and leadership missing in the server right now. It's that missing, or is the individual players not telling the leader what they're seeing to then get a solution together? It's definitely a communication problem.
I don't know, BDS has such a strong leadership team out of game.
Yeah.
Right, you know, between Eden, Helby, and Lilun, everyone from BDS, of course, the former Wolves like unit really kind of lives on in that support staff, and of course in P4 and Lasmo. So much history, they're so used to working together. But what happens in the server when we need someone to step up and say, all right, guys, listen up, this is what we're gonna do?
Trying to think right now what it is that I want to see. And honestly, at this very moment, it's just, I just want to see stability. I want to see BDS get to that bomb side with, 5-4 attackers alive. Not getting too quick in the server. C4 goes out, Virtue Tracer with his body, half damage, that's okay. Arguably worth it. Now they can use the nade to dislodge the position of the green box, but Mowgli just
Mowgli. He seems to get buffed up when he's playing against his old teammates, doesn't he? Destroys Lasmo and still doubles back, hungry for more. SMG 11 in hand. P4 finds one. Freck is struggling outside of the garage, but still this battle is going on in cash, and Mowgli has not yet died. He's holding on to his position. He'll take down Robbie as well. I think Secret might have put the money in bag and started to run away with it. BDS, they're barely shooting back. 1 kill is all they found this round. The Blackbeard's still lit up from that early C4, and he still cannot take down Mowgli. It's a done deal. Mowgli growls his way into the server and destroys his old teammates
It's a dominant win for Secret, the first of their stage, and finally the monkey is off the back for EWC's champions.
Not only was it a 7-1 slaughter, but I'm pretty sure this game was shorter than the Paladin skin tier list with Milos and Halfama. It was a complete speed run from the boys.
Oh, enough said. We'll break it down after this break. Stay with us.
ladies and gentlemen, they're back! Team Secret bring it home with a big 7-1 victory on a clubhouse. There you go.
You got to win on it sometime.
Exactly. Well, you know what? We're all winners tonight because we get to have a chat with Doom, bringing him on with us. Guten Abend, Herr Jume.
Guten Abend.
How are you feeling?
This broadcast is in English. Please speak in English.
Speak in English.
Yeah.
Doom, big win. Come on, back-to-back W's. Team Secret's back, right?
Hopefully. I mean, I think we're still getting back to it, but definitely better than the first week.
What do you think is the main reason for the beginning of this comeback story? Because you guys, you had overtime lost 1 week ago, then overtime win, then 7-1. So we see a bounce here.
I think mainly practice, how we've been taking it. I think when we got back after the break from EWC, we were kind of rusty, and now we're slowly just getting back to how we were playing at EWC.
Was there any specific weak points that you guys highlighted in the beginning of the stage that you fixed here in this week?
I think just overall team play. I think we were doing just too much solo stuff when what we're good at is actually playing as a team, and I think we're missing that.
Do you think that was the solo stuff was as a result of pressure, maybe? As you've won EWC, people expect you to do all these big, great things. Do you think people had a bit of pressure, maybe pressure to get to Munich as well?
Probably a little bit, but maybe we're also taking it a bit too easy in the beginning.
Yeah.
So we were getting a bit too cocky and thinking, oh, we can just win games by ourselves, but we still need that team play.
Fair enough. And then on to Clubhouse today. Why do you think they took you to Clubhouse? Because I have you down as one of the best Clubhouse teams in the world.
It surprised me as well. I think just maybe it's one of their comfort picks as well from knowing their players, and I think they just want to play something they're comfortable with as well, but we're just better at it.
I mean, you absolutely were today, and I want to put today by the wayside because the conversation around Team Secret is not what happens on day, it's now what happens in that future, and in the near one tomorrow. That is, you play against Wolves, another opportunity to gather 3 more points and get yourselves on that trajectory and onto playoffs. So, how do you think tomorrow is going to go, and do you have anything to say to Wolves?
Probably the same as today, I would say.
Simple as that.
Yep.
Watch and learn. There you go. Joom, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Congratulations again on a massive victory. And I think we all looked good in that SI ticketing ad. So very well done.
My 2 seconds of it, yeah.
Joom did not make the cut in post-production. You know what?
I don't even know I was there.
You made it in-game. Maybe you'll make it to the event. And then that way you can show off. Because we'll never be on stage at the event. Well, not the way you will be.
Yeah. We're not going to be winning it like you. Anyways, Zoom, thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, we was all there in that SI ad, wasn't we, guys? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Focusing back on the game, the real stars of the show. I will say this: I was impressed by the bounce back from Team Secret, and I did see the BDS try to get back into the game early on. They start with a heavy roam, get completely picked apart, and after that, Jack, I don't understand the decision. They start playing Turtle, peel off, and give all the zone control to Team Secret. After this, if you give your hand to Team Secret, they will take the arm and they will completely batter you, and it's exactly what happened the rest of their defenses.
Secret are one of those teams that you've got to try and take the fight to them, maybe be a little bit disruptive and maybe catch them off guard, and I think BDS gave them so much space, so much control. BDS needed to go and fight Secret and they weren't. It was way too passive, and Secret's team play was great. It's always going to be great on a map that they're comfortable on, when they can play behind Savage on the shield and all those execute operators that we know that they like to do. Just quickly speaking on BDS, because we've just spoke to Jim, we're big fans of BDS, but there are inconsistencies that happen and times where they do just seem to get it wrong. Today was one of those days, and that loss will actually, really, really hurt. And then moving on to Secret, I think Jim hit the nail on the head. The team play, we stopped that individualism, which I think, maybe was present at the start of the stage, and they got back onto what works for them. And I'll allude to what Twister said last week when we spoke to him before they'd even got a win. We'll just keep doing the same things we're doing because we trust that process and it'll come good, and we saw that today.
less individual, more communal.
Yeah, you can see
What
that
are the
on the
things to learn
scoreboard.
from Secret?
You look at Savage, 100% cost. Those execute cycles were
He
were
must
perfect.
love it. He must absolutely love running in on the blitz and just seeing just Mowgli killing people, Doom killing people, Noah killing people. Oh, it must be great. Savage must love his life.
It's the
I know he
perfect
calls
setup.
everything, but it must be great.
He's such a good shield player, and those
Yeah.
executes, once again, the plans that he put down, the rest of the team covering him, that's it. We're seeing the team again.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can find that consistency. They're playing a weaker opponent tomorrow in Wolves. This should be a 6-point of a week.
Incredible opportunity. And we will talk about it more in detail tomorrow. But for now, let's flash them up on the screen. Bam, there you go. Wild versus Gen G is our final matchup of the evening. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about them and more. See you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Demons and ghosts come to hunt us in the depth of the night as we hit our final matchup of the evening. Let's start off with the first zombie underground. It is our map Vito. What rises from these stinking tombs? It's, well, an old friend. Lair for Gen G and Wild, gents. I feel Gen G have gone onto Layer before, same for a while.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a map that both teams like. I will be honest, this is a surprising pick. I don't know if they expected to go there. On Wild side, I will say this, we did see them play twice last stage. They got battered, 7-2 by G2, 7-4 by Fnatic. But then again, that was the old Wild. That's not the Wild that we've seen that can perform against the biggest teams. And so if the rest of the story is true, they should be much better on that map. For Gen G, they've played it 3 times in Tier 1, only won it once against Macho in that BO3. Despite that, they had 2 harsh losses, including one against Wolves, which is not a good show for them on that map.
I really like this map for both of these teams on the basis that both of these teams, in terms of Stage 2, have shown us significant improvements in their team play. And this map is really where you can get to show it. It feels like a very, very nice level map on a fundamental basis. So I'm quite excited to see what both teams have got cooking for us.
Much will awaken, so get in the back of your Dragula as we get into Gen G's. It's Rob Zombie. I don't know what's going on with me today. We're getting closer to Halloween. I am sick of hearing Christmas jingles in September.
Yeah,
it is
weird.
Halloween time. Anyways, Gen G are on here, and they refuse to be put underground.
No, we've seen consistent progress from this team. We see the momentum from Stage 1, from EWC, continuing. Still some inconsistencies, including that one game against Secret. They did take them to overtime, and to me, that is already a point against a really big opponent that was starting to wake up. Now is the moment for them, again, to cement that spot in the playoffs. If they do anything below that, that will be a huge disappointment for that roster.
I think what I like about this roster is the inconsistencies are getting fewer and further between in terms of how often they're occurring. There's a nice level of base that they're performing. Naqua's doing well as the IGL. They're really kind of coming alive, and they're reacting off of each other. They're playing together well, and they're an explosive team. So they're good to watch, and they obviously made the last event. They can get into playoffs again. They just need to carry on with that consistency.
And same can be said with Wild, to be honest. It's the same dynamic for me. It's 2 teams that were struggling last stage, at least in terms of inconsistencies. Gen G ended up making it to the international event, but still did not show up. Well, I will say Wild is incredibly surprising. With the performance they have, especially against some of those big teams.
Those stats, looking at those stats, the EPS obviously doesn't look good. And I think for Wild, they have improved. They have got a better basis. They are looking better as a team, but every single game has been a slog. Actually, I've got some stats that will show this as well, because realistically, we've seen Wild all of the time. They've been getting points off big teams, but they've been doing it the hard way. In fact, they've played the most rounds out of anybody inside of EML with 55 rounds. Now, let's not forget, they've played Falcons, they've played G2, they've played Secret, they've played a lot of the big teams in this league. So regardless of the points, they've gone deep in those games, which shows that they're competing at this level. Sometimes it's not always going well, but they are competing at this level.
And they're competing at this level against those big teams. You know, they've had, 3 really tough, big-name matches to kick off their stage, and yet they've been able to push them into overtime. Maybe not for G2, but still enough to get points, which shows that they can be very competitive.
I mean, even then, even against G2, as a reminder, they were 1 round away from taking them to overtime. Whatever happens, it's a minimum of 12 rounds when you go against Wild, whatever your level is. And this, to me, is already an improvement in itself. I'm waiting to see them now perform against teams that should be in their scope, should be at their level. Now is the moment where finally you get those 3 points in a win.
Yeah, this is a game to target that they can win. Absolutely.
This is one of those 6-pointers, as we call it, where Wild can run away with it, but Gen G also can do the same in their own way, especially if some people especially the players, stay off of Twitter, tweet a bit less comparison to other people maybe here and there on the squads. But it's a big focus for both of these teams. My question is, what do you do in a situation like this where there is a lot of opportunity, but also a lot of pressure for you to crumble under?
I think for the side of Wild, obviously you have to have the relegations in your head. I feel like they take every game as a welcome gift. When you started with that stage, last stage, they struggled the whole time. They had a couple wins in the end, but to be honest, anything that they do today in this stage is an improvement from what happened before. It's a testament that, yes,
that mug was so cute, sorry.
Yeah. It's a testament that their organization, trusting their roster, not making a single roster change, was the right way to go. The pressure for me is on Gen G. They're not allowed to lose against Wild in terms of name, in terms of prestige, in terms of making EWC. And so for that team, the pressure is really on Gen G.
I think it's just about, for both of these teams, controlling the controllables and executing their own game plan.
All right, gentlemen, let's have a little chat with our friends from the casting squad. Please, Pengu, Devmar, let's bring him up on the screen. I mean, it's been cooling down bit by bit. James, how are you holding up there?
I'm doing good. It's actually, I would break the illusion and show you guys my camera, but you can kind of see in the mirror over here, it's actually light outside now. It's about to hit 7 a.m. I just had a banana. I've been singing to some Renee rap while I warm up. I'm like so amped. I'm so keen for this last game.
Has your beautiful dog woken up yet?
No, she thankfully is sound asleep. Her voice is not required on the broadcast today.
Very good, very good. Well, Nick, we are getting closer and closer to midnight. That's when the big stuff start coming out from underground. And between these two teams, Gen.G, Wild, do you see any of you really taking it today?
I'm beginning to become a Wild fan, I'm not gonna lie to you, so I feel like Wild take it all the way. Also, we got plenty of friends, you know, Leos in the the desk every single match and whatnot like that, so we don't need more of that, okay? Wild all the way.
I was praising Wild the whole time.
That's good.
And I even said Gen.G has the pressure, not Wild. I was being objective there, Nick.
You're being biased in your team rankings because the top four was the teams that were in Paris, where you met them.
True.
So
yeah. All right. He also actually said Pengu is his favorite caster because Pengu was in Paris and not Dev.
He's just lying. Straight up lying.
Yeah, that's
just
a lie.
send it to the game,
cool.
I don't want to hear any more of this BS.
There we go. Just to be in support of my fellow Frenchmen. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, our final matchup of the evening. Gen.G, it's Wild, and we got Devin Pengu take it through. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, look, Pengu, we all have our favorites, but I'm with Leo. You're my favorite European that I work with. And look, there is real stiff competition because I work with a lot of you beautiful Europeans. But of course, we have two more European teams going head-to-head today. And my God, Pengu, these two teams have had a tumultuous year. Both Wild and Gen.G not classified in the top teams. Gen.G had a surprisingly deep run in Stage 1 of playoffs, but Wild recently promoted into the league. A lot of hope on their shoulders, but not a lot of expectation. That's starting to flip because of how good they've been doing. That said, they are still outside of playoffs contention right now. They've just been jumped by Team Secret. If they want to jump back in, they've got to win this today.
Oh, I like this actually. But double SAS ban, the mute and the smoke. Now that's a rare one that we see. I love the Grim ban. It's very proactive because mute ban goes out first. And they go, okay, if there's gonna be no mute, we really don't want to deal with the Grim red spotting all across the bomb side. So we're gonna counter ban that proactively. Really nice stuff. Now, mute is an operator that you can probably play on like 99% of bomb sites, and it's never a troll pick. It's always great, it's always good, high value, etc. Yet it rarely gets banned out. So I love that we're starting to see that trend kind of pick up. Smoke, we've actually seen a surprising a high amount of operator bans targeted towards him specifically. And the theory is always this: every team can play smoke. They know it. They love it. It's simple. Not every team, not many teams for that matter, likes to play Tashanka. And the only substitute to a smoke ban, realistically, is going to be Tashanka. So you're kind of throwing a curveball, putting the enemy on a little bit more uneven ground if they're not super comfortable with it. And it's funny because we have seen teams miss some Tashanka lineups in recent history, James.
Well, we were talking about that off-air earlier today, weren't we, Pengu? You clipped it. Which team was it that you threw under the bus on your stream, showing that they did not know how to deny the default plan on Consulate? And then you went into a custom game and did it on the first try?
It was the good old BDS Matchco 7-0 last play there on Consulate, where Matchco just, I don't know, there's a CEO defense, one of the most common Tashanka bomb sides, and you just don't know how to do the lineup that hits a CEO default plant. And BDS hit plant in front of them, despite them having Tashanka. Complete blunder.
Yeah, it's such a different way of using the operator, even though the outcome is still area denial. Tachenko works very differently to smoke. The area of effect is much smaller, so you have to really get it right. Let's see if Azox can do it this time. Of course, Azox, we mentioned this off-air in our prep earlier, Nick, but he's actually the third highest rated player in the EML at the moment. He is absolutely gaming these days.
Yeah. Bit of a... I was gonna say he kind of flew under the radar, but there was that skyscraper game where he was like injury frag in 3K every single round. That was a bit of a defining moment for him in the stage in the stat department. I love this dynamic play though. Evan on Monty upstairs, the block down below, kind of working in tangent with the information, yellow pings plus vertical destruction. A little bit off the mark though, Shankas to his right. Oh, that's an injury. That's a beautiful spray through the floor actually. And Aztec should not really be revivable. If flank comes through though, yellow pin was there for Garen, but Skies wins the gunfight.
Oh, and with Astro finding that Nitro cell pick, just maybe there is a revive on the cards here. Deadshot goes on in and saving the Tachanka, saving Private Lord Tachanka. What a valuable outcome there for Gen G. The most important operator has survived, and Asta's going absolutely nuclear. Nothing to be said. It's a massive collapse from Gen G. After seemingly losing the opening engagement, they fought back tooth and nail to win the round flawlessly.
It's really impressive to me how Gen G, they're trying so hard to help each other, but not like in a desperate way, like, oh, I'm gonna go save you, I don't care about what happens to me. It's very much like, okay, I see my teammate is under pressure. What can I do without risking myself to increase my teammate's chance of succeeding? And it's, you know, the flank downstairs, the second star gets injured, Skies comes his teammate, then Asta starts swinging as well, the C4 comes out, everyone is helping each other in such a good way. And while they're doing something really fantastic themselves, they had Buck below, they had a flank drone, they had Tim on tip above. But everything just changed so quickly on 2 small plays from Gen G.
Yeah. I thought what?
Now the question is, can Gen G keep up this aggression? Because it's not a consistent way, I would say, of playing Rainbow Six Siege. So when it works, it's phenomenal. But of course, you're always back at like the basics. Do you have the basics to play a stable round of the Siege all the time? And Gen G, they're very... Oh, we're moonwalking there. As I see that. I see the moonwalk. That is not a good look. Rehost called for as I crashed. Yeah, he did. He crashed. I think you crashed as well, yeah.
It was awkward time.
That's alright. We're just gonna go a tick pause. That's okay. You're not audible, but I am, so I'll just talk to myself during this very exciting tech pause. Of course, when this happens, it sucks for everybody, the spectators, both teams, but we're gonna be very quickly back. It's gonna be a little reboot of the server, get Asa back in there. Have you had a reboot as well, James?
Not sure if I'm audible, but we'll get confirmation pretty soon.
Pretty soon.
For production.
Very nice.
If you had to summarize that round in one sentence, how would you explain it, Pengy?
Moonwalking.
No, the round that actually played out.
Oh, you said the round. I was like, that's not it. Oh, okay. Okay, in one word, I would either do teamwork or I would do covering. Because they were covering each other with teamwork. That's like the simplified version. Yeah.
I said one sentence, but one word.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie to you. I heard one word. It was like the endless death segment earlier where Milos was like, finish my sentence. And Leo was fishing for one word finishes, not like finishing the entire sentence.
Yeah.
But it was kind of a fun.
That's alright. I mean, English isn't your first language. It's not Leo's first
It's like
language,
no one's first language besides Fresh, and I guess yours too, though. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
and so I keep asking myself, what is Fresh's excuse?
Well, he is from Hull, you know, like
that's true. He's a northerner.
He's a northerner, yeah.
Why is it that almost all of our British Rainbow Six talent are from the north, by the way?
You say all, but isn't it technically just Ian and Fresh, Jack?
Oh, we've also got Ollie.
Oh, is he northern as well?
Yeah, he's from very close to Ace as well. Ace, so Tim, Ollie, X-Troika, Jack, Fresh, and then
So does
Ian.
Manchester count as the north? I actually don't know exactly where it is in the map.
Yeah, Manchester.
Yeah? It's far north?
Manchester's north.
Map
And then I
of
think
UK.
I think Derry would count as like Midlands. I'm not sure. Look, I'm not Australian. I don't know about our colonial homeland. But yeah, I think that doesn't quite count as north, even though it's not crazy far. And then of course Emmy from I think she's a Londoner. She's a southerner.
Manchester isn't like that far north. It's almost like central. It's like a little bit above central.
Surely we've got some Mancunians in the chat that can confirm or deny this. I'm pretty sure that people would consider Manchester northern.
Okay, I think consideration is one aspect, but geographically speaking, it's only like 20% above the middle.
I think people classify as like being from the north in the UK. It's kind of like a way of life.
You know.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
have to just.
I get that. Like in Denmark, we have different islands. So.
The accent. Yeah. Right on.
Yeah, I guess it's an accent change, whatever else. I remember when I lived in Reading for a year with Shaz back in my playing days. I was asking Shaz, like, where are we gonna live? Like, because I know nothing about UK back then, right? And he said, Nick, there is this line on the map, and he like showed me, if you live above it, you're a loser. If you live below it, you're great. And I was like, okay, great. So we're gonna live below the line, I guess. But why? And basically it was like, not much further north than London. He was like, we need to live below this area. I was like, okay. So we moved to Reading. It's like an hour, I want to say southwest of London, but I couldn't tell you exactly. But we went to Reading for a full year, and we lived there together. Just like that.
Yeah, what'd you think of living in the UK?
I won't lie to you. Back then in my playing days, it was like 16, 18 hours of gaming. So I just lived in a room with 4 walls. Like, it didn't matter where I was in the world. It was all the same to me. We had a sushi shop that was open till midnight, and they had half off after 10 p.m. So I pretty much just ate dinner there like all the time because it was half off sushi, you know?
You know why it's half off? Is because it's the sushi that they made that morning that they can't sell tomorrow. So they're just literally feeding you old sushi because they can't sell it if they don't.
It's not old, it's end of day. That means it's still fresh, but it won't be in a few hours. You know, it's like, because think about it, the fish also sleep at night. So when they wake up and they get hunted, then it's fresh meat. And if the meat doesn't get to sleep, then it's still fresh. So it's still fresh fish. That's the logic that that's the logic that I apply.
That is crazy. That is wild. I was at speaking of who from our broadcast team is from the north. I had a reminder by our lovely observer Stefan Easy that Demo is northern in a way, being from Northern Ireland.
Okay.
I don't know whether that counts as the same conversation. Technically, still part of the UK. Now, we have talked way too much about the UK, which is a place that neither you nor me are from. And neither of these teams... Oh, some of the Wild players are from the UK, right? I think Wild is the one team that is such a big mixture of players. I think most of the teams in this league have at least 2 players from the same nationality, but I'm looking at the Wild roster right now. So we've got Boomsies from the UK, Evans from Ireland, Garen's from Slovakia, Matt's from Brazil, and Sneak from Spain. That is a very multicultural roster.
Interesting. I'm trying to think if I can add any valuable points to that conversation, but I can't. That's
I'm literally just trying to somehow bring our conversation back to the game because
the game hasn't started yet. So why would you do that?
Well, we had 1 round, didn't we, Nicholas?
We did have 1 round, but that round is over. It's in the past. In the past, it's none of our concern. Oh, do you know what that quote
Well, how
from?
about a second round?
Ah, okay, whatever.
What is that quote from? Is that I don't know. That sounds like something nerdy.
I'm sure it originates from somewhere else, but it got popularized in the famous show Peaky Blinders, which is also based in the UK.
Oh, I do love that show. That's based in Birmingham, actually. That's where Thurs is from.
So Thomas Shelby goes,
full circle.
She's in the past, and the past is none of my concern. And it's like Aura 1000.
I'll tell you what, when it was your final season of being a player and my first season casting Europe in 2020, in the middle of lockdown in Australia, I was in in Melbourne, we were locked down for a very long time and I was working night shifts and I couldn't go out and I would be like awake all night every day and every day sleeping. And the way I passed the time during lockdown was watching all of Peaky Blinders.
Oh, that's a good one.
That was literally all I did with my life was cast Rainbow Six Siege at night and watch Peaky Blinders.
I would say take me back to lockdown days, but I really don't want to go back to that ever again, so let's not do that.
Please not.
No. We're in the game though. We see trying to shoot a Fenrir mine, getting hit by an Ela mine, as it takes down Garen inside a garage, and this round is off to a very quick pace.
Yeah, that it is. 40 seconds is all it takes to find the first kill, and another 10 to find the second. It's engagements back and forth. And Asta is hungry for more with this ITA, but sees that Monty has extended the shield. About to find another fight here, but Boomsy will knock him down. Looking for another one, but doesn't find it. All up to Evan now. And a quick double shot with Deadshot with the SMG. Locks in another round for Gen G on the defense.
I'm not sure what I'm witnessing right now for a while, but they gotta slow down the pace a little bit because Gen G, they are fired up and they are hitting their shots. They are looking so confident in all of these gunfights. You know, the Uvu Onslaught skin on the Monty from Elevate is fantastic, but we're not seeing any of it in the server because he's like second last alive and everyone is dying around him. I mean, look at Evan. Literally last alive because Mumsy's injured. Unlucky. Claps, claps, claps.
Another weird round, but for Gen.G, you love to see it. I mean, this team, like we said, has struggled a little bit, and then they got picked up by this beautiful, amazing, huge organization. I mean, what a boost that was, getting the Gen.G name to be you know, on your jersey. But that comes with a lot of expectation as well. Like, do you remember what it was like when you went from representing Penta to representing G2 Esports?
Oh yeah, I got like doubled my salary. It was great. It was great.
But what did it do to like the mental game of putting that pressure on playing all your matches? Surely that would have had a bit.
I mean, undefeated at Paris Major, 3-0 grand final. It was great. You know, it's one of those. Obviously, we really
wasn't
wanted to
your first debut with G2, wasn't it? Atlantic City, where you guys lost?
No. We joined G2 a week before traveling to Paris, and when we first arrived for rehearsal day, they still had the Penta logos on all the graphics, and we had to be like, you need to change this right now, and we had to find them like the right G2 logo and all that kind of stuff. It was a bit of a disaster, but they fixed it. Ubisoft clutched up massive in the end. But it's a bit of concern from G2's side that they wouldn't get the right exposure. There was pressure to perform for sure, but given how smooth sailing Paris was, I think 1 or 2 days into the event, we're like, yeah, guys, G2 just got the craziest steal of Russell in history of the game, because we're about to win this major.
Now, Gen.G, I mean, they got picked up by this big org, and then they came 5th in stage 1, which, to be fair, was a bit of a glow-up compared to how they were looking before the organization. Oh, and they were representing, it was ENCE, right?
Say with more conviction, more confidence.
It was ENCE.
Yes. There we go.
It was ENCE.
It was ENCE.
There we go. It was ENCE.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a short story there. Inns dipped out after the toes back in after a bit of a hiatus. Garen dips his toes in the middle there. Yeah, this time favoring Wild though.
I know we're spending a lot of time getting distracted in these rounds, but that doesn't detract from the fact that these teams are very pacey. Another engagement. It's a bloodbath on the server. Gen.G to stand up with 2 players remaining, but Deadshot, my god, he's already turned up today. Tim and Nako now at 2v3.
Gotta use the Monty right now, get the information game going, and try and go for a plan. Don't, I mean, there's so much time to work with, right? Just either clear top floor fully or walk downstairs and hold the vert. They got the little thing, they know where he is. Gonna fall back.
So the Monty pushes them back. But what are Wild able to do with this ground that they've taken? When are they going to form up for a plan? The time is ticking. Thankfully they have a little bit in the bank. Ooh, what is that? Nitro Cell. Here comes the Rotero. The Nitro really just prevents the Monty from pushing forward, yeah, but it's not going to kill him, and he's not going to be able to pick it back up.
I was going to say, if you pick it back up, I would have been a big fan of this play, but he doesn't. Is he alone on the bomb site right now? Yeah, both his fellow teammates are up above on the verticality. So they can lock down this door, lock down there's actually no bomb site rotator exactly. They find one, the last one under fire, gets shut down as well. The Monty gives the information. Great job there of Evan leading his teammates into the bomb site. Gen.G, I feel like, are gonna win or lose these rounds on the individual gunfight engagements because they want those fights as much as possible, but this time Wild got the opening kill.
Here come the final operator bands of the half as Wild finally find a reply. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. The Warden as well. Gen.G continue, or rather Wild continue their form of banning out these unusual defenders rather than going for the normal, you know, hard breach, denial. They're going, or Mira, you know, Azami. Every one of these operators on the defense that Wild are banning is for a very specific purpose.
I really like this though, like the second they ban the Warden, they insta-hop on Blitz and the Glass, and they're just gonna abuse the fact that, you know, they can ban the Monty, you'll play other stuff that's annoying, or they can ban, let's say, the Glass, but then Monty stays open. They put themselves in a spot on the attacking side where they can just play these really annoying operators that are a bit cheesy, plus they ban the Smoke, which kind of deals with all of those issues because it stops the push, the nice plant, and has a very big area of effect, as you mentioned earlier, whereas the Shan gets a bit more pixel-perfect lineups. So I expect Wild to just abuse these power operators like the Blitz kept on glass for the last 2 attacking rounds.
If I can afford the luxury to zoom out a little bit, thank you. In stage 1, obviously we have a 10-team league here in EML. Only top 6 make it to playoffs.
True.
So the top 4 from that, of course, after the playoffs in stage 2 will go to the major in Munich. In stage 1, Gen G just scraped into playoffs in 6th place. And Wild, they were in 7th place. They just missed out. And the matchup between these two teams, it was incredibly close. It was an 8-7 in favor of Gen G. Part of the reason why Gen G ended up making it to playoffs over Wild. So this is a big opportunity for Wild, who are looking better than in stage 1, to get that revenge and hopefully a leg up over the team that they likely saw as stealing their playoff spot in stage 1.
Gotta respect the fire right now if you're Evan. When you are a shield, the fire from Tashanka or Goyo will actually shield guard break you when it hits you, so it can be, not only do you take a bit of tick damage on your toes, but you can also be exposed to a lot of gunfire potential there and just outright die. Smoke goes out, block downstairs, a lot of different pressure is being applied right now, and a nice opening onto Tashanka, the biggest, most important operator for plant denial and shield counter. This will open up the door even more for Wild to keep abusing the glass.
And even if that was all the value that the glass got, it would have been worth it, but still, there are 3 more smokes remaining as Boomsy tosses out his second, and it still has some. It's an awkward angle here. The smoke doesn't fully cover the line of sight, so Boomsy takes a bit of damage. The rest of the team is still fighting tooth and nail for it. The Blitz taken low, but still alive, as the Azami is trying to keep the Glaz at bay, and Deadshot successfully focuses that one-on-one up against the Blitz.
That means the smokes are gone. Even the 2 smokes literally in pocket of the Blitz. It doesn't go used. They're not really helping each other right now, and with that, they're locked in the hallways. Gen G retake the spot, and now without the Blitz and smoke grenades, I don't think they can afford to try again. So 50 seconds left, diffuser on the ground next to the defenders. It's time for plan B, which is fan out, go for kills, create chaos, and disrupt the bomb site somewhere else.
Garen might have the backstab. There's no one watching. There's no one watching at all. The Elamine still hasn't revealed his position, though. Deadshot has been massively impactful, and turns out Garen was spotted after all. Mako takes him down. Well, up to Mats. I'll tell you what, Deadshot has been unbelievable today. He knows when he needs to make a play, and on the Azami, he did that, isolating the Blitz, removing the Glaz from contention. And now he's hungry for the last kill as well. Deadshot locks it in. Big round for Gen G.
It's one of those rounds where I'm always like, oh man, what could have been? It had so much more to give us from the entertainment value, I feel like. And it comes down to just one single missed smoke grenade, a Blitz getting pushed out by impact grenades, and then that's really the entire win condition from Wild that's done and dusted. Wild have a very clear vision in these rounds. It's a little bit linear and it relies on 2 operators, but I do think it really could and should be working. It just didn't in that round. There's some small errors being made by the individual players. But you're right, Gen G, Deadshot looking really sharp, looking good. The timings of which Gen G, they accelerate in the servers to go, guys, this right here is our opportunity to get aggressive, because this moment is going to be the only chance we're going to have before things are going to get worse. They've been so good at picking their time and their place for these fights. It's a 3-1 lead, going through all those bomb sites, now going back to basement for a second attempt.
Ball secured. The way this has panned out so far, struggling to have as much faith in Wild as I wanted to, Nick. Gen G have looked good today, and really, for me, a lot of that comes down to Deadshot. It wasn't just in that round, but there have been other moments, and look, we did have a technical pause, which makes it a bit harder to remember how every round played out, but there have been a few moments where I've just seen Deadshot take matters into his own hands. He's often playing this Azami. There was one round where he was on the Wamai. I think it was mostly the Azami, though, where he was... Oh, it was actually on the basement, wasn't it? He got aggressive out of this position, hunted down that Monty. Yeah, he's been so good. 6-1, by the way.
Yeah, I'm curious on Wild's approach. I mean, they instantly went back off the glass and said, okay, that warding ban not gonna get fully utilized, but right now it's just about getting a second attacking round on the board. I think a 2-4 half would be quite all right for Wild. But they gotta work for it. It's not gonna come easy and it's not gonna come for free. You see Gen G right now standing their ground. A lot of teams don't dabble much into Garage, but Gen G, they want something here because they got the comfortability of information from the Fenrir. They know only one person's inside the door, one's by the breach, so they're matching the numbers 2-2, and now they're gonna try going elsewhere and seek a fight somewhere else on the map.
Oh, speaking of, Mats early in, locks out Deadshot. No more is that impact player gonna have an instrumental effect on this round. Naiko as well. He is going to escape for now. Regroup with Azox. Reposition a Fenrir in mind as well. Wild should be able to focus up here though. I don't think they need to hard clear that mirror position. They can get to work on a lot of the important vert above this site regardless.
I don't think they have time for it. Half hour is spent already. They haven't joined the force with the first floor, so it's gonna be a half clear. Garage, a little bit of vert, which now means it all kind of comes down to Evan and the guns behind him to get the push going. If they cannot succeed at getting in towards the bomb site, that means they can't get down the diffuser, they can't win the round. So this has to look at Asa. He's going for a big red play and he's got back on.
Oh no way, if he finds more than one, it could be massive! What a flick from Sneak, he finds both of them! And only the blitz falls and is well worth it by Wild. Azox and Naiko now have to pick up the pieces. Azox still off site, by the way, so Naiko, low HP, is alone here. And Azox has been spotted on the vert. Naiko's the last one. In a 1v4, 40 seconds. There's absolutely no shot in hell he lands this. Mats goes down. 1v3. Sneak forcing that plan. The cover is good from Wild. As Naiko slowly makes his way forward, bit of damage done, but Sneak, not only can he plant, but he can find the final pick. Wild, another attack round. One more remaining in the half. A sigh of relief from Evan.
Yeah.
Job's not done yet. The half is still very much on the cards for Wild.
I feel like that should have been a Gen G round, but I mean, a fraction of a second of missed timing on the rat play, that should have been in my book. Both the attackers dying and maybe no defenders dying at all, but it's completely flipped upside down. It was good. Asa was ratting, got the angle, Skies, which is over, but Sneak hits one, flicks the second, only Blitz dies, and they just use that momentum to say, guys, let's keep pushing forward, hit the bomb side, but no one gets above flanking us. They lock down all the angles, big smiles, they get that important second round, and now Wild can even fight for a 3-3 half.
3-1 down to a potential 3-3 is big here for Wild. Earlier today, we saw a game. I'm not live with me. I cannot remember which one it was.
Okay.
You know what? I'll be professional. I will check. It was Macho Wolves.
10
that
seconds
was
left.
like all defense.
Yes.
I think it was 10 rounds of defense to 2 rounds of attack, 1 in regulation. Compared to Falcons VP, I mean, well, that was a one-sided affair. That was on Lair as well. But, you know, so a lot more attack success. This does feel pretty even. If Wild go 3-3 here, I feel like they've won the half, but only barely.
I think if they go 3-3, I think they've actually won the half somewhat confidently. Like, given how it started, going down 0-2, having to problem solve around that, stay in mid and everything else. I think they've done a really great job in getting back into this one. And they've had some tough rounds because Gen G are just so good right now, mechanically speaking. And they've done different paces, right? Wild been going fast for rushes, direct takes, half takes, full clears. And yes, they've stumbled on occasion, but they're still showing grit, they're still showing confidence. And I think that means that they're having a really good time this half if they can get that third round. If they only get the 2-4, it's still like meeting expectations. But look at this Gen G, the classic for them. Hard holding positions that normally teams that give up somewhat for free. Playing by the staircase of green, C4 out the window, and a flank below.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what's happening.
I know what Boomsy was doing. I mean, he tried to lurk his way up, but he died.
Looking the wrong way.
He's got to be careful. Yeah, Garen is watching at least. It's a trade attempt, but Deadshot goes down as well. That's big from Garen. That has flipped the switch here. Wild in control. Gen G don't have a lot of legs left. I think, what, 3 players on that top floor.
Yeah.
Bombside is not on that top floor, remember, but of course, as we know, that's where you can deny the plant from. Wild, the question is, are they going to try and brute force the side with their numbers advantage, or are they going to try and take top floor? Because they're running out of time to do the latter.
Setting up as a
Feels a little bit like GNG was just overcommitting. Maybe it's the fight downstairs. 2 people dying from outside the building after get the initial opening pick. Never feels good. The round isn't quite over yet. If they go for a smoke plant play with the Blitz Shield, the Solis above can figure out where the plant is going down. The good news for Wild is there is no C4 to counter. There is no Toxic Babes on Shanka. There's only gonna be guns. And shooting through a smoke grenade onto a shield-covered operator can be tricky, so they're gonna try and go for it. Yeah, good coverage.
Solus knows about it, but you're right. The coverage of the shield is going to be enough. Doesn't matter. There's a Solus in play, especially not when Matt is swinging from upstairs. Sneak will find the final one. It's a great read from Wild to close out that half.
Really confidence-inspiring round right there. I mean, again, yes, they go for the shield play in the smoke, but they still send in Matt above just for good measure. And that's something that we didn't see from the Wolves Matchco game earlier, right? They were trying to force a plant with 3 people just looking at the shield trying to get down the diffuser, no one attacking above, and the bomb doesn't go down, and now you're just standing there and you're thinking, guys, we're not winning this one. So I love the fact that Wild are never thinking that they're winning the round until they actually have. They still full commit and do everything that they possibly could and not just hoping that things work out. 3-3 half, very impressive, I would say, from the attacks of Wild. Operator bans Ying and Glass, so very execution heavy. Wild would know exactly what that feels like because they too try to play that style of siege. And GNG want to simplify the breaching process by taking care of the Electro Bros of Kaid and the Bandit.
Look, poor Electro Bros aren't getting a lot of game time these days, are
They're
they?
getting like none today, James, in EML. I think, is it one game maybe when they went unbanned? It's been almost every game.
We had one with some nice juggling of the Bandit on the top floor up here, but I feel like I've barely seen any Kaid, a tiny bit of Bandit. I mean, Bandit was played 2 rounds in that first half, didn't have an impact.
Yeah. It's been a lot.
Wild have really set the tempo with that last round, I feel. I mean, that is a hard bomb site to attack. They played it well, they read it well, they lost the opening pick and still fought back. GNG are on thin ice. They started up 3-1, they've let that lead slip, and now they're on the more challenging side on the attack.
10 seconds left before
I think it's very kind of Matt to start this round on half health, just to give GNG a bit of shot and win the attacking rounds, you know?
How did that even happen?
Gas pipe? It has to be the only explanation, right?
Yeah, you can't take team damage.
Yeah, you also cannot take gas fire damage from a gas pipe if your teammate shoots it either, only if you shoot yourself.
Yeah.
So it must have been Matt shooting it in the back hole. That's my best guess. Like right here, this pit, right? Yeah, there's a barbed wire on it, so it must have been this one right here. He probably shot the fire, put down the barbed wire, and then took partial damage or something. I don't know. But it's very sweet of him. Not fun at all.
Oh, well. Generous to GNG, for sure.
Now
let's see, how...
You go first, sorry.
I was gonna say, how are GNG gonna do this? Like, they've got double hard breach, which is a rare sight these days.
True.
So what, are they gonna go for an execute from the breach? Because no one is planting here these days. No one is really leveraging this breach much anymore.
So, the double hard breach does give them the ability to go for any attack. Front, back, mixture of both. They can get main breach, then go upstream, breach the wall for the hallway, then go for a backside. I think it gives you just backup plan essentially, and also if you just need more claymores, now Grim can get off the hard breach canisters, the secondary hard breach, play the claymores instead. So not sure just yet, but I think GNG right now are keeping their cards very open. What I'm not seeing though, because they're playing double hard breach, is they don't have any execute really. Like they have the Grim Beast red pinging, sure, but there's no shield. Glass and Ying are both banned away, and they also don't have like, let's say, a Dokkaebi or a Lion where it's like a 3-2-1. Let's do something about this right now. They also don't have much of a counter for towards the clash, only the caps of fire arrows. So it feels like to me that GNG are gonna have a bit of a struggle right now to dealing with the various problems in front of them, and again relying maybe a bit too much on gun skill to get the kills for them.
The Grim Capital's all they got.
Sequential breaching activated.
But hard breach certainly helps. The more angles you open, the more likely you're not going to be taking a 1v1 fight, the more likely you'll have a crossfire. And now, not only have they breached the external wall, they've breached the hallway cutoff, and now they're breaching our 6th room. The one thing that is missing is the default plant spot here into Mask, which he actually doesn't have any Salmas remaining for.
Yeah, that was a thermal charge hit, which is impossible, right?
Yeah, no, it's not going to be possible. So it does give Garen a lot more flexibility to play aggressively in Mask Room because he only has to worry about the breach.
Flashbang comes out, throwing 2 players in the hallway. This is Genji saying 3, 2, 1. Let's hit them together, boys.
Oh! Beautiful one tap. The flashbang's not great though. Genji start to collapse on the side. And Wild, I'm sure they can withstand it. Garen gets deleted. Sneak has to run through the fire. Right past the Clash's shield. It does nothing for him.
Jesus.
A flawless round for the French as they finally get back in the lead.
I feel like this is one of those rounds where, yeah, Genji, they are relying a little bit too much on their gun skill, but oh my, does it pay off. I mean, they were hitting some ridiculous shots, they had good timings, and they actually knew where pretty much every single defender was when it came time for the execute, because they were not checking random corners, they were checking the exact coordinates of where Wild they were playing from. It's flawless, it's beautiful, it's way too easy on paper, because that should have been much more difficult.
Wild, they got to be asking themselves a few questions after that. They were like, damn, we thought attacking was really hard. We're pretty proud of ourselves for finding those 2 at the end of the half. Genji made it look easy, and I tell you what, a couple of shots like that from Asa, and this isn't going to be a long game.
I always admire people that can hit just like Asa. Like you do like the lean jiggle, unjiggle, and like a pixel angle, one tap. I haven't hit a single one of those in my entire life because I can't lean for the life of me. The way I hold my keyboard is too scuffed, you know? So watching mechanical players do stuff like that,
5 seconds to go.
I feel like they're playing a whole different game than I am. And it bothers me a little bit, but I also admire it really, really much.
I only know how to outdo myself.
And then there's you, who flipped the Q&E leaning button.
Look, I just like to be extra edgy, man.
Yeah, you are. Like, who makes the left lean E and the right lean Q just for the sake of being edgy?
I was just curious because, like, you know, like I told you before, noted the Brazilian YouTuber pro player did it. And so I was like, yeah, that's cool. And he was like, you know, he was Shaco before Shaco was Shaco. Like, he was one of those guys that was like pioneering the new
No. He was not Shaco before Shaco was Shaco.
All right, he was one of those guys.
Players and putting the title he's beating pro players. But he did have nice tricks.
Bro. He was one of those guys that was like, you know how like Bolo had his peak, and then there was the Hashon peak and stuff like that. Like there was kind of Noted had his thing as well, right?
Okay.
What the hell's going on with Sneak and Deadshot, by the way? Well, I guess it's just aggression here on the stairs.
Lol.
A lol comes out from Sneak. Sure. Would have loved to see it, but never mind. Yeah. Who cares, man? Who cares about people who play weird settings? You know, modern day pro that plays with a weird setting that I still think is incredible is Reaps with his like 1800 DPI sensitivity. That is balmy.
That's true. He does use very little mousepad space, but does a good job at getting all those kills regardless somehow. And it doesn't look shaky either. Normally like high sense players that look like they're shaking sometimes when they're playing, but he looks so sharp like a low sense kind of player. Wild got over and kill to the Grim. Pretty important utility operator. Less info now for the attack. Kind of curious if they're gonna try and go for a default throw. The grenade is gonna roll away. Imagine if you could cook your grenades, then you could cook it and then throw it and blow the castle barricade.
Imagine if you could have previs that would tell you where the grenade was gonna go. Oh, he's so dead. How is this guy's not dead? There's a guy right behind him. This guy behind him the whole time. What? What's going on?
Baby.
Oh,
how is this working?
Okay, well, somehow he's getting it done. He's found a kill and staked his claim on the bomb site. The Clash is gonna set down the shield. That's gonna guard break Skies. In comes Garen from behind, but Asta claims his life. And Skies sets his sights on the next one. This is a very awkward defense for Wild. Genji continue rolling in. They don't have a safe plant position as of yet. Boomsy on that Clash is still alive. Mats is still here, and he does find one before he's traded back. That still keeps Genji ahead of the curve. Evan and Boomsy try and stand tall, but there's no safe haven for Evan. The plant needs to come down. Can Boomsy clutch up here? Plant being forced. Nako has to cover. It's a 1v1. The plant isn't going to go down. Is Boomsy going to win it? Asa has been untouchable.
Entry run down through the smoke, help the Blackbeard, clear the shield, walk in, plant, your cover dies, so it's all up to you to get one more thing done in that round, which is win the entire round for your team. Asa is on a heater right now, but the entirety of Gen G, they're all playing that kind of game. They are just running over Wild on a pretty much direct attack downstairs from lockers, and I really want to praise the utilization of the Blackbeard, walking in, giving information. And it was a good 20 seconds where Blackbeard and Castle, they were dancing 1 versus 1, and then the countdown came. Blackbeard goes, I'm going to ADS in 3, 2, 1, swing with me. And two things can happen. Either Castle will look at the Blackbeard and get that kill but die to the second player trading, or you flip it. There is no world where Castle gets both kills and survives. So Gen G's ability to make a really complicated situation very simple, again, with good communication, good teamwork, and insane mechanical skill, is just being such a good, reliable factor for them. It's ridiculous how they're doing this. Such good play.
It's moments like... Yeah, well, yes, Guys knew his role there on the Blackbeard, and even though he ended up dying, he timed it so he only took that fight when his teammate was there to trade it. And I tell you what, Asa has been unreal. Gnarly one tap on the top floor site. A 3K that round, a 3K in the opening round of this game, if you can wind your mind all the way back to that first round. He was playing the sentry on their defenses. Yeah. Ended up with a flawless round. He got re-aggressive. Pretty much single-handedly won for Gen G. Now, they come away after the first half and found 2 attack rounds in a row.
10 seconds
We
left
both backed in Wild coming into this game, Pink.
Yeah, but I didn't think Evan would go 0-5. That's my defense. I'm just gonna drag down Evan with me, you know? Like, you ruined my predictions.
Poor guy, he's catching stress.
Nah, Evan's playing shields on all the attacker rounds, and he's playing hard support and defense as well. And I was gonna make a reference about how there's like a new generation Siege and old generation Siege. While they're playing Plant Denial, Maestro, Information, deployable shields, Gen G, they have guns, okay? They have 5 guns, and they're just winning. And it must feel so demoralizing for a while, because on paper they are playing good Siege, they're playing good rounds with decent setups, but they can't hold their own individually against Gen G, and they're also getting out-teamworked by them.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, you know, despite Gen G being pretty low on the standings, right, let's not forget, they have 2 players in the top 10 of EML, right?
Yeah.
Azox, who's 3rd place, 118 EPS, Hazza, who's 7th place, 112 EPS. And I think those stats are only going to get buffed up again after this game, especially for Asa. Azox being a little bit quieter today, not that it matters. Good for Wild. Yeah. Good value for Gen G. Of course, Wild seeing their setup slowly but surely pulled away. Garen's now out of impacts, can't continue juggling that. But thankfully, there's no more Salmas for Nako. Asa could come over with an exothermic if he thinks it's safe.
Yeah, I'm not sure about breaching that wall. Maybe with some smoke grenades to cover, or if they get rocket stairs control. Sky's Twitch so far has been getting so much value with the mute jammers, the mirror window. I think he was checking for any sort of coverage like ADS or MI, but there aren't any. They're not being played this round. They're gonna kill the staircase location because of that Devil Striker. They're gonna swap spots now. Sneak takes the spot instead. And this is the thing, they want hallway control to enable the thermite most likely, so they're gonna try and go for a kill.
Skies knows about it, and now he's smoked off this angle. In theory, he could push up the hallway. Puts a lot of extra pressure on Sneak because he's got to cover 2 different angles at once. And here comes the execute Skies. DMR in hand makes his way up. Boomsy falls on the stairs, and Skies wins his one as well. Gen G collapsing, but Evan will stand tall. First frag of the game for him, and not a moment too soon. Mats is on for this flank as well. He's got a yellow pink shotgun, comes out. He's seen, but he still finds the kill onto Azox. 3v3 as we restabilize, but Gen G, they've got the numbers advantage on site. They could send it right here.
They're gonna have to, but Garen strikes first. Everyone is second as well. Big one, only one player remaining for Naku now in Gen G. He's gonna go for a swing, but the crossfire is there once more through the rotate, all the way through the bomb site from the very beginning where that round started off. Asami on the breach locks it down and confirms it. It's a bit of a back and forth in that one. I feel like Gen.G had again such good ability to problem solve, but then one deployable shield and you sprinting down the hallway up against it. That means there is no chance in hell you're gonna win that gunfight, and that really stunted Gen.G's push.
I tell you what, the Wild really had to work for that round. It was not gifted to them by any stretch. It was hard. And they're still trailing behind. You know, one more round for Gen.G. That's match point. That's Wild losing points. Wild need all the points they can get to make it to the playoffs. Like we said before, it's been a tough stage for Wild, even though they have had good results. They're 2 wins, 1 loss in all of those in overtime, 1 loss in regulation. But because Wild's games, 3 out of 4, have gone to overtime, there's less of an opportunity to find the full points that they need. You compare that to Gen.G, their 2 wins were both in regulation. That's why they're in 5th place and Wild is down in 8th.
That's a very big hole in the wall. And very interesting shape as well. He didn't clear the whole wall, he left the corner.
Look, he wants some coverage so that he can be safe, but at a distance he can still toss Yuto over the bit above, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I wonder what the lineup is for him. Like, where's the Tachanka going to be playing? And because the Tachanka, that can go hella far. Like, it's got a lot of range.
Yeah, you just play on the
very far
right-hand side, and you just shoot all the way through, and it can hit the default plant spot. That's the theory, at least. And it all sounds good in practice, but we see this go wrong all the time. I mean, half the rounds here, probably more than half, Gen.G will either die before they get to the bomb site, or they will just overrun them, and the plant isn't necessarily needed, but it will happen anyway, because like 1v4 and stuff like that. So I don't know about this Tachanka Maestro situation for Wild. I feel like I like the idea, I like the concept, you know, all that stuff. But in reality, it doesn't seem like it's been effective against Gen.G's playstyle. I feel like playing trap operators like this, Fenrir, Ella, maybe Elysian for the windows would be a bit more beneficial. But I'm also happy to prove it wrong just because it might just work.
And like you said before, while they're trying to play this like slower, more methodical siege, you're trying to play plant-denial operators like your Maestro and your Tachanka. What, you think Gen.G are just going for static plants? No, they're going
exactly.
Deep. Remember the last time they attacked this bomb site, they were getting up in the face with the Blackbeard, they were looking for frags. They only tried the plant once it was a 3v1. So I think Wild might not have the right read for how Gen.G are attacking.
See, if only you could sledge the floor a little bit faster with little buffs to sledge, right? It would be a feels good, man. I would love that. He feels so weak these days. It just feels like a little bit of power creep, you know? You look at sledge versus Bonk versus Ram, and it doesn't feel entirely fair. Not fair for Wild either. They start the round 4v5 as Matt dies on the castle, but no active util goes lost. The only issue now with Clash, Maestro, and Tachanka, those are 3 operators that prefer to use a gadget over their gun. So there's less angles to watch. This guy is just clip farming, man. He just walks in, and without even walking in the bomb site door, he gets 2 kills. It's too easy. Come on.
Yeah. Wild are so unaware of all these angles. They didn't put enough pressure on Gen.G. They let them take so much control. Oh, Boomsy needs this. Now he's going to come through, take his shield away. So he has to fall back. Wild, there are fewer and fewer places on the bomb site where they can safely play. Gen.G are tightening the net. Sneak will fall to a long angle. Garen's got to get big here with the ult up. Finds a big headshot onto Asa. That's the most deadly player going down. Skies and Neko both on the floor. Makes this a glorified 2v2.
That does. A revive can come through though. Maybe trade on both sides. Defenders get the rest off. Attackers do not. Diffuser is down right behind Deadshot. I saw a silhouette. There's a player lurking in. Oh, he gets shot down.
Oh,
the
no.
cover is good.
How?
Oh, the cover is
How?
good.
Deadshots! He tried going for the revive. He changed his mind twice.
Baited.
Gen.G, they focused up. They baited him in. They played it so much better. And thanks to that, Nick, that's the match point they've been waiting for.
All right, James, let's have a little bit of a quiz here, yeah? How many Tachanka Shumika launcher fire canisters did you see that got good value in that round? Roughly.
0.
Okay, how long? Oh, okay, no, different way of asking the question. How much value do you feel like the Clash Shield got in that round?
None.
And how many times did Macho go in the Evil Eye to stab a player, a drone, or deny a plant?
Not once.
Yeah, this is exactly what I feared. Because yeah, the Evil Eyes are nice for red pinging, but the red pings only give you information to make the right decisions. It doesn't give you better gunfight capabilities, doesn't give you crossfires, it doesn't help you when you don't know where the angles are. So Sky just walks in and kills 2 players before the round really even starts. It really does feel like the wrong operators to the play style of Gen G. Not for the map, not the bomb side. And I think Wild style, they love those operators and it works for them usually. But you need to look at the game in front of you right now. And that is not the solution to how to counter Gen G.
Yeah, that's the thing, like, you need to slow down Gen G. How early was it that Skies was ready at the edge of the bomb side, finding 1 kill and pushing for a second, with the Tachanka just on a long angle, not realizing he's exposed. If you had Fenrir, if you had traps, then Gen G wouldn't be allowed to do that. So when are Wild gonna realize that's the problem? Well, not yet, clearly, because the Fenrir still hasn't been picked. No LR, which we've seen a lot of from other teams, which would also be nice against the Blackbeard with both the Grismots and the impact grenades. It's a risky pick for Wild. I'm not sure they've read Gen G well.
Yeah, just think out how Gen G are defending basement, for example, right? They're holding garage because that Fenrir mine is pre-placed in the walk-ins, and they can just hold onto this ground that most defenders don't bother fighting for. For Wild, it's a different story. Right now, they're taking a gunfight, just 50-50 with Sneak. That's good. You know, confidence, keep that up. Apply some map pressure. And I don't hate the idea that there's no trap operators on this tertiary bomb side because it's more about the verticality and plant denial. So here, I like the Warden, I like the Solus. It's going to be more about the slide itself later on. And Timer is taking down. Oh, he actually saved himself with the keep, only to then not sprint all the way to the bomb side door and then die anyway.
They're going to swing again. Yeah. I think Gen G, their patience is proving to be a virtue.
Yeah.
Kill found just by holding that window. Wild. They're going to get antsy here. Like, players dying left, right, and center, feeling that pressure, feeling like Gen G are in the advantage. They're going to overswing here, and you can see Gen G, that's what they're expecting. They're just sitting back, relaxing, and they're going to find another kill. How is Deadshot allowed to find another kill from outside of the building? This is on Wild completely. The Sense Wall comes out. A player on the 3rd spotted. Boomsy takes a hell of a lot of damage. That means he's distracted. He's not denying the plant. He's looking, but he's got no idea where the plan might be. Asa takes a little bit of damage, but it's far too late. This is going to be the end of the line for Wild. In stage 1, it was an overtime. In stage 2, Gen G are clearly the better competitor. Wild now looking to retake nades from Nako. Look at this, it's a double back from Mats. Him and Boomsy together team up, but guess who is still waiting? It's Asa and Deadshot. They lie in wait for Wild to return to site, and they lap up every kill happily. It's a big win for the French, and a full 3-point day.
I have my doubts, I'm not gonna lie. I did have my doubts about Gen G and their consistency, but I feel like they have just proved me wrong. Bit of a weakened Wild here and there, but again, very impressive showcasing from the French roster, and excited to see if they can keep this streak up going forward. Wild, back to the drawing board and work on the potential counters to different playstyles because they kept trying to force in the same solution for the wrong problem.
And it's a massive 3-point win for Gen G that Pengu, believe it or not, rockets them up the standings and into 3rd place behind G2 and Falcons. There's a lot of EML still to play, but for now the French are very happy. Can't wait to see what our local resident Frenchman Leo has to say on the desk in just a few minutes. Stay with us as we close out this day of EML.
Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Gen G victorious against Wild, throwing even more wrenches into that playoffs mix. Something we absolutely live for. However, because of this victory, we get to chat with the victors himself of Gen G, and it's Neko again who joins us on the interview. Neko, we're getting used to you at this point here. Like, it's a lot of fun having you on here, and today, great performance in general. Now, obviously, last week you pushed Secret to the edge, couldn't close it out fully. What was the one thing that you needed to tweak in preparation for today? Because from now on, the heat gets turned up to max.
I don't know. I mean, Secret is obviously a better team than Wild, so even with the same prep, it was harder to beat Secret. And yeah, we just did like we usually do, and nothing special.
Did you all have that like energy flowing through you throughout the game, hyping one another up, getting through it? Was that what's going on?
Yeah. I'm the hype man of the team, so yeah, I have to hype them.
Rico, I don't know if you've looked. I don't know if you've seen the league table and where Gen G currently stands on that league table. But you currently sat in third position. So just how proud are you of your performance so far this stage? Because we spoke to you last stage and you was coming in strong late on in the stage, but this stage you're right there in the mix.
Yeah, I'm so proud of the team. We worked a lot, we changed things, and we are going to improve more and more. So yeah, I'm definitely happy with how we play.
And any runs for top 2?
I mean, we'll see tomorrow if we manage to beat G2.
Just G2, yeah.
Yeah, for the first time of my life. Maybe one day I will beat them. I don't know. I'm looking for it, but yeah, we'll see. I think the league is pretty stacked, so everything is possible. I mean, yeah, obviously on the paper they are better than us, but yeah, it's a game. At the end of the day, if you put some headshots, you can win anyone.
That sounds like a plan. Speaking of evolution and of progress, you guys actually went to Lair earlier this stage. Not only 2 weeks ago, lost it to Wolves. Today, incredible evolution. I mean, that attack side especially, crazy good. 4 attack in a row, 4 opening kills as well. Really clean. What did you guys change on that map to be so strong in 2 weeks of change?
I'm gonna be honest. Like I said before in the interviews, like on Wolves, Azox was sick.
Yeah.
And I think like we wanted to counter Wolves too much, on the play against Wolves, and it made us don't play our strat, our basic strat. We changed so much things. There were a hole in every of our strats, and I think on this one, I just said, guys, let's play our default strat. There's not gonna be some holes because we adapt something. Let's just play default, and we are gonna win. We are a better team.
I think we can see the evolution because there would be a time like last stage maybe I would have said that the defaults were not as strong and you could maybe have lost a match, not maybe against Wild but against other teams. And I feel like because the team is an upwards trajectory, you have stage 1, you have EWC, after that you continue progressing. Those defaults right now, they're strong enough to contend with the best teams in Europe. It's really beautiful to see the evolution of the whole team there.
Yeah, it feels good to see it.
It doesn't surprise me that Leo is glazing yet another French team.
I'm glazing the victors. Come on, stop.
Thank you.
All right, I'm being called out for praising Gen G every time. I praise Gen G, same thing for BDS, same thing for Falcons.
Just glazing the French teams out there. And like, regardless, Neko, you were talking about G2. It's a big challenge for you tomorrow, obviously going up against them. Do you think because of the name, because of the pedigree that G2 kind of brings in and your rise over the stage, that at some point it might get into your head, giving too much respect to G2 on the other side?
Right now, I don't think so. Maybe in the past, but I feel like right now if you play anyone, you have to play like you do every day. So you can't be scared because of the name of G2, Falcon, anyone. You have to play your own game, and that's it.
So on that, what would you like to say to G2 and Doki, because he was very confident?
Yeah, I mean. I will look forward to it, and I think it might be the first win against G2 and the start of a win streak maybe.
There you go. I'm living for it. Nico, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations again on the win. We'll be seeing you tomorrow against G2. That'll be the 4th game out of the 5. Looking forward to it. Have a good night.
Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Thank you.
There we go. What a wonderful night that we've had so far. Games, we got Genji, we got a wonderful curry that Mr. Fresh made for us here in the studio.
I did make curry.
It is a wonderful vegetarian curry, may I add. Impressive to say the least. Almost as impressive as Genji's performance today on Lair.
Yeah, and I love Nako's interview as well. He's really developed in the interviews as well. He's become a really fun, gregarious guy as well. Yeah, and I don't know, Genji, it started out, it was strong. Wild came back with a little bit of substance, and fair play to Wild for coming back on their attacks. But Genji's attacks were so clean. They were using the shields. The team play, I think, from Genji, and we referenced it in the pre-match, is the thing that's improved so much. They're playing off the back of Neko's calls. They're confident, they're explosive into sight, and they're dealing with the rounds.
I think the most important thing is in one of these critical moments here is the late round. We used to see a Genji that, yes, had good defaults in the first and second steps, but when it came to the actual execution, we had some doubts. Most of the time, maybe they were a little bit too slow, maybe they had a hole in that execution, they were not aware of the last defenders, and they would get clutched on really often last stage. I think we're really seeing the maturity of this team come alive. I think we're really seeing that in the late round. To pull off 4 different attack wins on Lair, close this out 7-4. This is a great showing from them once again. A little bit of inconsistency in the sense that it started with a win with Genji, then a loss, then a win, then a loss, then another win here. We'd like to see them maybe stop losing. It's gonna be hard to break that pattern against G2 tomorrow, but great evolution.
I'm actually so happy to see Deadshot at the top of the leaderboard as well.
On hard bridge once again, by the way, just like Likefag on Lair 2 days earlier, playing hard bridge and dropping double digits.
Yeah, he's really finding his place in this team. It was a bit of a rocky start, but he's definitely finding his place.
I'm very happy for it because Deadshot showed a lot of potential when he started playing in Tier 1 a couple years ago, and getting him to this position where now maybe it's the hair, I don't know, but getting to this point where he's able to perform as expected with a squad that clearly has a lot of potential is great. We saw them in Stage 1. They're only on the up and up in Stage 2. That's great. We love a growth story, and we are all here for it. Tomorrow we get to see Genji, the double Gs, play against the 2 Gs. That is G2 or G the second.
I see what you tried.
G squared.
Yeah, G squared.
G squared. Yeah. Fair enough. But that's a brand. We can't use that.
Okay.
Is it D squared? Regardless, doesn't matter. Here's what our day looked like at the end of it with our schedule. Incredible matches, but honestly, our match of the day at G2 Fnatic was kind of a bit of a letdown. Fnatic had the strategic depth, but G2 kept bashing them back.
I don't know if I'd say that. I don't know if I agree. I think Fnatic were good in their attacks, and then we got a big performance that was stomping.
Yeah, I will say this though, it was still, I wanted more from Fnatic. I wanted that shutdown of individual players, and it's the same story for Falcons VP. It's the same story for BDS Secret. Some of these games were supposed to be a little bit closer, and we still saw a gap. I'm glad Team Secret is back. That's my main takeaway from this matchup. Macho getting their first win is a good one, but doing it against Wolf, does it really count? Those are like my big takeaways from the day today. Most importantly, look at these league tables.
It's so good.
Everyone is so close. Every match matters. We're only left with 4 play days in the group stage. Anything can happen. That top 2 is still in reach for Genji and some other teams, but most importantly, that battle for playoffs and most importantly for relegations, that's the real key here.
And 2 points on that. First of all, relegations has to do with your performance in both Stage 1 and Stage 2, so it's the cumulative. However, next week is also a super week, so you got 3 days back to back to back. That is so much to put pressure on you and as a player and as the entire team. Jack, there's a lot to try to claw out for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, there's almost 3 league tables that potentially teams can be fighting in terms of the playoffs to get to Munich, in terms of to get into the top 6 on the combined standings, to get to the EML finals. And then for the affiliate teams, the relegations as well. There's so much that's going on. And as you can see here, it's so bunched up as well. Our teams are all so close to each other right now, and it's making for such compelling viewing.
And I want to give you just a little bit of a teaser of something you're going to hear us talk a lot about over the next few play days, the 4 that are left here. The relegation battle. This is the cumulative for both stages, and these are the 5 affiliate teams that are in the running for it.
Yeah, we see a gap here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gen.G are out clear. That game just then has probably secured Gen.G, their status in this league next year.
12 points still.
Probably. 2 teams have to make up at least 6 points on
7-point difference.
Look, how close is that though between the other 4?
4 teams.
There's a world where VP, by the way, who used to go into international events, could be relegated.
Yeah.
That's even unthinkable just 2.5 weeks ago.
4 teams and only 2 spots in to stay in EML, really, and 2 spots to try and avoid. It's gonna be a really, really rough one. The last 4 play days are gonna be absolutely crazy.
And again, some of these teams, so particularly Wolves and Wild down there at the bottom, fighting relegation, but are also on the precipice of fighting playoffs as well.
Yep.
They're fighting on every front right now.
And this is what makes it so cool. And this is only a taste of what we're going to go through in relegations. There really more over the next few play days. Though before we hit our Super Week, exactly, the opening game is Macho VP. And what after? BDS Wild. Oh, Fnatic have a big game after. Oh, Gen.G also have another one where they can collect more points and throw things all out of whack, Jack.
Yeah, you ready for a big summary of why you should watch every single game tomorrow and why you should love it? Macho VP, ready for the relegation. BDS, another game where they need to react. Wild will be looking at them and trying to pick up more points. They're in that fight for the relegation and for the playoffs. Fnatic, can they do it against another big team? Falcons look to continue and get there for first place. Gen.G, if they really want a chance for top 2, they're going to have to put it up against G2, currently the best team inside of the EML. And then Secret carry on their electric form against the disappointing Wolves.
Yes. I mean, clearly, I'm sorry, the three last games, I can see a clear, real big 3 that's finally stepping up.
I'm not saying there isn't a favorite, but there's so many storylines there.
Leo, do you want to go to the NAL or what? What's going on?
I know.
Here?
No, we actually are watching Quality Siege here.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much. That's the sort of bias that I love seeing. And that's what we're saying, ladies and gentlemen, is that tomorrow you have to tune in. You have to tune in next week because it gets even more complicated. It's 3 days back to back to back where we talk about all these things in detail. Jack, what a night we've had.
It's been incredible.
Yeah.
I live for EML. I actually live for it. Like Wednesdays to Sundays are crap.
And you know
Monday and Tuesday is where it's at.
On top of it, usually we like to sing 2 minutes to midnight, but it's actually almost 2 minutes past midnight. So let's close it off right here. Thank you very much, Fresh and Alphama, as always. For all of you watching at home, I hope you enjoyed the show. We will see you tomorrow, same starting time for EML, our next Playday number 6. Till then, have a wonderful night. We love you so much. Bye-bye.
It's another 1v1 the clock.